Viewing experience 56. His madness. Halt! Do not move. Crouch bellowed in a frenzied rage, his wand trembling in his grip. I command you to stand still. Jiang Fengyue appeared oblivious, gripping his wand as he advanced step by step. No one dared to act. With each of his steps forward, all retreated accordingly. One of Jiang Fengyue's hands slowly moved to his waist, and under the gaze of hundreds of astonished eyes, he forcefully tore at the already ravaged wound. A stifled groan escaped his throat, the excruciating pain snapping his almost disintegrating consciousness back to reality. "What more can you do to me, Crouch?" he chuckled softly. He stepped forward once more, blood blossoming in the mud, while 100 wands collectively recoiled a step back. The Death Eaters inhaled sharply. This madman. His already scarred body was further tormented by Jiang Fengyue himself, his pale fingers tearing open the wound, flesh laid bare and grotesquely magnified on the screen. He watched as his fingers plunged into his shoulder, stirring the flesh as if impervious to pain, inflicting one brutal blow after another upon himself. A retching sound emerged from the direction of Hogwarts. A student, unable to endure the bloody self-mutilation, abruptly covered their mouth. Seamus's face turned ashen. Merlin, how can he be so ruthless to himself? Many young witches clung to one another, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces, torn between the urge to look away and the compulsion to gaze back. Ron seemed stunned into silence, and it took him a while to regain his voice, tinged with a sob. He is just trying to stay awake. He is waiting. He gazed at the screen, transfixed by the sight of a single boy compelling 100 others into immobility, his excitement leaving him nearly speechless. Hermione's tears blurred her vision. Reason told her that this was a highly effective strategy, yet her voice trembled and shattered. No, do not do this. It is too painful. Snape's expression was darker than usual, his body taut beneath the black robes, and his obsidian eyes were unfathomably deep, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Grindelwald leaned forward, a vast and exhilarated smile gracing his lips. What a fine boy! So ruthless to himself. The little dragon clutched Jiang Fengyue tightly. He looked at the screen, his voice barely above a whisper. "Father, how do they dare?" He watched the screen, sensing something quietly taking root. "Today, I shall shatter the Ministry of Magic. Tomorrow, my father will personally reduce the court to dust. Will Dumbledore let you go? How dare you detain his students without permission? Is there still time? How can there not be?" Crouch's voice was laced with a madness born from desperation. "In your current state, can you withstand my legitimacy, you little wretch? I will extract every filthy thought from your mind." "I cannot withstand it." Jiang Fengyue sighed softly, driving his fingers deep into the bone-deep wound on his shoulder, stirring it painfully, his body twitching slightly from the self-inflicted agony, yet his mind remained perpetually alert. "Thus, I am left with no choice but to break free." He raised his wand. "You are overly concerned about preventing my demise, while simultaneously wishing to capture me in the swiftest manner possible. Your apprehensions are excessive, Barty." Jiang Fengyue surveyed the crowd, unleashing a breathtaking and devastating smile. "But I am different. I crave the thrill of bloodshed. I do not mind acquiring additional wounds upon my body, nor do I care if more of my ribs fracture. I only need to hold you back, even if it leads to my demise." The Death Eaters silently curled into themselves, whispering, "Oh my. Family, help. This person is insane. Fear not. He is not our lunatic, he. The other 2 madmen on our side, he, are in a worse predicament. But it seems obeying them over there is the way to survive. Obeying here might lead to death. Can I resign? Dumbledore is over there. Dumbledore is quite formidable. One must tread carefully. Are you out of your mind? Who would dare to seduce Dumbledore?" Everyone gazed at the figure on the screen, caked in mud, advancing step by step, with countless wands aimed at him, yet they could only retreat in the face of his relentless progress. He laughed maniacally, moving forward, blood blooming in the mire, his demeanor remaining defiant. In the midst of silence, Grindelwald erupted into a resounding laugh. "Splendid. Truly remarkable. Tom, your fortune is astonishing." Voldemort's lips curled into a smirk, beholding such a beautiful yet shattered soul, a living, breathing treasure of unparalleled magnificence, worthy of any price to possess and cherish. Anyone who dared to inflict the slightest harm would inevitably suffer consequences. In the central seat, Jiang Fengyue was soothing the little dragon, stifling a laugh at the sight of the child's tear-streaked face, wishing he had brought a camera to immortalize this moment. I regret it. A low, raspy voice emerged from beside him, barely audible. "Ought to. Kill everyone. Kill Dumbledore." Jiang Fengyue turned his head, his pupils constricting sharply. Ignoring the presence of others, he nearly leaped into the Dark Lord's embrace, shielding the screen with his own body. He cupped the man's face in his hands, compelling those frenzied red eyes to meet his own. "Calm down, my lord, please." Jiang Fengyue's voice was soft and gentle as he disregarded the gazes upon him, planting kisses upon the man's lips. Jiang Fengyue's actions captivated many eyes. Those who had been immersed in the shocking display on the screen now stared in astonishment at this sudden turn of events. A group of weeping little witches witnessed this scene, torn between laughter and tears, their faces a canvas of conflicting emotions. "Hee, what is happening? Whoa, whoa, I'm dying from laughter. Vic, how did they end up kissing? Hee, it's the first time I've seen them kiss. Be quiet. Let them kiss. Hee, where are the paper and pen? Bring me a sketch. I wish to create a masterpiece to hang in the hall." They stared at the central seat, but the next moment, shock caused their hands to tremble violently. Every eye clearly reflected the Dark Lord's current state, while the Death Eaters silently huddled beneath their seats. Chaotic magic surged from him like a tangible black mist, the chilling intent to kill and the aura of destruction nearly suffocating. His pallid skin seemed to pulsate with dark veins. In his scarlet pupils, reason was absent. He appeared to be trapped in a state of madness, consumed by endless pain, dread, and a ferocity capable of incinerating everything. What is happening to him? Harry stared in terror at the scene, sensing the pure, dark magic energy spiraling out of control. It seems Voldemort's magic is about to explode. His magic is fueled by pain. Hermione covered her mouth. Powerful emotional fluctuations can directly trigger a wizard's internal magic. Given Voldemort's level of magic, Merlin. She raised her face, her eyes filled with confusion. But how can Voldemort's magic be pain? Voldemort gazed at the Dark Lord, fingers caressing his wand, his eyes narrowing. Grindelwald regarded the central seat, brow furrowed. Dumbledore abruptly stood, casting a wary glance at the central seat, preparing to shield those behind him. Jiang Fengyue tenderly kissed the man's lips, then his eyes, and down to his nose, tracing the furrow of his brow. "Look at me, my lord." In the pauses between kisses, he whispered, "I am here, warm and whole. Have you embraced me? Can you feel it?" He guided the Dark Lord's hand around his waist, grasping his other hand to caress his face. "You have not arrived late," Jiang Fengyue murmured against his lips. "You have always been timely, always saving me. Look, I am now in your arms." Jiang Fengyue strived to soothe him, their words intertwining with their breaths. The connection between them allowed him to feel the tumultuous resonance of the Dark Lord's soul, mended and fused due to his nine-tailed fox essence, quaking intensely from profound empathy. It is not due to a lack of integration, but rather because the fusion has penetrated too deeply. The Dark Lord's obsession with Jiang Fengyue is fervently intense, bordering on madness, with an abnormal sense of protectiveness that is almost twisted to the core, to the extent of self-destruction rather than allowing any loss. Following the merging of their souls, a profound resonance occurs, intertwining their destinies. In this moment, he finds himself uncontrollably pursuing the link between them, delving into Jiang Fengyue's memories and sensing the anguish he once endured. He has always been unable to tolerate any harm befalling Jiang Fengyue, and witnessing this scene now involuntarily compels him to revisit those painful memories repeatedly, experiencing the torment Jiang Fengyue once felt, driving his soul to the very depths of madness. In essence, once ensnared in this state, the Dark Lord's soul remains unscathed, yet he descends into madness, unleashing indiscriminate attacks upon all beings save for Jiang Fengyue. The mad Dark Lord incited memory resonance, madness, frenzy version. Once he succumbs to madness, it is the complete eruption of his soul's insanity that unleashes his immense power. Jiang Fengyue dares not contemplate whether the system and Dumbledore can arrive in time to safeguard everyone. Jiang Fengyue takes the initiative to deepen their connection, caressing his lips and attempting to extend his tongue within, only to be ensnared by the man's biting embrace. The viewing hall erupts into a flurry of bashful gasps. Harry rises, exclaiming in a hushed tone, "No peeking. Lower your heads." Little Dragon, accustomed to such antics, turns his head away while also covering Draco's flushed face, saying, "Don't look at my dad." Most people hurriedly bow their heads, while a small group dares to steal glances through their fingers. Ginny and Xiao Zhang cast Harry a reproachful glance, wiping away tears and revealing amused smiles, sneaking furtive looks. On the other side, Voldemort emanates a chilling aura, causing all Death Eaters to bow their heads in an instant. Voldemort gazes at the central seat, gripping the armrest tightly, his expression impassive. Jiang Fengyue clasps the Dark Lord's hand against his heart, having been entangled with him for some time, feeling the man reach a heightened state before finally retreating. He whispers against the Dark Lord's lips, "My heart is racing, Your Highness, intact and whole. You have arrived just in time each time." The Dark Lord's breath remains heavy, his unstable magic gradually condensing, his voice hoarse and terrifying. "You should not have been harmed." "Indeed," Jiang Fengyue replies succinctly, leaning in once more to lick the corner of his mouth. "Thus, I must trouble you, Your Highness, to guard me even more closely henceforth." "There is no henceforth," the Dark Lord enunciates with great emphasis, each word dripping with obsessive malice. "I shall not permit anything or anyone to approach you again." In this moment, Jiang Fengyue refrains from retorting, allowing the Dark Lord to indulge in kissing him. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." The suffocating pressure of magical energy in the hall finally ebbs away like a receding tide, allowing the gathered crowd to cautiously lift their heads, only to find Jiang Fengyue seated once more in his place. Yet his upper body is tightly embraced by the Dark Lord. The sound emanating from the screen once again captivates everyone's attention, as they witness Barty Crouch making another move against Jiang Fengyue, eliciting a chorus of gasps and expressions of concern. Ron pounds his thigh, exclaiming, "Is he coming soon? He really cannot hold on much longer. If help does not arrive soon, he will bleed out." Harry suddenly raises his head. "I heard it." "What?" "I heard it." Draco lifts his gaze, and the crowd watches as the screen fills with dark clouds and raging winds. Jiang Fengyue smiling as he coughs up blood and falls backward. Just as he is about to hit the ground, a pair of hands tightly grips his waist, pulling him into an embrace. A thunderous roar reverberates through the viewing hall, shaking the very souls of those present. Draco murmurs, "The thunder roars." Viewing experience 57, human adaptation. At the very moment he was about to plunge into the mire, a pair of hands firmly embraced him, securing him in a protective embrace. An unprecedented, terrifying thunderclap erupted overhead, as a torrential downpour was momentarily pushed aside by an invisible force, creating a fleeting vacuum. The roar of thunder heralded the arrival of the Dark Lord. Amidst the horrified gazes of all, the figure clad in black robes knelt upon the ground, tightly clutching the platinum-haired youth. Those crimson slit-like eyes, emerging from the abyss, ignited with hellish fury, and the purple wand was suddenly raised. Avada Kedavra! The crowd gasped in astonishment and wept. "He has come. The master is saved. Harry, he has got him covered. Ron, I should have anticipated this. He has really gone all out. Sirius, goodness, does he have a soundtrack to accompany his entrance? Hermione, calm down. Calm down. He is using the killing curse. It's not aimed at us." Draco shot her a cold look. "Can't you just enjoy this as a film?" In reality, when faced with the killing curse, everyone would flee faster than a dog. Hermione hesitated. "But that is not right." Ron comforted her, patting her shoulder. "My dear Hermione, this is merely a memory of the master. Voldemort would never spare those who harm him, and he is indeed Voldemort. We have long prepared ourselves mentally for this." He shrugged. "Do you expect him to simply cast a stunning spell and call it a day? Is it a game of dodgeball?" The earlier chilling declarations of slaughter by the young dragon had already left them sufficiently horrified and shocked, which, in a way, had also prepared them mentally for what was to come. Hermione remained silent, ultimately saying nothing more. After all, did they truly believe that shouting cool at the screen would somehow render them immune to the real-life implications of the killing curse? It is exhilarating to witness the protagonist wreaking havoc in movies, novels, and comics. But does that mean society accepts murder? The human adaptive system, get. Moreover, Ron lifted his face, his tone unusually stern. "This is what you call reaping what you sow. Human hearts are inherently biased. and there's undoubtedly lean towards Jiang Fengyue. Harry, honestly, for Barty Crouch, this is far more effective than shouting Expelliarmus. The Death Eaters erupted in jubilant cheers, raising their hands and shouting praises for their master. So handsome. The Dark Lord has arrived. Who dares to defy him? Bella waved her wand, its tip flashing green light, as she excitedly hopped about. Master, master. Unrivaled in the world. Master, master. Power reigns supreme. Master, master. Those who refuse shall face death. Voldemort's eye twitched slightly, a disdainful snort escaping him. Yet he did not let this opportunity for recruitment slip away. He turned to the crowd at Hogwarts, extending his hand. Want to learn? It's simple. Join my ranks and call me master, and I shall teach you. Dumbledore shot him a cold glance and stood up to address the crowd. Children, the killing curse will taint our souls. Thunder can be learned, but this is a bit too advanced. Only top-level wizards can manipulate the weather. Do not be deceived. Yes, Headmaster. The 4 young ones responded solemnly. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction and leaned towards Professor McGonagall. We should hold a seminar on fraud prevention. It is quite necessary. The quartet chattered. The Death Eaters are recruiting. Should we go? Why would you take such a terrible job? Wah, don't say that. I'm so excited I might burst. The Dark Lord has finally arrived. My chief Wah, no more pretending. The young dragon cheered, raising his hand. Father has come. He looked up at the crowd. I told you. How could Headmaster Dumbledore possibly arrive faster than Father? The Hogwarts crowd found themselves in a moral quandary, struggling amidst their inner conflicts while secretly reveling in the spectacle. Regarding Voldemort publicly casting the unforgivable curse, but wishing they could pretend not to see it. To be frank, my friend, let us just enjoy it as a movie. We have already witnessed Voldemort's memories, so why expect to see him help an old lady cross the street? Morally, I should condemn this. Visually, to be honest, we are exhilarated. How wonderful that the Dark Lord has come to save the chief. Wah. Thankfully, he did not fall into Dumbledore's embrace. It is indeed a case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, punching the Ministry of Magic and kicking Dumbledore. James scratched his head. But how can it be stormy when he makes his entrance? Ron covered his pig-like brain. Our Voldemort didn't he do this either? The total amount and density of magical power must reach a certain level to invoke such celestial phenomena. Only a select few in the history of magic have achieved this. Hermione remarked. Currently, only a handful of wizards can reach such a level. Which few? Ron scratched his head. Grindelwald scoffed, while Dumbledore remained unfazed. Voldemort caressed his wand, holding Jiang Fengyue closely as he whispered to him. Ron, got it. All right, they're all here. However, Voldemort seems a bit different. Harry looked at the screen in confusion. This doesn't seem like a weather manipulation spell. He can't be doing this on the way, right? Hadn't that little witch said before? Powerful emotional fluctuations can directly trigger the magic within a wizard. Grindelwald yawned. A bunch of fools. Hermione gazed at the screen, her eyes lighting up. Voldemort's emotions are in turmoil, and the uncontrollable magic he exudes is causing the phenomena. Ron, say something we can understand. Hermione sighed. It's not that he is summoning thunder and lightning, but rather the world itself is responding to his uncontrollable wrath. Voldemort gazed impassively at the screen, watching the lightning tear through the sky, a flicker of jealousy and disdain passing through his eyes, followed by a cold smirk. Voldemort held the figure in his arms tightly. Platinum hair matted with blood clinging to his pale forehead, the youth's body riddled with wounds deep enough to reveal bone. His breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. A potent healing spell surged uncontrollably into the boy's body. Jiang Fengyue struggled to open his eyes, catching sight of the usually dignified and imposing man, now appearing as a ghoul. He trembled as he grasped Voldemort's sleeve, blood gushing from his mouth. Your Highness, you've come. Voldemort gently caressed his face. I'm late. Sleep now, it will be all right. The boy obediently closed his gray eyes, each feeble breath accompanied by a gurgle of blood. The Dark Lord looked down at the youth, barely clinging to life in his embrace. A terrifying magical pressure crashing over them like a tangible tsunami, sending shivers through everyone present. He tenderly cradled the boy as if holding a child, allowing him to rest against his arm. Simultaneously, his right hand, gripping the purple wand, elegantly rose before the hundreds present. Viewing experience 58, I can Death Eaters. Wow. Master, you really are double standard. The Death Eaters, eyes brimming with tears, clutched their handkerchiefs, lamenting. If we were caught, we'd simply be sent to Azkaban. And if we managed to escape, we'd be scolded as worthless. Wah. Why does this kid get healing spells, comfort, and hugs? As I said, my friend, you know how that kid operates. Go try to mimic him with the master. 666, playing the workplace game, huh? I detest you seasoned office veterans. 999. Aren't the lives of Death Eaters worth anything? Must the master kill? Bella glared at the screen, her fingers nearly puncturing the armrest in her fury. her jealousy directed at Jiang Fengyue, the fire in her eyes almost tangible. Harry widened his eyes. Goodness, Voldemort is acting like a human in front of him. He gazed complexly at the merciless and ruthless Voldemort, who, astonishingly, displayed such tenderness in comforting a single individual, even though he was already aware of, and had even witnessed, the intimate affection between Jiang Fengyue and the Dark Lord. The sight still sent a shiver through his heart. The wounds ran too deep. Mere healing spells were insufficient. Hermione clenched her fists. The gentleman requires more specialized treatment. Ginny stared blankly at the screen. To outsiders, he is decisive and ruthless, yet towards him, he exhibits gentleness and even affection. Xiao Zhang let out a bitter smile, holding his forehead. I can no longer comprehend the world. Who will come to my rescue? In the next moment, the Dark Lord on the crystal screen withdrew all softness. Raising his purple-clad wand, green and red lights flickered alternately, each burst heralding the fall of another life. The forest, mired in mud, echoed with incessant screams, while Barty Crouch, cornered, shielded another with his own body, screaming in rage. He was actually holding someone else. Harry scowled in disgust. This is ridiculous. Voldemort's killings instilled fear in them, yet such treachery from behind was even more repugnant. One life after another fell, and the Death Eaters clapped and cheered excitedly, while the sounds from Hogwarts grew increasingly faint. Draco's lips paled, but he merely watched. Suddenly turning to Harry, he sneered. Well, the savior? The Dark Lord is about to annihilate everything. Harry's expression twisted, but he merely cast a mild glance at him. What do you think I am? An absolute arbiter of justice, compelled to believe that the deceased are always in the right? He glanced at the bloodied figure in Voldemort's embrace. Some anger can indeed only be quelled by blood. Lucius regarded the screen with a complex expression, filled with disbelief and shock, while Narcissa elegantly turned her head. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. It is only just. Sirius clicked his tongue, irritably raking his fingers through his hair, yet said nothing. Voldemort had nearly slaughtered everyone in the mire. Only a scant few remained standing. Blood splattering against the screen like a visceral reality, shocking to behold. Yet few dared utter words of dissent. They watched as Crouch captured Jiang Fengyue, witnessed his reckless incursion into the Ministry of Magic, saw him protect Sirius and others as they fought their way out, observed him, battered and bloodied, on the brink of death, and noted his self-inflicted wounds in a desperate bid to remain conscious. On the screen, Voldemort's wand tip gathered a chilling green light. They could not bear to watch yet were unable to look away, a sense of numbness, even a secret thrill, spreading amongst them. The severity of the injuries sustained by those they cared for had twisted the notion of justice into something grotesque. Ultimately, human hearts are inherently biased. Dumbledore did not avert his gaze. He stared into the swamp shrouded in despair and fury, observing the feeble figure in Voldemort's arms. Watching the Dark Lord unhesitatingly raise his wand, intent on annihilation. He sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and savored the most intricate and bitter of flavors. He neither approved nor condemned. He simply understood, a heavy understanding laced with pain. Grindelwald beheld Voldemort clutching his treasure, commanding life and death, his eyes glinting with resonance and even nostalgia. Albus, he is right, Grindelwald remarked with a smile. When the boundaries are trampled and treasures are destroyed, only the most extreme and terrifying retaliation can redefine those boundaries, ensuring the world remembers what is untouchable. This is not about right or wrong. It is part of dominion. He fixated on the screen. From now on, will anyone in the Ministry of Magic dare to touch the one he holds? No. Crouch, retreating to a corner, gazed in horror at this scene, his remaining sanity completely devoured by fear and a twisted fury. His eyes burned red, resembling a madman, as he channeled all his magical power into the tip of his wand, howling in anguish. Fiendfire. A violent, azure flame erupted from Crouch's wand, twisting the air, evaporating the rain, melting the earth, and charging directly at Voldemort and his cherished companion. Voldemort did not even glance back. He simply held Jiang Fengyue tighter, his steps unbroken, casually waving his hand behind him, his voice deep. All curses cease. The roaring flames dissipated, and Crouch's desperate strike was brushed aside with such nonchalance. He used all curses cease by himself. Hermione's eyes widened. Ron exclaimed, Merlin, although I was prepared for Voldemort's power, this is still. The wand raised, ultimate protection. The wand lowered, curses halt. 100 wands raised together, all curses cease. Harry, I can defeat Voldemort? He nodded, determination shining in his eyes as he repeatedly encouraged himself. I can. I can. I can. The headmaster said only I can. The prophecy states I can. The crowd at Hogwarts gasped in astonishment. Voldemort paused, turning his head with a furrowed brow. You don't want to learn the killing curse? Then learning this is fine. As long as you kneel at my feet and call me master. Tom. Dumbledore could no longer contain himself. Please, watch seriously. I can teach as well. Moreover, all curses cease is related to the strength of one's magic. Do not deceive the children. The viewing body 59, medical malpractice. A golden light suddenly tore through the heavy rain. The Phoenix Patronus, with immense wings outstretched, stood firmly before Voldemort's wand, which was charged with extermination. Tom, stop. A figure in white robes appeared through apparition. And Voldemort instinctively tightened his embrace around the cold body, his scarlet pupils locking onto Dumbledore with a low, furious roar. Get lost, old bee. Dumbledore's gaze, however, transcended the Phoenix, deeply and anxiously fixed on the platinum-haired boy, barely clinging to life in Voldemort's arms. Look at the child in your arms, Tom. His body is at its breaking point. He cannot hold on much longer. He needs to go to St. Mungo's immediately. Please, stop, Tom. Ron exclaimed. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry turned with a mournful expression. Headmaster, your timing is rather unfortunate. Hermione attempted to maintain her composure, but her voice was tinged with regret. From a legal and moral standpoint, the headmaster's intervention to prevent slaughter is correct, but the true culprit, Crouch, actually. The atmosphere among the Slytherins was thick with resentment, their grievances nearly palpable. Headmaster Dumbledore, next time, please arrive even later. Even the other three were deeply regretful. Their hearts aching. Hey, old bee, haha. How come Voldemort is also cursing like that? A small dragon turned its head, its little face puffed up in anger. Headmaster Dumbledore. How could you do this? Father has already killed most of them. What is wrong with killing a few more? My dad is so severely injured. Jiang Fengyue couldn't help but chuckle, and the Dark Lord, holding him tightly, unable to restrain himself from the earlier turmoil, lowered his head to bite his lip. Kissing him once more, Dumbledore looked at them helplessly, even feeling a touch of grievance. The Death Eaters erupted in outrage, pointedly accusing Dumbledore. Dumbledore, you despicable man. How dare you threaten our master's most cherished one? You wait. If it weren't for the gentleman being injured, you'd be in for a beating. Voldemort appeared quite pleased with this display of loyalty, nodding slightly. Grindelwald scoffed, a massive pressure emanating from him like a mountain, silencing the Death Eaters, who immediately fell silent. Cowering in their seats, their bones creaking under the burden. Voldemort snorted coldly, releasing his own terrifying magical pressure, and the viewing hall fell silent. The little snakes silently closing their mouths. Alert. Eliminate Voldemort. 1 Grindelwald, magic power. Voldemort cast a downward glance at the youth in his embrace, whose breath was faint and faltering, his body drenched in blood, with his chest slightly concave from broken ribs. A fierce tempest of rage clashed violently with the essence of the one he held. Abruptly, he turned, clutching the boy tightly as he strode forth, leaving behind a trail of bloodthirsty wrath, his black cloak unmarred by the carnage around him. Harry's expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazed at Voldemort's retreating figure. He truly walked away. Hermione appeared bewildered. I thought this was another battle. Her gaze fixed on the screen, where the figure holding the boy turned to depart. Ron stood in stunned silence. Merlin. It was like witnessing a tsunami gracefully bypass a rose just before crashing onto the shore. Harry suddenly pivoted. Whoever you are, get off Ron. Ron, huh? Ginny's lips curled into a smile. He suppressed his murderous desire to save him, even enduring Dumbledore's probing. Autumn sighed deeply. When will we get married? The Death Eaters were utterly astonished, silently watching the resolute turn of the dark cloak, casting aside the torrential bloodshed, leaving everything behind to become a blurred backdrop. The Dark Lord's words, steeped in the stench of blood, echoed throughout the viewing chamber. I shall crush all those damned beings. You cannot stop me. Dumbledore. Harry, huh? What a show. Ron, so cool. Serious. By Merlin, that was impressive. I must remember to say that next time. Harry whirled around. A look of betrayal etched across his face. You all. Ron coughed awkwardly. Bro, that was pretty cool. The little lions nodded solemnly. Good heavens. I never thought Voldemort could look so dashing. Perhaps it's due to that face of his, one remarked, furrowing his brow, adopting a serious demeanor. Attempting to mimic. You cannot stop me. I will crush all enemies. Dumbledore. A little snake retched. Ugh. A little lion retorted. Hey, don't go too far. That's just disgusting. Another chimed in. It's not that bad. You're exaggerating. The little lion shot back. What? Ginny whispered. Thank goodness for Dumbledore's appearance. It's simply marvelous. Autumn added, I think we should pay our respects to the healers at St. Mungo's. The group looked up to see the Dark Lord's figure already hovering above St. Mungo's. Having seized nearly half the healers in a brief gasp of shock, dragging them violently into the swirling vortex of apparition. Harry exclaimed, medical disturbance. This is definitely a medical disturbance. Ron sighed deeply. At least having a skill means they'll just be caught and not killed. In the opulent chamber. A throng of healers surrounded the four-poster bed, striving to save the figure lying upon it. Abraxas roared in fury, determined to make the ministry pay dearly, while the house elf, Fifi, wailed inconsolably. The Dark Lord stood by the window, observing the cacophony surrounding him. Jiang Fengyue lay with tightly shut eyes, teeth clenched, unable to swallow even a vial of potion as the healers were rendered powerless, their hands trembling. Fearful to pry open his mouth with force or use magic lest it threaten the precarious state of his body. Witnessing this scene, the Dark Lord suddenly approached the bedside, and the trembling healers parted to grant him passage. He seized a vial of potion and consumed it, then carefully cradled the boy, administering the potion into his mouth. The room plunged into silence, the healers paralyzed with fear, terrified that witnessing this moment might lead to their silencing. Abraxas stood frozen. Vial after vial of potion was consumed by the Dark Lord, each one passed into the boy's lips. 5 days later, as dawn and moonlight intertwined, spilling into the lavish room and illuminating the pallor of the platinum-haired youth, he awakened from a kiss. An invasive scent surged forcefully into his nostrils. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision still blurred, only to collide with a pair of frenzied crimson-slit pupils. The Dark Lord, upon seeing him awake, did not withdraw. Rather, he became even more unrestrained in his voraciousness, intruding with an audacity that knew no bounds. The air seemed to congeal into amber, every gaze fixated intently upon the screen. When the Supreme Dark Lord administered the potion with his lips, a pin could be heard falling in the hall. And not to mention, 5 days later, when Jiang Fengyue awoke, the Dark Lord was kissing him. Kissing one who lay injured and unresponsive. The entire screen magnified to the utmost, occupying every viewer's sight, leaving only the two in a fervent embrace, the Dark Lord's actions imbued with an irresistible dominance. As he pressed and ravaged, Jiang Fengyue helplessly endured. The juxtaposition of strength and fragility reached its zenith, a tension materializing. It was as if something within was boiling, igniting the entire viewing hall to the brink of explosion. Bellatrix was the first to scream, akin to a kettle boiling over in utter madness. The Death Eaters gasped collectively, exchanging incredulous glances, astonished to witness their master in such a manner. Family, it seems our master has fallen. Good heavens, having witnessed this scene, will we not be executed? By Merlin, I have served the master for 20 years and have never seen him like this. Not just you, even the master himself has likely never seen this. Voldemort tightened his grip on his wand, his knuckles turning white, eyes like a frozen lake, the atmospheric pressure around him plummeting. Hogwarts, after the initial shock, erupted into unprecedented chaos of cheers and revelry, whistles, screams, and jeers exploding like fireworks. Oh, Headmaster, Lord Dark Lord, did he just stick out his tongue? Did the Dark Lord just stick out his tongue? Of course. It was so intense. Did you not see the tension? All right. I rate this awakening method a solid O. Someone, bring me a quill. Hang that in the Slytherin common room, and this in the Great Hall, right behind Dumbledore. Harry's face flushed with disbelief, rendered speechless by the sheer intensity of the kiss that had ignited such fervor, grinding his teeth in embarrassment. He is still injured, still recuperating. Damn Voldemort. How can he not spare him even in his wounded state? Ron could no longer cover his mouth, murmuring in awe, Merlin, this is truly intense. Draco's ears turned nearly crimson. Merlin, the little dragon, blushing furiously, stood up and shouted to the crowd, Don't look at my dad. Why are you blushing? Draco retorted. Didn't you say the Dark Lord and Mr. are often lovey-dovey at home? But it's never like this. In front of us. It's usually just ordinary kisses. The little dragon bellowed, his cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Sirius whistled 10 bends, eager to compose a song. Lucius's wand clattered to the ground. Sissy, what is this? A kiss? Narcissa instinctively chimed in. Merlin, he kisses so deeply. A group of little witches became gophers. Ah, life is all about certain moments. I'm dead. I'm alive again. Such a sweet kiss. Merlin, waking up to a kiss. I can't take it. It's so delightful. Fred, not knowing where he procured a set of drums, struck them thunderously, while George produced fireworks from Weasley's wizard wheezes, causing a multitude of unicorns to soar in the sky. A universal celebration. Drums resounded. Firecrackers blared. Weddings. 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 Continue kissing. Ginny grasped Autumn's hand. Why do I feel so blissful? Yet I can't help but wish for the Dark Lord to move aside, letting the one who kisses him be me. Xiao Zhang gazed at the screen, tears cascading down her cheeks. You might have become a dream girl. Ginny, with tears in her eyes, replied, but I cannot help but shed tears of joy when I see their happiness. Xiao Zhang sniffled. Then you are a dream weeper. Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. Wow. Grindelwald stroked his chin. Ow, are you feeling nostalgic? I am willing. Dumbledore feigned ignorance. refusing to engage in any tug-of-war, and resolutely pulled his sleeve back. Who could have imagined witnessing the merciless Dark Lord in such a tender state? Nearly kissing the breath away from his beloved, Jiang Fengyue stared at the screen, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the Dark Lord had administered the potion to him in such an intimate manner that day. He glanced at the completely frozen Abraxas beside him and sighed. No wonder the Dark Lord had stayed by his side for 5 days. And yet his father had said nothing to him, for the more exhilarating scenes had already been thrust upon him, forcing him to witness everything in real time. He turned to the Dark Lord, who, having been in a state of emotional turmoil, had not once looked at the screen, his crimson gaze fixated solely upon him. Jiang Fengyue shifted slightly, aware that the man was currently sorting through his emotions, his rationality not yet fully restored. Your Highness? Jiang Fengyue softly called out. The Dark Lord grasped his fingertips. Does it still hurt? Not anymore, he murmured soothingly, then guided him to turn his head toward the raucous screen. Look, you are kissing me. On the screen, the man was engaged in a deep kiss with his beloved, reality and memory intertwining at that moment. The Dark Lord's chaotic gaze churned violently as he turned to behold the intact Jiang Fengyue mere inches away, his breath heavy. He affectionately nuzzled Jiang Fengyue's nose, his Adam's apple bobbing, the remnants of his tumultuous thoughts rendering his desires frighteningly explicit. Not enough, I want more. The viewing audience was left in utter disarray. The prolonged kiss on screen finally concluded as the Dark Lord slightly loosened his embrace, revealing the true visage of the person he had been holding. The once boisterous viewing hall fell into a profound silence. On the screen, Jiang Fengyue's hair was disheveled, resembling flowing moonlight, his face flushed crimson, extending to his ears and neck. His eyes glistening with a layer of moisture, his lashes lightly trembling. His mouth parted slightly, lips shimmering with a watery sheen, connecting with Voldemort's thin lips like a silken thread. An exquisite beauty, both conquered and fragile, mingled with lingering frailty and confusion, enveloped the atmosphere. The crowd murmured, damn. This system can really deliver. Jiang Fengyue stole a glance, then immediately reached out to turn the Dark Lord's face toward him. Unaware of any discrepancy, the Dark Lord, who was solely focused on him, continued to calm his chaotic thoughts, his red eyes fixated on Jiang Fengyue, as he couldn't help but plant repeated pecks on him. From his forehead to his brows and finally to the corners of his lips, Jiang Fengyue endured the pecking like a bird pecking at wood, reminding himself to focus on stabilizing his emotions rather than the screen. Harry felt as if all the blood had rushed to his face. He touched it, startled by the heat. Goodness, he's truly bold. Ron nearly toppled off his chair, while Hermione stared blankly at the screen, her quill clattering onto her notebook. Sirius averted his gaze, scoffing softly, only to turn back and fixate on the screen once more. Draco stared vacantly at the screen, only to be pinched by the little dragon beside him, who blushed and glared at him, threatening in a hushed tone. No. Looking at my dad. Draco, feeling wronged, turned away only to meet a pair of emerald eyes. Harry unconsciously glanced at him, his cheeks flushed, his eyes like jade. Lucius's serpent-headed wand slipped from his grasp. His gray eyes filled with astonishment as he averted his gaze, his throat instinctively tightening. Narcissa, watching the screen, trembled her lashes, unable to suppress a gasp. It's no wonder he possesses such grace. A group of children was nothing short of a disaster zone. It would be worth it to die just for this glimpse. Thank you for this narrative echo. Is there more to come? Some things don't need to be censored. I won't report it. It's worth it. Absolutely worth it. Thank you, Dark Lord. The Death Eaters, accustomed to closing their eyes, did just that, while Bella whimpered, fiercely pinching Lestrange's arm. Voldemort's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his eyes sweeping past the central seats before he expressionlessly lowered his gaze. His wand firmly gripped between his fingers. Traitors must pay the price, but first, he must retrieve them. Your Highness, why are you still secretly kissing me? He teased softly, relieved to have awakened in time to notice. Voldemort's hand, resting by his pillow, suddenly tightened as he leaned in closer. Wrong. Not secretly, nor just this time. Over the 5 days and nights you lay here, unaware and asleep. His voice lowered, each word clear and deliberate. Every beam of moonlight, every ray of dawn bore witness to my kiss. Jiang Fengyue was taken aback, gazing into Voldemort's eyes, which reflected a kind of tormented madness, an ineffable emotion. He heard the man's voice, hoarse and breathless. In these 5 days, I have kissed you countless times. Voldemort greedily traced the features of the platinum-haired youth beneath him, pressing his lips to Jiang Fengyue's forehead. Now, you have finally awakened. As the Dark Lord's deep and obsessive voice resonated throughout the viewing hall, the entire space seemed to hit the pause button before erupting like a boiling cauldron. Whoa! Hermione clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the screen, unable to suppress a quiet cheer. Harry exclaimed, He actually took advantage of him for 5 days. Damn Voldemort. Draco clamped his hand over Harry's mouth, shaking him like a little duck, gritting his teeth. Can't you have a hint of romance, Potter? Shut up. Ron, in shock, exclaimed. I can't believe Voldemort spoke such sweet nothings. My goodness. He leaned closer to Hermione, peering at her notebook. Hermione, write that down. I'm afraid I'll forget. Hermione retorted. You idiot, Ron. Little Eagle shed 2 lines of tears. If Voldemort can say such things. Yet my classmates can only play with slime, boo-hoo. Little Badger chuckled. Who are you talking about? A young lion bit his lip. Can kissing really awaken someone? Clearly. He was taking advantage. Little Snake shot him a glance. What do you know? What do you mean I don't know? You tell me, what does Voldemort mean? His kiss doesn't cure anything. Little Snake fell silent, merely sketching the contours of his face with sidelong glances, and after a while, he gently remarked, everyone's feelings are unique. Some burn like fire, unhesitatingly expressing their fervor. Others are like deep pools, daring only to suppress turbulent waves beneath a calm surface. Until the moment of culmination, those words hidden in the heart may never see the light of day. Hermione gazed at the screen. Watching Voldemort's fervent expression and his almost confessional words, his injury has made Voldemort feel fear for the first time. What he truly wishes to convey is perhaps not these sweet nothings. Yet, this was all he could express at the brink of emotional collapse. Draco softly added, what he truly wants to say isn't any of those romantic-sounding lines. Harry turned to him. Then what does he want to say? Draco locked eyes with the emerald gaze, as the surrounding audience listened in silence. He might want to say, don't leave me. Don't leave me. In his endless solitude and darkness, amidst countless souls, he finally glimpsed the flickering light of Jiang Fengyue, having chosen him, grasping onto him with all his might. Hermione inhaled deeply. Voldemort felt the pang of fear. For the very first time in his life, he experienced the essence of fear. It was a sensation he could scarcely endure, not due to his formidable power nor his own safety, but rather the dread of losing his beloved. He must confirm his presence in the gentlest and most intimate manner possible. Mastery over slaughter, manipulation, and oppression was Voldemort's forte. Yet, what could be considered a gentle approach that would not inflict harm? He grasped Jiang Fengyue's hand, but that was insufficient. He embraced Jiang Fengyue's form, and still, it was not enough. He kissed him. Ron, somewhat bewildered, pondered. Thus, he repeatedly affirmed his beloved's existence through kisses, ensuring that this person remained firmly in his grasp. Harry observed Draco, whose gray eyes averted their gaze, no longer meeting his. Harry understood, murmuring to himself. Therefore, those sweet nothings were, in truth, his disarray. The viewing Entity 62, a sonnet. It was both a proclamation and a binding. Grindelwald abruptly interjected, mischievously intruding upon a gathering of children. He pointed at the Dark Lord and Jiang Fengyue seated at the center, then gestured towards Voldemort, followed by a boisterous laugh directed at himself. For beings like us, we are accustomed to controlling everything. Loss is intolerable. Yet love is the most perilous, uncontrollable variable. Dumbledore's fingertips trembled. Thus, Ginny gazed at the screen, contemplating. His words that every beam of moonlight at dawn bears witness to my kiss may truly imply. Xiao Zhang softly murmured, every moment that cannot awaken you renders me as though I shall never see the light of day. Hermione closed her eyes. I measure time with kisses. For the first time in my life, I fear its infinite extension. Harry's throat constricted. If you do not awaken soon, my world shall know no peace. Ron fidgeted, glancing around, struggling to articulate his thoughts, secretly pretending he was invisible. Draco sighed softly. Slytherins seldom speak of love lightly. Voldemort, while Jiang Fengyue articulated his obsession, was, in fact, confessing his own disarray. He concealed his deepest fears and budding love beneath a facade of apparent dominance and undeniable declarations. What Voldemort truly wished to convey was never merely sweet nothings. It was the anguished wail and plea of a beast, choked by the terror of losing Jiang Fengyue. Harry, in agitation, ruffled his hair. Then why doesn't he just say it outright? Draco clicked his tongue, but he is the Dark Lord. At that moment, how could he possibly voice it? Hermione chuckled softly. He need not articulate it. The others, following her words, turned their attention to the screen, where the one cradled in the Dark Lord's arms listened to this heartfelt confession, merely gazing at him with tranquility. The screen fell silent, save for the gentle breeze of spring whispering through. Draco lowered his gaze. The beloved comprehended the unuttered words of the Dark Lord. Thus he held his gaze, unwavering. That single look sufficed. They understood everything. Hermione sighed. Their souls resonate. Harry clicked his tongue. The intricate Slytherin. Is there anything that cannot be directly stated? What needs to be said, we shall say. Draco interjected suddenly, observing the central seat. Perhaps the current Dark Lord has already learned to articulate it. Voldemort carried him directly to the dining hall, carefully settling him into a chair. Voldemort took his place at the head of the table, watching him eat in small bites. After he finished, they strolled along a path fragrant with pear blossoms towards the courtyard. Voldemort, no matter what happens in the future, wait for me. Jiang Fengyue lowered his gaze. Then Black is likely to. Let them go to hell. The Dark Lord's eyes grew progressively colder. His crimson-slit pupils locking onto him, repeating, let them perish. You slept for 5 days, without awakening even once. He murmured. Narcissa, serious, Ginny coughed. Ignoring the Dark Lord's words, it is, in fact, quite romantic. Xiao Zhang chuckled. Setting aside Sirius and the Black family, it is truly touching. Sob sob. Nagini lifted her tail, upon which carefully coiled a small, pristine branch of pear blossoms, gently placing it on Jiang Fengyue's lap, which was covered by a blanket. She raised her head, hissing at Jiang Fengyue, who tilted his head in confusion, then hissed at Voldemort. Voldemort whispered in parcel tongue, and Nagini, satisfied, coiled beside Jiang Fengyue. What did she say? Jiang Fengyue inquired. Not important, Voldemort replied nonchalantly. The crowd, 666, they aren't even pretending anymore. Ron muttered, if this snake didn't eat people, it wouldn't look half bad. Ginny nudged Harry. Harry, what did Nagini say? Xiao Zhang pinched Harry. Harry, speak up. Hermione poked Harry. What did Harry say? Harry huffed, pouting. It's nothing. I don't know why Voldemort didn't translate this for his beloved. Jiang Fengyue patted the Dark Lord's back, urging him not to peck yet. He turned to the little dragon. Little dragon, what did Nagini say? The chaotic Dark Lord, noticing him turn, tightened his embrace, leaning in intently to see his face. The little dragon hesitated, glancing at the Dark Lord, who was giving him the cold shoulder. Jiang Fengyue reassured. It's fine. Your father can't hear anything right now. Feel free to speak, little dragon. The little dragon grinned. Nagini said, you're finally awake, master. For the past 5 days, you haven't slept. And you wouldn't let me in to disturb you. This flower smells delightful. You should recover quickly and play with the master. Jiang Fengyue was taken aback, then raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the one who held him tightly. The Dark Lord, seeing him turn, stole a quick kiss. Then cast a dangerously red gaze at the little dragon, who gulped nervously, offering an awkward smile. Jiang Fengyue chuckled, caressing his neck. My lord, that is our son. Our son. The Dark Lord furrowed his brow. You gave him to me. Jiang Fengyue nodded, and the Dark Lord, satisfied, turned back, incessantly showering him with kisses. Jiang Fengyue allowed him to kiss him, his peripheral gaze sweeping towards the swirling narrative echo above the screen. Based on previous experience, it would take another round of emotional sorting from him before the Dark Lord could regain his composure. The chaotic mind would not sustain for long. At most until tomorrow morning. He pinched the Dark Lord's earlobe, lowering his gaze to admire the Dark Lord's extraordinary visage. Jiang Fengyue licked his lips. While he was still in this state, he must indulge him thoroughly. W. Shakespeare. He picked up the book, his red eyes filled with scrutiny and mockery, tapping the cover with his fingertips. Shakespeare? In Ab's collection, there exists a compendium of Muggle dramas? His tone was laced with disdain. Jiang Fengyue, basking in the sun, felt languid. His father had said, to understand Muggles is to master them. Voldemort casually flipped through the hefty pages, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon his handsome profile. His gaze settled on a page, and his deep voice resonated softly in the garden. Shall I compare thee to a summer day? Can I compare you to a summer day, though you are more lovely and more temperate? Nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Death cannot bear to approach, life shall endure. So long lives this, and this grants life to thee. The somber recitation of Voldemort seemed to emanate from afar, as Jiang Fengyue's breathing gradually elongated and steadied, surrendering to slumber beneath the sun's gentle rays. The audience, enraptured, sighed. The deep, magnetic timbre of Voldemort's voice flowed through the tranquil garden, delivering Shakespeare's sonnet, enveloping the theater in an unprecedented silence, where even the sound of heartbeats became distinctly audible. Voldemort's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze fixed on the screen, as if stung by something. He forcefully closed his eyes. The Death Eaters stared blankly at the screen, exchanging bewildered glances, while Bella's eyes brimmed with fervent tears, only to be replaced by a venomous glare a moment later. Embodying a split personality, Harry chuckled. You still look down on Muggle literature. How then does he know of Shakespeare's works? Voldemort, truly, is a polymath in a certain sense. Hermione marveled. Ron scratched his head. Is this poem that famous? Indeed, Hermione replied softly. It is one of the most renowned love poems in literary history. As the Dark Lord closed the book on the screen, he bent down to part Jiang Fengyue's hair, uttering in a near sigh, "But thy eternal summer shall not fade." A profound silence enveloped the hall, followed by a collective intake of breath. Ginny pressed her forehead. At this point, is he still not going to confess? Confess? Harry turned back, bewildered. They've already kissed so many times. Is a confession still necessary? Of course it is. Hermione's tone turned exceedingly grave. Cho poked Harry. A relationship should commence with a solemn confession, a clearly defined identity. Otherwise, what is it but a mere dalliance? Any relationship that begins ambiguously will inevitably conclude in disarray. Draco raised his chin. How could the gentleman be content with such ambiguity, especially considering? He cast an enigmatic glance at the central seat. The gentleman likely wishes for the whole world to know that the Dark Lord belongs to him, and no one else shall lay eyes upon him. Xiaolong turned back, proudly declaring, Father has always insisted on being above board, even if it is something that others fear and refuse to accept. He will employ means to render it legitimate and transparent. The next day, upon seeing him, Snape's eyes turned red as he pulled a handful of potions from his pocket, treating him as if he were a fragile porcelain figure. I truly cannot bear to see Snape like this, Harry lamented. I am blind. Ron exclaimed. Sirius, quick, poke my eyes out, James. James, nestled in Lily's embrace, mumbled. I see nothing, nothing at all. Snape stiffened, regarding the screen where his eyes were tinged with crimson, sneering contemptuously as he turned his head away. So, is this situation nearing its conclusion? Jiang Fengyue inquired of Snape. Snape nodded. Uncle Albus and the 12 heads of houses are pressuring the Ministry of Magic. They have been quite overwhelmed these past few days. The Minister of Magic even dares to summon you to participate in Crouch's trial after the incident, Snape stated coldly, utterly oblivious to the consequences. When the minister proposed this demand, Abraxas nearly shattered the entire courtroom in his fury. Abraxas lost all reason, directly withdrawing the substantial annual contributions to the ministry until the minister could no longer withstand the pressure and came to apologize and make promises. Hey, Malfoy, Harry poked Draco. Is your family that wealthy? Draco shot him a glance. Yes, quite wealthy. Harry scratched his head. Then how did the ministry dare to arrest your father? Shut up, Potter. Draco hissed in a low voice. Do not mention that. Oh. After a moment, Draco spoke softly. In the past, we were wealthier and more powerful. Harry's eyes widened slightly as he sensed the underlying meaning in Draco's words. The Malfoys remained affluent, yet had fallen from grace in the true power dynamics. Wow, that's quite exaggerated, Harry remarked, pausing to ease the atmosphere. You have more than enough wealth now. Is that really exaggerated? Draco chuckled lightly, leaning in closer. I thought the savior preferred to resolve matters with a fist. Harry shot him a glance, their eyes meeting momentarily before they slowly averted their gazes. The screen displayed the conversation between Jiang Fengyue and Snape, showcasing the chess match between the light and dark sides, as glimpsed through a newspaper. Hermione frowned. This is political maneuvering. Jiang Fengyue raised an eyebrow. What else? Snape hesitated for a moment after the incident. The Knot family claimed that the Dark Lord summoned all Death Eaters. He took a deep breath. The Dark Lord punished all Death Eaters employed at the Ministry for failing to protect you during the crisis. Good thing we weren't working over there. Ha ha ha. A Death Eater chuckled. Sirius gave a thumbs up. All right. Voldemort punishing Death Eaters. I support it. James chimed in, seconded. Ginny sighed, placing her hand to her forehead. That Voldemort deserves to have a gentleman. Chio chuckled wryly, shaking her head. When will there be a confession? That is all I wish to know. Snape hesitated again. Yet his words remained unspoken. It is as you think, Jiang Fengyue replied nonchalantly, though it still requires that final push. I'll kick, Ginny declared. Me too, Chio added. Everyone. Stop talking. I'll do it. The little snakes proclaimed. We'll join in. The little lions chimed in. We can help too. The little badgers hesitated, scratching their heads. Harry chuckled. I'll block. Harry, everyone exclaimed. Snape paused, bewildered, but he is the same age as Uncle Albus. Jiang Fengyue. Voldemort. Everyone. Impressive. The Death Eaters silently raised their thumbs towards Hogwarts. The Hogwarts students all gave Snape a thumbs up. Harry turned to Snape, nodding appreciatively. Professor, you spoke splendidly. Ron raised a thumbs up to Snape. Snape, a true powerhouse. Snape's lips twitched. He lowered his head silently and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Ding. Thank you all for watching. Today's screening has come to a close. Minor children, please be escorted by your parents. The dining hall is now prepared. Everyone is free to proceed to the dining area or the lounge. Instantly, a rustling sound filled the screening room as everyone packed up their belongings. Jiang Fengyue stood up, holding the Dark Lord's hand, about to speak to Xiaolong, when he saw Xiaolong embrace him. Xiaolong sighed. Father, I am no longer a 10-year-old child. I understand. Jiang Fengyue. Xiaolong extended his little hands towards Draco and Harry. Let's hold hands and go. I am hungry. Draco and Harry, taken aback, each took one of his hands, and the three of them walked hand in hand, waving goodbye to Jiang Fengyue and the Dark Lord. The crowd watched this bizarre scene. mixed with awkward laughter. Jiang Fengyue remained unfazed, unconcerned, as he turned to leave with the Dark Lord. Two figures approached. Grindelwald patted Xiaolong's head. "Come on, kid. I'll treat you to dinner." "Mr. Grindelwald, there is no need for currency to dine here." The little dragon grasped Harry's hand, affectionately ruffling the back of his head. "And I shall not utter a word." Jiang Fengyue led the Dark Lord back to the lounge, securely locking the door behind them, guiding him to sit beside the four-poster bed. The man fixated his unwavering gaze upon him, allowing him to take the lead. Jiang Fengyue lowered his eyes and smiled gently, leisurely unclasping his outer robe. He could feel the intensity of the gaze upon him grow increasingly fervent, the rise and fall of his chest becoming more pronounced. He gradually settled onto the Dark Lord's lap, who instinctively wrapped his arms around Jiang Fengyue's waist, pulling him tightly into his embrace. His long fingers roving eagerly, but were met with resistance from Jiang Fengyue. The Dark Lord looked at him in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the reason for the hindrance. Leaning in affectionately to brush his lips against Jiang Fengyue's chin, "Little moon, I desire." Jiang Fengyue chuckled softly, his fingertip resting against the Dark Lord's chest, gently pushing him back until his upper body sank into the velvet. Jiang Fengyue's fingers glided across his cheek, his lower body slightly lifting, as if teasingly hinting at the extraordinary allure that already danced within him. The Dark Lord tightened his grip on Jiang Fengyue's waist, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Jiang Fengyue laughed lightly, carelessly patting the increasingly stunning visage of the Dark Lord, his face now imbued with a captivating charm. "My dear prince, call me master." The dim light flickered, leaving only the restless candlelight that cast dancing shadows of the drapery upon the wall, resembling an agitated soul. Jiang Fengyue felt as though he was suspended in midair, much like a droplet of water without a place to cling, drifting aimlessly. His shoulder blades reminiscent of wings yearning to take flight. It felt as if he were amidst the clouds, yet also teetering on the edge of a profound abyss. Jiang Fengyue raised his seemingly heavy hand, laboriously patting the Dark Lord's chest, his gaze lowered, his gray eyes veiled in mist, locking onto the scarlet slit that had ensnared him. "Tell me, who am I, my prince?" The Dark Lord instinctively grasped his fingers, his voice hoarse and indistinct. "My little moon." Jiang Fengyue chuckled softly, suppressing the urge to ask, "Tell me, who holds dominion over you now?" The Dark Lord captured his wayward hand, affectionately kissing the tips of his fingers. "It is you, my little moon." Jiang Fengyue's fingers slid downwards, gently pressing against his lips. "And what else? Think again. I have taught you this, my prince." The Dark Lord's brows furrowed in confusion, his still muddled mind only containing the image of Jiang Fengyue, his anxiety evident. "Mine. You are mine. Think again." Jiang Fengyue leaned in closer, his breath teasingly near. "I pulled you back from the brink of madness. You tremble because of me. Now tell me, who am I?" The Dark Lord's Adam's apple bobbed, his red eyes locked onto the figure before him. Jiang Fengyue smiled slightly, his fingers entwining in the Dark Lord's hair, then suddenly seizing his thick black locks. "Speak it, my prince, you know it." He leaned closer, their breaths intertwining. "I am yours." The Dark Lord suddenly pressed his nose against Jiang Fengyue's, exuding an infinite sense of reliance and obsession, drawing near in a manner that was almost reverent, yet laced with fervor. Jiang Fengyue burst into laughter, his mirth shattering in the air. As his hands were captured by the Dark Lord, their palms pressed together, fingers interlocking tightly. "Call me once more, my prince." The world spun, order collapsing. Everything turned upside down like a mirror. The Dark Lord whispered from the depths of his throat, enshrouded in an uncontrollable obsession. "Mine, you are mine, solely belonging to me." "What is yours?" Jiang Fengyue chuckled softly. "Call me my prince." The Dark Lord leaned in, his chaotic thoughts fixating stubbornly on Jiang Fengyue, his large hand gripping Jiang Fengyue's wrist like a vice. "My master, you belong only to me." Jiang Fengyue laughed heartily, mingling with an almost frenzied obsession, as he tilted his head closer. "Of course, we possess each other, we consume one another." Their love was a reflection of two profound abysses, an eternal embrace of souls tirelessly entwined in darkness, with no victor or vanquished, only a perpetual fusion. The world faded, collapsed, and reformed, with only each other at the center. As thunder rumbled in the distance, Jiang Fengyue gazed into those crimson slits, not seeing a mere reflection, but the entirety of a world ablaze and crumbling, with himself at its core. There was no escape, no avoidance. He suddenly burst into wild laughter. The once vibrant world reduced to the essence of their breaths, becoming the final anchor in this overturned existence. The candlelight flickered, the moonlight shone, and the world trembled. Jiang Fengyue looked out at the bright moon, everything around him shimmering in residual shadows, his fingertips gliding gently over the arm of the person behind him, softly mesmerizing. "Call me once more, my prince." The Dark Lord instinctively grasped his hand. Jiang Fengyue chuckled softly. Tell me, who am I? The figure behind him gazed at him with a dazed expression, infatuated and entranced, just about to speak, yet suddenly fell silent, like a frame frozen in time. That exceptionally handsome face now seemed to emerge from the dissipating haze. The man raised an eyebrow, his red eyes narrowing, abruptly casting Jiang Fengyue into the tumultuous sea of stormy waves. The Dark Lord leaned down, seizing Jiang Fengyue's wrist, drawing close to his ear, his voice low and dangerous. My little moon, did you dare to demand this title while I was momentarily lost to reason? He savored each word. My master? Jiang Fengyue hesitated. He grasped the Dark Lord's wrist in return, then with great effort turned to face him. He met those red eyes, which now shone with clarity, a palpable pressure locking onto him. Wow, Jiang Fengyue chuckled lightly. My most illustrious Dark Lord, you have finally awakened. The Dark Lord slowly propped himself up, shadows enveloping Jiang Fengyue, his red eyes narrowing. Are you enjoying this? To the utmost. Jiang Fengyue responded with a smile, his fingertips tracing the contours of the Dark Lord's handsome face. The Dark Lord seized his wandering hand, drawing nearer once more. Now it is my turn, Jiang Fengyue cast a glance upwards, as if veiled in enchantment. That fleeting gaze nearly shattered the Dark Lord's composure. The Dark Lord gripped his chin, towering over him. You must remember, the one who brings you joy is I. The one who makes you weep is I. The one who commands you, from beginning to end, is only I. He closed the final gap between them, his red eyes like an abyss. Little moon, are you ready? Jiang Fengyue glanced at the clock that had chimed 12 times, slowly turning back to face the Dark Lord, scrutinizing his enigmatic expression, tilting his head with a languid tone laced with laughter. Can't sleep again? The Dark Lord chuckled softly. I will let you sleep, but you must wait for me. He gazed down at Jiang Fengyue, coaxing. Good baby. Now what should you call me? Jiang Fengyue laughed, climbing up to wrap his arms around his neck. I'm all yours. I am at your mercy. He provocatively met the intensity of those burning red eyes, parting his lips to declare his title for the Dark Lord. The candlelight surged. The drapery fell silently, enveloping the interior in a dance of flickering moonlight. The wind stirred outside, causing the window to creak softly, harmonizing with their heartbeats and breaths. The candlelight flickering wildly in response. Grindelwald was adorned with Dumbledore's tie around his neck, a belt wrapped around his waist, and a brooch pinned to his chest, exuding a spirited demeanor as he stepped outside. As soon as he stepped outside, he was nearly struck by a swiftly passing bicycle. With remarkable reflexes, he halted the departing Dumbledore, directing a low, stern rebuke at the now-stopped cyclist. You three rascals, bicycles are not permitted in the corridors. Has Hogwarts not taught you this? Dumbledore, upon hearing this, raised his hand as if to speak, only to lower it in silence. Sirius, tossing back his hair, delighted in assisting his brother by ushering him into a world for two, while also caring for his beloved protege, Harry. Once they exited the viewing room, he resembled a restless large black dog, attempting to lead the little black cat with emerald eyes around the place. Sirius cast a glance at Grindelwald and remarked, Well, Grindelwald, have you reverted to youth after just one night? Harry, seated behind him, looked at Dumbledore in surprise. Professor, you look younger too. Dumbledore, having transformed into a version of himself around 20 years of age, cleared his throat and said, I merely reminisce occasionally. Don't move. Potter. Sirius. Draco, sitting at the back, shouted, Steady. The bicycle is about to topple. What are you all doing? Grindelwald furrowed his brow. Having breakfast. Sirius saluted him with mock formality, exclaiming, The crab roast soup dumplings in the dining hall are limited. The earlier you arrive, the better. I specifically requested a bicycle from the system yesterday, eagerly waiting to seize the opportunity today. Let us hurry. Draco replied impatiently. Do you not realize how small the seat is? Shut up, you little brat. Sirius yelled back. If it weren't for needing to take Harry, do you think I'd want to carry you? You're my uncle. It's a family affair. Dumbledore rubbed his temples and gently said, All right, the three of you should be off now. Don't let time slip away. 3. Harry blinked in confusion. Sirius glanced at Harry, who looked at Draco, and Draco turned to the empty basket at the back. A silence enveloped them. Oh no, where's the little dragon? Grindelwald watched as the trio abruptly turned the bicycle around to search for him, their voices raised in mutual exasperation. Malfoy, how could you lose track of the child? Where's the little dragon? How should I know? I told him to hold on to my clothing and stay in the basket. Am I to blame for that? Why did Sirius even switch to a bicycle? Couldn't it have been a carriage or a car? Are you out of your mind, little brat? Are you going to drive a car in the corridor? Don't you have a license? Have you even studied for the theoretical test? Thank you. If you remember, I am a pure-blood wizard, not a muggle without magic. Stop talking, just find him quickly. I don't want to be killed by the Dark Lord, sob sob sob. I don't want to let down my mentor's trust, hoo hoo hoo. Grindelwald momentarily fell silent. Albus, what do you teach them at Hogwarts? Dumbledore buried his face in his hands. Just go eat. When they finally found the little dragon, leisurely strolling in the corridor, the trio dared not be careless. Harry cradled the upper half of the little dragon. Draco held the lower half, while Sirius pedaled furiously towards the dining hall. Fortunately, upon their arrival, there were still crab roast soup dumplings available, albeit only one basket remained. Draco crossed his arms and scoffed disdainfully at the others. I never wanted any. If I weren't worried about the little dragon, I wouldn't even have come with you. I don't want any either, Harry gulped. I can wake up early tomorrow. Sirius handed the steamer to the little dragon. Eat up, eat up. The little dragon cheered and stuffed dumplings into his mouth like a little hamster. Sirius, munching on bread, observed him with a scrutinizing gaze. This young lad, though still a child, possessed extraordinary features. He would undoubtedly grow into someone captivating. Ignoring his current appearance of stuffing his face like a hamster, he carried a certain aloof nobility when he held his head high. Yet Sirius mused aloud. Let us not even mention your father, a cold-hearted murderer, utterly despicable. Your dad, while appearing charming and possessing striking eyes that gleam with intelligence, is as cunning as a fox, radiating both grace and guile. He chuckled. How can two such inhumane and deranged individuals produce such a seemingly wholesome little cake like you? The little dragon shot him a glare. Who are you looking down on? I am Draco Voldemort Malfoy. Do you believe I won't tell my father? Harry interjected, lethargically shoving a spoonful into his mouth. Please, don't say that. I don't want to hear two Malfoys uttering such words beside me, especially when what you say makes it hard to sleep. Draco elegantly sliced into his sunny side-up egg, casting a sidelong glance at them, sneering, you don't understand. He is not solid. He is made of chocolate with a molten center. The little dragon nodded in agreement, then furrowed his brow. But you didn't say anything nice either. What are you eating, Harry? Sirius leaned closer to Harry's bowl, observing the smooth and delicate tofu topped with a glossy layer of spicy oil and drizzled with sauce, garnished with vibrant green scallions. Each bite sent his taste buds dancing. I think it's called tofu brain, Harry pondered. Sirius stroked his chin. What animal is tofu? I don't know. Maybe like little chicks, ducklings, fish, or calves. Is it delicious? Delicious. Harry raised his hand in excitement. Autumn Zhang recommended it to me, and Ron said it's tasty too. He contemplated, but Hermione says sweet is better than salty. I'll have to try the sweet version tomorrow. The little dragon swallowed his last crab roe dumpling, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. He glanced around, hesitating. Should I bring back a meal for Dad? I'm worried he might be hungry. Sirius scoffed. Your father is probably still asleep, having been carried in by Voldemort today. Draco cleared his throat, while Harry's ears flushed with embarrassment, letting out a hum of discontent. The little dragon sighed. What a pity. Aren't you bringing a meal for Voldemort? I hadn't thought about that, the little dragon said, momentarily taken aback, but then reasoned. But Dad needs to hug Father to sleep. If Father doesn't eat, he certainly won't. Sirius remarked, disgusting. Draco picked up a napkin, elegantly wiping each of his fingers clean, then took the little dragon's hand to wipe it clean as well. By the way, little dragon, Harry hesitated while biting his spoon. Is your dad really one of us in the Order of the Phoenix? Did he truly betray Voldemort? The little dragon paused. I only know that Dad gets along well with everyone. He pondered. Uncle Potter and Sirius may argue all the time, but when they see me, they still act cool and speak to me. They listen to Dad. His voice dropped. As for his past, I don't know much. I asked Grandfather. And when he heard both Dad and Father's names mentioned together, he scolded Father in secret for being utterly depraved and cunning. Godfather and Godmother refused to tell me anything. Sirius nodded. I never expected old Malfoy to be so sensible. Attention everyone. Please swiftly enter the viewing hall and take your seats. The dining hall will close in 10 minutes. A mechanical voice echoed through the space, prompting the four to clamber back onto the bicycle, pedaling toward the viewing hall. By the time they arrived, most of the crowd was already gathered. Ron spotted Harry, clutching a bag, and waved vigorously. Harry, come here. Look what I brought you. Harry took the bag and exclaimed, Thanks, Ron. Did you manage to snag the crab roe dumplings for me? I knew you wouldn't be able to get any, Ron boasted. I snatched them from 4 Ravenclaws, 2 Slytherins, and 12 Hufflepuffs. How about that? Weasleys are the kings. 10 crab roe soup dumplings were ordered, and Harry fed 3 to Sirius, 3 to the little dragon, who could only manage 1, then offered 1 to James, who requested another. He then fed 3 to Lily, who gently declined, saying she was full, and tossed 1 to Draco. In the end, one must wonder, how many could Harry consume? Well, this time, there was no need for anyone to glance around, allude. Rippling laughter erupted as they secretly observed the entrance to the corridor. After a brief moment, a figure entered with measured steps. At that instant, all jesting and whispers came to an abrupt halt. Voldemort's gaze turned cold, transforming into an unfathomable abyss. The Dark Lord surveyed the room with a detached air. Cradling Jiang Fengyue, who lay soundly asleep in his arms, his face nestled against Voldemort's neck, breathing softly. Although he appeared utterly exhausted, this weariness lent him an ethereal beauty. His platinum hair cascaded down, one strand intricately woven into a half-finished chain of gemstones, sparkling fragments of light adorning his hair, evidently interrupted midway through the braiding process. The Dark Lord settled gracefully, cradling Jiang's head in his palm and adjusting his position with utmost care. The little dragon presented a blanket, which Voldemort drew over the sleeping figure, tucking it in meticulously. He gently patted Jiang Fengyue's back, gathering the unfinished braid, as the crystal screen flickered back to life. Lowering his head, he gazed at the person in his embrace, a faint smile gracing his lips. The audience was about to witness the moon descending into his arms. Truly, it is you. Jiang Fengyue furrowed his brow slightly. Where is Narcissa? An uneasy silence fell over the room, and a hint of redness appeared at the corners of Apollyon's eyes. Where is Narcissa? Jiang Fengyue sensed something amiss. Has something happened to her? Or to the Blacks? That day, it was not just Regulus who was captured. The head of the Black family and Aunt Walburga were also taken, Apollyon explained. Barty Crouch administered the Veritaserum to them, and Aunt Walburga revealed everything, including her attempts to recruit Regulus as a Death Eater. They were convicted on the spot during the first trial, Apollyon whispered. The second trial is in a few days. Sirius's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers curled tightly into fists. Draco's face went pale, and he immediately turned to his companion, Mother. Narcissa's knuckles turned white as she stared at the screen, seeing the uncertain fate of her own self. A sense of empathy gripping her heart. She understood all too well that without the head of the Black family, and with the heir still underage, the law favored inheritance. Regulus, despite being a minor, would inevitably inherit the headship. Yet, because of his immaturity, she slowly glanced to her left, at her sister, Bellatrix, who was clearly unhinged. She would undoubtedly attempt to seize all the family assets under the guise of guardianship, offering them all to the Dark Lord. Narcissa stiffly turned her gaze to the central seat, where the Dark Lord held the sleeping figure. Will my husband help her? Harry could not help but interject. Does Voldemort not assist them? Wasn't the Black family loyal to him? Why didn't he save them then? By all accounts, the Dark Lord would not easily relinquish such an ancient and powerful pureblood family. Barty Crouch had already administered the Veritaserum. The evidence is irrefutable. Surely that could save them. Ron chimed in. Voldemort was practically omnipotent at that time. If he truly wanted to intervene, what could the Ministry do? Because my lord was gravely injured while trying to save Regulus, Hermione sighed. He nearly faced the Dark Lord's wrath. The group fell into a solemn silence. Mourning the fate of the Black family, Jiang Fengyue leaned forward slightly, revealing a small patch of his fair chest. He touched the collar around his neck. My lord, could you please remove this? Voldemort said nothing, yet his eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Fengyue gracefully slid down from the armchair, barefoot upon the soft carpet, and nestled beside Voldemort's leg, leaning naturally against his long limb. He tilted his head back and spoke languidly. Or perhaps, could we change it? This one is terribly difficult to coordinate with my attire. Do you wish to leave my sight? Voldemort finally spoke, lowering his gaze to the person beside him. His crimson eyes shrouded in obscurity. Harry's ears turned red as he glanced at Draco. Malfoy, your other father truly resembles a cat, adorably so. Draco shot him a glare, about to respond when Sirius interjected. I think he looks more like a fox. Just look at how alluring he is. Harry quickly covered Sirius's mouth. Godfather, you mustn't say such things. Ginny leaned in, whispering, honestly, I'd love to take care of him. Ron hesitated for a moment. It feels nice to lean against him. I mean, Voldemort looks rather pleasant. I too. Autumn chimed in quietly. I think I'm beginning to understand Voldemort's unusual possessiveness over him. Luna approached dreamily. He has many pesky flies buzzing around his head. Who? My lord? No, Luna dreamily replied. It's the Dark Lord. He is surrounded by buzzing flies and a dark, ominous glow that encircles him. Ron asked, what is on my lord's head? A moon, beautiful but capable of biting. Luna tilted her head, her silvery hair swaying. It shines upon the dark glow, silently binding it. A cluster of little red heads huddled together, chattering. Have you drawn it? My hands are cramping from drawing. I can't take it anymore. It's too cute. Slytherin, can we borrow your head for a bit? Huh. No need to say more. Do you like green? How adorable, head boy. Crawling forward in a distorted manner, screaming, attempting to stand, running forward, falling to the ground. Crawling forward in a distorted manner, screaming, attempting to stand, running forward, falling to the ground. Crawling forward in a distorted manner, screaming, attempting to stand, running forward, falling to the ground. Can we be a little more normal? Jiang Fengyue smiled and said, "In this lifetime, I shall go nowhere but by your side." The Dark Lord paused, holding the jeweled hand, gazing at the screen, then lowering his head to stare at the person in his embrace, gently kissing the strands of hair in his hand. A shadow passed over Voldemort's eyes, and he let out a cold laugh. Voldemort leaned down, his warm breath drawing nearer to Jiang Fengyue. Just as their lips were about to meet, Jiang Fengyue extended a finger, pressing it against Voldemort's lips. Voldemort froze momentarily, watching as the person before him broke into a captivating smile and softly spoke. "My lord, with what will you kiss me? What identity do you possess to kiss me? And why do you wish to kiss me?" 3 questions, like thunder striking the ground, exploded within the room. Voldemort was utterly taken aback. The expression of one who controlled all now bore an almost blank bewilderment, his eyes reflecting profound confusion and a hint of unexpected helplessness. Jiang Fengyue gently pried his hand away from Voldemort's chin, his gray eyes fixed intently upon him. "My lord, I refuse to be your lover." These 3 questions, coupled with a declaration, not only rendered the Dark Lord on the screen speechless, but also sent shockwaves throughout the viewing hall. The Death Eaters gaped in astonishment, mouths agape, and Bellatrix leapt from her seat, shrieking in despair, "Blasphemy! How dare he? How dare he question the Master?" Her scream was abruptly silenced by Voldemort's piercing gaze, her legs giving way as she trembled back into her seat, tears streaming down her cheeks. Voldemort gazed at the screen, listening to Jiang Fengyue's 3 inquiries. His eyes brimming with shock, followed swiftly by bewilderment. He awkwardly averted his gaze, gripping the armrest tightly, an overwhelming sense of agitation threatening to burst forth from his chest. After a moment of silence enveloped the viewing hall, Hogwarts erupted into a cacophony of exhilarated discussions. Is he about to confess? Are they going to define their relationship? Mr. No, it was actually Mr. who boldly approached. I thought their dynamic would devolve into some cliched chase, with one pursuing the other through a decade abroad, returning with a child in tow, but lo and behold. Why isn't the Dark Lord watching Mr.? Look at him. Agree. Where's your authority? Where's your composure? Yet, it seems that it is to be expected. A man like Mr. never contemplates the muddled notions of right or wrong, as such concepts hold no significance for him. He desires something, and thus he must possess it. Hey George, how much are the ribbons? I'll buy 2. I have an excellent feeling about this. Little Long gaped at the screen, then glanced at his side, then back at the screen, then at his companion again, disbelief etched across his features. Before his gaze settled on the slumbering Jiang Fengyue, eyes filled with admiration. Truly, he is a remarkable father. The viewing experience, titled The Overbearing Moon's heartfelt favorite, The Dark Lord Shall Not Escape, had Ron spitting out pumpkin juice, his face flushed. Blimey, it was Mr. who asked first. He boldly inquired. He actually dared to ask. Harry, stunned into silence, bit his lip. What does Mr. Voldemort mean? Why is he not responding? Why has he averted his gaze? What does this mean? Is he truly considering letting Mr. be his lover? Hermione excitedly seized Harry in Ron's arms. This is a textbook example of emotional communication. Although the recipient is the Dark Lord, it appears Mr. has finally decided to take action. Huh. Ron, bewildered, responded. What does that mean? Is Mr. feeling desperate? Harry swiftly smacked the back of his head. Draco swallowed hard. Astonished, it means, at this moment, Mr. has resolved to no longer endure. He wants to completely possess Voldemort. Harry murmured. Lucius's face oscillated between crimson and pallor, ultimately freezing in an expression of sheer terror and bewilderment. It is indeed Mr. who is making demands? Narcissa opened her fan to obscure half her face, while Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with delight as he cheerfully popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth. Grindelwald bellowed with laughter. This child is rather intriguing. Harry, anxiously scratching the armrest, lamented, Damn Voldemort. How dare he disagree with Mr. Brother, I understand this. Ron declared proudly, because Voldemort is utterly ignorant. In his world, there exists only barren wasteland, devoid of even a blade of grass, let alone a flower. He is undoubtedly left baffled. Jiang Fengyue, insatiable in his desires, was never satisfied with mere superficialities. He sought everything. He reached out to Voldemort, yearning for everything. And now, he craved Voldemort's soul, his corporeal form, his distorted yet authentic emotions, a relationship of absolute equality, demanding all of Voldemort, without reservation, a complete surrender. Luna's voice softly resonated. He asks the darkness for a flower, yet the darkness does not even know what a seed is, naturally left stunned, and thus it flees. Jiang Fengyue sighed deeply, suddenly extending his hand to grasp Voldemort's, compelling him to turn back, his astonished crimson gaze once again colliding with gray. Jiang Fengyue urged his hands to caress his own cheeks, unabashedly meeting his eyes. Though he was in a subordinate position, he bore an air of superiority. Your Highness. Please lower your head and gaze into my eyes. In the viewing hall, nearly all held their breath. As they contemplated Voldemort's rare display of awkwardness and emotional deficiency, Jiang Fengyue on screen forcibly drew back the soul, intent on evasion. Wow! Hogwarts erupted in jubilant cheers, the Death Eaters straightening up, attentively watching the screen, wondering how they dared to observe. Because at this moment, Voldemort was fixated on the screen, wholly oblivious to their presence. Ha ha ha! Like cattle, if you can take a break, do so? Sirius exclaimed, blimey. P.S. Truly compelling Voldemort. Ron remarked, blimey, Mr. is acting like a home invader. Harry inhaled slowly, directing his gaze toward the central seat. The Dark Lord on screen gradually lowered his gaze, willingly bowing his head. Entering Jiang Fengyue's memories, where he was meticulously braiding Jiang Fengyue's hair. The imagery shifted to depict Jiang Fengyue, unflinching, kneeling in the cold corridor. Lifting his head to declare to his father and ancestors, it must be Voldemort. Harry observed the Dark Lord, Draco following his gaze, then Ron, Hermione, Sirius, Ginny, and Xiao Zhang, an increasing number of people turning their attention to the central seat. The crystal screen continuously played, Jiang Fengyue's laughter resonating throughout the viewing hall. He proclaimed, Father, it must be him, I want only him. Outside the screen, the Dark Lord cautiously allowed Jiang Fengyue to lean against him comfortably. Those hands that once wielded a wand to instill endless terror, now deftly weaving a chain into his unfinished hair. Deafeningly resonant. The once formidable and fearsome Dark Lord tenderly braided the hair of his beloved, his handsome visage merging with the memories displayed on the screen. A moment of silence enveloping them, leaving only the Dark Lord's gentle whisper, I grant you the power to refuse me. Reject me, and you shall never escape me. Reject me, and you will only be able to gaze upon me. Reject me, and you will be bound to me until death. Do not refuse me. A profound silence ensued. The Death Eaters gazed at the screen, where the Dark Lord's eyes were closed. Bellatrix seemed torn between screaming and weeping, ultimately emitting a beastly, shattered wail. They watched, astonished that he had offered the utmost compromise, defying all principles, an immense confusion washing over them. Madness. Severus's shock was vividly etched across his face. Lucius's serpent-headed cane clattering to the ground, while Narcissa clutched her chest tightly. Ginny murmured, high and mighty, yet he grants him the power to refuse. Hermione opened her mouth, do not refuse him. Xiao Zhang added, the Supreme Dark Lord's plea. Sirius's expression was a tumultuous blend of emotions. He clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath, madman. Little Long's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment as he beheld his father, who had always maintained a lofty demeanor. Reluctant even to grant him a glance, seemingly forged from absolute power, the very father who sent the magical world trembling. Though he had always known that his father and dad shared a close bond, this scene struck him like a whirlwind, utterly overwhelming his senses. He stared blankly at his father, who cradled his dad, a surge of pride and admiration swelling within him. Truly, he is a remarkable father. The Dark Lord paused momentarily, casting a slow glance at him, his red eyes narrowing in a threatening manner. Little Long jolted, quickly turning back to sit upright. He has captured, Harry murmured. Ron looked at him, puzzled. What? Voldemort has been ensnared. Ron observed the screen, where Jiang Fengyue held Voldemort's hand. Oh yes, he was just captured. There's no escaping now. Draco mused dreamily. Huh, what are you all talking about? Ron replied blankly. The Dark Lord, Voldemort. He has been utterly ensnared, marked from the depths of his soul. Draco murmured, his voice intertwining with Harry's. There was no escaping any longer, and willingly, he chose not to escape. Dumbledore observed them, gradually revealing an enigmatic smile. Grindelwald smirked, his expression laden with meaning. To exercise ultimate possession by relinquishing the power of choice is truly an extraordinary maneuver, Tom. In the silence, Jiang Fengyue, nestled against the Dark Lord, unconsciously snuggled closer. As if in a dream, he silently crushed the power of denial. In a hushed atmosphere, Jiang Fengyue gazed at the Dark Lord, offering a gentle smile. He tightened his grip on his hand until the man eagerly entwined their fingers. I will do anything once, Jiang Fengyue declared with a lifted chin. Life is fleeting, why not take a chance? A collective gasp echoed throughout the viewing chamber, the sound of swallowed breaths resonating distinctly in the stillness. Time rushed by, fleeting like a white steed. Life is indeed short, why not take a chance? He perceived his fears, but it mattered not. He saw the heart he extended, laced with venom, and he accepted it. He glimpsed the potential for irrevocable despair in the future, yet he remained indifferent. The choices you dare not make, I shall take. The steps you fear to tread, I will walk alongside you. Regardless of whether the outcome is eternal or destructive, it is you, worth the endeavor. Ron gulped nervously. Hey, that's Voldemort. Did Voldemort agree? Ginny murmured. Hurry. Embrace him. Kiss him. Otherwise, I shall consent. Autumn urged. Everyone anxiously fixed their gaze on the screen, hands clenched tightly, while the young witches intertwined their fingers into fists, eagerly anticipating the unfolding scene. The entire audience was enraptured, save for Bella. I never imagined their beginning would unfold like this, Hermione whispered, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the central seat. From the onset of this viewing to now, step by step, I am genuinely curious about the earth-shattering events that transpired to lead that Voldemort. Harry bit his lip, furrowing his brow, posing the most fundamental and improbable question. How could his soul possibly be whole? How is that even possible? Undoubtedly, brother, his life has been altered, Ron shrugged, gesturing toward Jiang Fengyue. The implication was unmistakable. Hermione's attention remained riveted to the screen, where the crimson, slitted eyes were focused intently on the person beneath him, so concentrated, so complex. As if piercing through the endless torrents of time and the fog of fate, finally discovering him. What an extraordinary invitation. Hermione's tone grew intricately layered. He extended an invitation that could alter Voldemort's entire existence, yet he remains blissfully unaware. Only Voldemort, at that moment, seemed to grasp something profound. The moon, unaware of its own luminescence. The scarlet, slitted eyes stared blankly at him, the currents of time freezing in that instant, leaving only their reflections clearly mirrored in each other's gaze. The Dark Lord appeared suddenly awakened, seizing the person beneath him, pressing him onto his lap. His hands taut with tension, holding him tightly. His towering form slightly hunched as he buried his head deeply into the boy's neck. The viewing hall erupted into a thunderous cheer, a cacophony of jubilant cries and confetti raining down from the sky, like stardust amidst the explosive bursts of fireworks. Proposal. Proposal. Kiss. Kiss. Create a little dragon. Create a little dragon. Viewing. Viewing. The little dragon turned back, glaring at them in exasperation. Fred and George produced a massive horn from nowhere, repeatedly blaring, "Life is fleeting. Why not take a chance?" while igniting several small fireworks that nearly blackened the ceiling. Their voices ringing out. For this historic moment, the twins shouted from atop their chairs. The Weasley Theater proudly presents the limited edition Moonlit Dark Lord Deluxe action figures of the Dark Lord and his consort. Sold as a bundle, not to be separated. Pre-order now and receive an adorable little dragon as a bonus. Purchase the Malfoy Manor model and get Old Malfoy included. Slytherin nearly monopolized their products. More small fireworks bursting overhead, transforming the entire viewing hall into a celestial celebration. The little dragon cheered excitedly, still clutching the firework that Fred had stealthily given him. His voice barely audible as he didn't wish to disturb his sleeping father. The earplugs briefly blocked Jiang Fengyue's hearing, but were automatically erased after a moment. The Dark Lord furrowed his brow, gently covering Jiang Fengyue's ears with his hands. Even among the Death Eaters, who could not contain their applause, there were shouts of good wishes. Long live the Master and his consort. May they bear children soon. Ron shot up from his seat, nearly tumbling into Snape's arms. Merlin. Voldemort hugged him. What am I witnessing today? He shook Harry vigorously. Did you see? I actually saw Voldemort in love. Harry, dizzy from the shaking, replied. Is this your first day seeing him? He is not just in love. He is also forcefully kissing his consort, terrifyingly fierce. Hermione embraced Ron and Harry, tears streaming down her face as she spoke rapidly like a rap verse. I knew it. Logically, this is the only solution. Emotionally, this is the inevitable destination. A mutual pursuit of the highest stakes. This could entirely be included in a cross-disciplinary paper on advanced magic and psychology. The title would be on the attraction and uniqueness between extreme individuals and the establishment of symbiotic relationships. Ron replied, Hermione, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Ginny exclaimed, ah. Autumn echoed her sentiment. Countless groundhogs seemed to appear throughout Hogwarts. Draco stared blankly, mechanically clapping his hands, while Harry sat despondently in his seat, his eyes vacant. Only Bella shared his despair, wailing uncontrollably, while Lestrange tried in vain to console her. Oh, strictly speaking, there was another. Voldemort fixed his gaze on the screen. An inner tempest threatening to tear his inhuman shell apart. Weakling. How could he so easily capitulate? Succumb to such a pathetic emotion? He glared fiercely at the central seat. The dark possessiveness within him surging uncontrollably. That weakling was unworthy of such possession. That should be the spoils of the strongest, rightfully claimed, stamped with his mark. Amidst the cacophony, Jiang Fengyue, leaning against the Dark Lord, furrowed his brow, his lashes quivering as his gray eyes slowly opened. The Dark Lord immediately noticed, tenderly brushing his fingertips along the corner of his eye. Have I awakened you? Sleep a little longer. I will ensure they quiet down. Jiang Fengyue nuzzled his palm. Turning his face to gaze at the screen, his eyes momentarily clouded. No, I'm quite curious to see how the next scene unfolds. He languidly halted the Dark Lord's intentions, stifling a small yawn, his lashes still glistening with sleep. I'm hungry. Crab roast soup dumplings? Do you enjoy eating them? The little dragon nodded obediently, as if savoring the memory. They're delicious, Daddy, and they're so juicy inside. The crab roast soup dumpling must be from Huangpu Hui to taste exquisite. He wasn't picky, but was exceptionally sensitive to fishy flavors. It was a friend who had taken him to this establishment, allowing him to savor something that truly pleased his palate. Jiang Fengyue languidly leaned against the Dark Lord's shoulder, her delicate fingers idly perusing the menu. A small yawn escaped her lips, her lashes fluttering as they fell, accentuating the faint shadows beneath her eyes against her porcelain skin. The Dark Lord, who had been gazing intently at her, noticed the weariness etched upon her features and furrowed his brow, a fleeting glimmer of regret flickering in the depths of his crimson gaze. He had always been insatiable in his desires. In the days spent at the manor, he would embrace Jiang Fengyue, coaxing her to rest and recuperate. Yet now, in this moment, he reached out, his fingers grazing the shadows beneath her eyes as his brow knitted in concern. What troubles you? Jiang Fengyue did not lift her gaze. Are you unhappy, Your Highness? Is your stomach growling? No need for eye exercises. What are eye exercises? The man raised his hand to caress her cheek. Next time, if we are here again, I shall let you sleep. Jiang Fengyue turned to look at him in surprise, her eyes narrowing. The man, known for his relentless demands, was now suggesting restraint and offering her reprieve. She blinked. Are you hungry, Your Highness? Would you care for a bite? Before them, a long table materialized, laden with steaming dishes. The system had placed the delectable feast before them. Ron's eyes widened as he beheld a steamer filled with dumplings. Wait, why must we fight for the crab soup dumplings? Why do they have them available to order directly now? The narrative echo shimmered briefly. Questioning this system is prohibited. Ron exclaimed, 666, is there no regard for rights anymore? I want to order another serving. He protested angrily. Non-prepared dishes require meticulous crafting. Please wait patiently for the next batch during tomorrow's breakfast period. Ron retorted. Oh, so you choose to pick on the weak, do you? Jiang Fengyue inhaled sharply, tightening the blanket around her, and delicately picked up a translucent dumpling with her silver chopsticks, placing it gently on a porcelain spoon to offer it to the Dark Lord. Your Highness, do try it. If it has a fishy taste, I shall not eat it. Oh, and do be cautious, it's hot. Before she could finish, the Dark Lord had already inclined his head slightly, taking the entire dumpling into his mouth in one swift motion. In the next instant, his movements stilled imperceptibly. He swallowed, maintaining an impassive expression, and remarked, not bad. Ah, surely you were burned. Jiang Fengyue set down the spoon, her hands cupping his face as she spoke earnestly. Open your mouth, Your Highness. Let me see if you have any burns. The Dark Lord's crimson eyes held hers for a moment, and seeing her unwavering concern, he reluctantly opened his mouth, albeit slowly. Jiang Fengyue leaned closer, inspecting carefully. Oh dear, she murmured, noting the severity of the situation. The scalding broth had evidently caused considerable damage. His tongue was noticeably reddened, and the delicate mucosa of his palate had been singed, oozing a few faint streaks of blood. Does it hurt? She asked, her brow furrowing with concern. The Dark Lord hesitated before altering his response. It's tolerable. Jiang Fengyue's heart ached more intensely, and she picked up a handkerchief to clean her fingers before extending her index finger, gently caressing the Dark Lord's lower lip. As the advanced healing magic coalesced at her fingertip, emanating a soft, pale glow, she carefully inserted her finger into his mouth. As her fingertip brushed against the burned surface of his tongue, the magic began to mend the wound, and he inadvertently flicked his tongue against her finger. Jiang Fengyue paused, casting a reproachful glance at him. She meticulously used her magic to soothe the burn, holding his chin to examine closely, ensuring the injury was fully healed before wiping away the saliva from her finger with the handkerchief. All done. Does it still hurt? The Dark Lord lowered his lashes and replied languidly, not very much. You're a liar. Jiang Fengyue narrowed her eyes and bared her teeth at him. But she could never resist the sight of the Dark Lord in such a state. Unable to help herself, she leaned in to comfort him. Next time, let me explain clearly before you eat. That was very hot. She cupped his face in her hands, blowing gently toward his mouth. There. Blowing on it will make it feel better. The Dark Lord closed his mouth, his throat working as he responded in a hoarse whisper. Little Long observed the dumpling in the spoon, aware of its heat. He bit into it, slowly sipping the broth that mingled with the crab roe, a tempting sight. He remained silent for a moment, glancing at his father being coddled, and then at the plump, adorable dumpling in the spoon, feeling a sense of maturity wash over him. The others watched this scene in secret, not daring to make a sound. The little witches gasped silently, hands pressed to their chests. The diners remained silent, a sense of madness enveloping them. Lestrange held Bella's mouth tightly, quietly pleading with her not to scream. Hermione paused for a moment before murmuring, I recall Voldemort is a 12-0. His silent, wandless healing charm must be quite profound. Harry remained still for a while as he stared at the central seat, then turned to Ron, saying, I know Voldemort is repulsive, but I never imagined he could sink to such depths of disgust. Honestly, mate. Ron replied after a moment of silence, patting Harry's shoulder, you really should consider dating. Your jealous demeanor resembles that of a loathsome Malfoy. Oh, I meant the one next to you. Are you seeking death, you red-haired mole? Draco said ominously. Their interaction was truly heartwarming. Hermione patted Harry's shoulder. Harry, just accept it. Harry looked ashen. Jiang Fengyue let out a soft groan, pain radiating from her neck as the Dark Lord bit down on her. Gasping, she brushed her fingers against his lashes, suddenly realizing how breathtakingly beautiful Voldemort's eyes were, akin to an endless sea of crimson. She sank her teeth into his pale neck, and the Dark Lord allowed her to do so. Two pairs of eyes lingered, their necks marked with deep, bloody bite marks, crimson trails cascading along his alabaster skin. A stunningly vivid display. Voldemort suddenly declared, you shall never kneel for anything or anyone again. He spoke with weighty conviction, I promise. The viewing experience was one of great honor. Harry slammed his thigh in disbelief. He just bit her like that? What if he contracts a disease? Ron replied, Merlin. They seem rather unfazed by the pain. Hermione shrugged. Perhaps for them, this moment is simply too dreamy. It's a life neither of them ever envisioned, requiring a touch of pain to feel real. Ginny sniffled. The eyes of a beloved are an endless ocean. Autumn murmured. The eyes of a beloved are an unspoken love letter. Little Lion shrugged. The eyes of a beloved are a fearless weapon. Little Eagle closed his book. The eyes of a beloved are a tome worth studying for a lifetime. Little Badger tilted his head. The eyes of a beloved can encompass millions of me. Little Snake lowered his gaze. The eyes of a beloved are a spring I cannot bear to face. Luna smiled gently, her carrot earrings swaying by her neck. Eyes are the windows to the soul. They saw each other's essence, and they marveled. My dearest, your soul is so beautiful it leaves me breathless. What do the most beautiful eyes look like? Autumn inquired softly. I believe they are a bright shade of gray. It's undoubtedly blue. Grindelwald interjected into the children's conversation, his eyes glimmering. That color resembles the sky. Dumbledore cast a resigned glance at him, their blue eyes smiling at one another. As the last words echoed in the viewing hall, the Dark Lord paused, looking at the macadamia nut in his hand. Before placing the pristine white flesh into Jiang Fengyue's mouth, the Dark Lord leaned down, affectionately nudging her nose. Now may I kiss you? He asked. As you wish. Voldemort descended upon Jiang Fengyue with an irresistible force, sealing his lips with a heavy kiss, the intense metallic taste of blood exploding between their mouths. It was only when Jiang Fengyue began to feel lightheaded from lack of air that he slowly pulled away, yearning for a breath. Yet, Voldemort, relishing the moment, followed suit, continuing to bestow fervent kisses upon him. The entire Hogwarts erupted once more into raucous cheers. Harry's cheeks flushed crimson as he stomped his feet furiously, exclaiming, This is against the rules. System. Censorship. Voldemort is engaging in 17 content. Draco covered his forehead, his ears tinged with red, retorting, Potter isn't even at that stage yet. Don't make false reports. Ron remarked dryly, Wow, their kisses are even more intense than last time. Just like that. Kiss him. Kiss him to death. Ginny screamed, her hesitation evident. However, the fact that Jiang Fengyue was gasping for breath under Voldemort's kiss suggested that the Dark Lord's kissing technique might need a bit more practice. Xiao Zhang, moved to tears, sniffed. The Dark Lord actually asked if he could kiss him. Rounding it off, it's no different from announcing a kiss after a wedding. Luna cheerfully remarked, They are exchanging saliva like love-struck pests. Hermione interjected, Luna, that's a bit strange. The Death Eaters glanced at Voldemort in the front row, realizing that he was furiously fixated on the screen, oblivious to them. They then turned their gaze to the Dark Lord in the central seat, who appeared deep in thought. His eyes cast downwards. No one was paying them any mind. The Death Eaters exchanged mischievous glances, a glint of lewd curiosity in their eyes. A glimpse of their master's scandal was too enticing to resist. Otherwise, it would be a waste of their time at work. Little Long looked at the screen. Chewing on the macadamia nuts his father had offered, his cheeks flushed. He made a valiant attempt to appear serious as he turned to his father, asking, Dad, is there something I can watch next? Jiang Fengyue paused, his eyes fixed on the screen where he was being lifted, and he quickly turned his head. Although I don't know how this system will handle it, you should close your eyes for now, Little Long. He pondered for a moment. Cover your ears too. Oh. Little Long clapped his hands to shake off the nut crumbs, covering his ears and shutting his eyes. Sirius watched the screen, swallowing hard. Hey. This development doesn't seem right. Everyone followed his gaze, seeing the Dark Lord cradling Jiang Fengyue in one arm, and lifting the drapery with the other. Gently tossing it onto the velvet bed, Jiang Fengyue instinctively moved backward but was pulled back by the man's grip on his ankle. Gasps erupted from the crowd. No way. Is this going to be 18? Harry's eyes widened, ready to spring up in anger, only to see Voldemort hissing ominously at the Dark Lord. How old was he at that time? Are you out of your mind? Harry gave Voldemort a thumbs up. Well said. The young witches, Ginny and Xiao Zhang, covered their eyes. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Zhang stated sternly, he can't really be considering that with the professor now. The group of young witches chattered nervously. The professor was still so young then. What does he think he is doing? It doesn't matter if he is the Dark Lord. He is still a world ruler. No way, the professor is so innocent. What if he just succumbs to a little coaxing? Exactly. Just look at the two of them. They've been so reckless in the viewing hall these past few days, always cuddling the professor for a nap. I need to supervise him. If he dares to lay a hand on the professor, I must persuade him otherwise. Ginny raised her hand quietly. I think the professor seems quite enamored with the Dark Lord. It's possible he is forcing him to. Her words were drowned out as the young witches sat up straight, their expressions grave, prepared to intervene if the Dark Lord dared to act against Jiang Fengyue. Voldemort stiffened, his gaze fixed on the screen, teeth gritted as he looked towards the central seat. Have you no shame? The Dark Lord, however, did not turn his head, for Jiang Fengyue was embracing his waist, whispering softly to him. Voldemort's fingers tightened, crushing the armrest of his chair, his heart swelling with immense frustration and jealousy. Akin to possessing a weapon of formidable power, yet helplessly watching another fool wield it for sweet nothings and kisses while he remained trapped. Denied the opportunity to showcase his own prowess. The imposing figure slowly leaned down. Jiang Fengyue lifted a foot to rest on the man's shoulder, attempting to resist. Yet he was firmly held by his slender calf. The Dark Lord knelt on one knee upon the velvet bedding, gradually advancing, his towering presence casting a shadow over him. The drapery of the four-poster bed was gripped tightly in one hand, the fabric whispering softly. Draco observed the unnatural flush on his pale face. His eyes glued to the screen, unblinking. Lucius stared intently at the magnified visage on the screen, the youth reclining amidst dark velvet, his skin luminescent, reminiscent of a fragile porcelain treasure. He averted his gaze slowly, while Narcissa opened her fan to shield half her face, leaving only her watchful eyes fixed on the screen. Harry's heart raced as he beheld the platinum figure, now ensnared in a vortex of vulnerability, his cheeks tinged with crimson. Wow, Ron gulped, they can't really be. Harry elbowed him sharply. Don't look. Ron. He pressed Draco's head down. Don't look. Malfoy. He turned and pinned Sirius's head. Godfather. You can't look either. The Death Eaters exchanged glances, cautiously peeking at the screen, realizing no one was paying them any mind, and they discreetly raised their eyes. Snape's face turned ashen as he abruptly turned his back to the screen. Fred and George, unusually devoid of entrepreneurial thoughts, gazed at the screen, captivated by the hauntingly mesmerizing gray eyes, and simultaneously whistled softly. Wow, Fred remarked. Indeed, George replied. Ginny, unable to contain herself, covered her face. The professor wouldn't blame the Dark Lord for being unable to resist. He even stepped on the Dark Lord's shoulder, and I was thrilled. Xiao Zhang chuckled. I misjudged the Dark Lord. I couldn't help myself. Calm down. The young witches encouraged one another. We bear a most significant responsibility. Bellatrix stared blankly at the screen, then tightly gripped the person beside her, perspiration beading on her forehead, her breakdown surpassing that of a pig on New Year's. Yet, Voldemort, entranced, found the platinum youth gazing wide-eyed at the source of his oppression, the glimmer of moisture in his eyes revealing a yearning that shimmered like water. A sigh, laced with pain, escaped Voldemort's throat as he extended a hand, gently covering those captivating eyes, his voice strained and trembling. Grow up quickly, my treasure. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the room, disbelief etched on their faces. Harry murmured. Ron, that essay man. Serious, impressive, holding it together. Hermione, her cheeks aflame, bit her lip. That requires an extraordinary level of willpower. It's clear Voldemort possesses not only immense power and a frenzied spirit, but also an indomitable will. Unable to continue, her face flushed, she buried her head in her knees. Draco's expression was a whirlwind of emotions. Narcissa raised an eyebrow while the young witches erupted in excited cheers, joyfully embracing one another. Yes, the Dark Lord, the epitome of masculinity. He deserves the professor, a paragon of all men. He held back. It should be this way. The restrained undercurrent. A good man. The little snakes straightened their backs, puffed with pride. The Dark Lord has always been so admirable. In every aspect. The chief has chosen. You can trust him. Jiang Fengyue clenched his teeth and pulled his hand away. He raised his eyes and looked at the incomparably handsome man above him, greedily sweeping his gaze over Voldemort's slightly open collar. where the lines of muscle were faintly visible. So beautiful, so enticing. He licked his slightly swollen lips and suddenly reached up to touch Voldemort's Adam's apple. Everyone, Draco suddenly choked, his entire face, and even his neck, flushing visibly red at an alarming speed. Such a little glutton, Harry said stiffly. Sir is really greedy, huh? He rolled his eyes and collapsed completely onto Ron, unconscious. Ron stared blankly. Outside, Hermione abruptly raised her notebook to cover her entire face. Ginny, I told you. Sir has totally made the Dark Lord starving for him. Cho-chong. Ah. Dumbledore's blue eyes widened in rare surprise. He seemed to choke slightly and cough twice. Just as the scene was about to spiral completely out of control, the image on the screen suddenly turned into violently flickering mosaics, rendering everything invisible. Ron shook Harry's limp body awkwardly. Harry, wake up, wake up. Is it over? Harry asked. Oh, there's good news. We can't see it anymore, Ron swallowed. And the bad news, we can still hear it. Harry felt like a corpse going stiff. Viewing Body 72, this is outright provocation. First came the soft rustling of fabric in the theater, followed by a man's restrained, hoarse hiss and cool, yet softened whimpers. The Dark Lord turned his head, crimson eyes sweeping across the room, and issued a cold command, cover your ears. Everyone instinctively covered their ears, not daring to listen any further. Grindelwald clicked his tongue and covered Dumbledore's ears for him. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone covered their ears, hearing nothing, only staring blankly at the mosaic-covered screen. Only the two people in the central seats, and Voldemort, could still hear. In the absolute silence, the sounds from the screen seemed infinitely amplified. Voldemort listened indifferently, fingers stroking his wand. As though the next moment he might unleash a curse. He leaned back in his seat, expressionless. In the depths of his scarlet eyes lay an unfathomable darkness. Listening to these sounds, nearly enough to drag him down into the 18th circle of hell, sparks of fire flared. Shameless. Voldemort sneered inwardly. That worthless thing could only seduce Jiang Fengyue like this. The sounds were like the sharpest dagger, stabbing deep into his shattered soul. His pale fingers clenched the wand so tightly that his knuckles turned white-blue, a violent fury surging up. Why? Just as the darkness threatening to swallow him reached its peak, the mosaic-covered screen abruptly brightened, shifting to the window of a luxurious room. Facing a pear tree outside with petals falling softly, everyone let go of their ears in confusion, hearing a mechanical voice, detected that this immersive segment is overly long. To ensure everyone doesn't miss lunch, a condensed version has been applied. Everyone, the male wizards chuckled dryly, looked down at themselves, and angrily rubbed at their trousers. Heh! Not only impressive in size, but also long-lasting. Interesting sob. Harry let out a breath of relief. Fine. Condensed is fine. Jiang Fengyue slowly steadied his breathing. He had thought he might be worked half to death, but he forgot. This was the Dark Lord. He taught him an extremely profound, extremely comprehensive, and extremely outstanding lesson through action, worthy of 12 OS across all subjects. The most outstanding student in Hogwarts history, Tom also deserved full marks in the subject of time. 10 points to Slytherin. Congratulations to the Dark Lord for securing the House Cup for the prefect. The viewing hall fell into another kind of silence. The camera fully revealed the four-poster bed. Below Jiang Fengyue's collarbones, he was tightly tucked under velvet covers. Only one arm hung over the bedside, trembling uncontrollably. His hair lay scattered across the pillow, snow-pale skin tinged with pink. His cool eyes were half-lidded now, long lashes damp and lowered. The corners of his eyes flushed red like rain-soaked petals. There was even a bite mark on his lower lip. His gray eyes stared unfocused at the screen, radiating extreme exhaustion, languor, and fragility. Marks covered his collarbones and neck. Beneath the velvet blanket, his chest rose and fell slowly, faintly visible, all the more alluring. Caught off guard by this intensely impactful scene, everyone was struck dumb, leaving only scattered gasps. Harry's green eyes widened. He abruptly lowered his head, fingers twisting helplessly at his clothes. Hermione immediately covered her mouth, cheeks burning. Ron's ears were as red as his hair. He shoved Harry, only to make Harry shrink back even more awkwardly. Draco hurriedly averted his gaze, gray eyes filled with stunned amazement and panic. Sirius let out a silent whistle, raising an eyebrow at the screen, his ears completely red. Lucius tightened his grip on his snake-headed cane and looked away. Narcissa smiled faintly, eyes narrowing slightly as she continued to watch. Hogwarts students descended into chaos, hands and eyes unsure where to go. The Death Eaters wisely closed their eyes. Joking aside, sneaking a peek while slacking off was one thing. Courting death was another. Voldemort stared at the screen, the aura around him growing ever more dangerous. That breathtaking beauty was not something to admire, it was provocation. The Dark Lord's eyes hardened as he was about to turn and lash out, when the camera shifted again. Sound returned as the bathroom door opened. The angle was low, misty steam billowed out, followed by a pair of bare ankles stepping slowly forward. Jiang Fengyue's pupils shrank. He turned sharply, pressure erupting as his voice rang through the hall with unquestionable severity. Look down. Everyone. No one is allowed to look. Almost reflexively. Everyone lowered their heads or squeezed their eyes shut, daring not to disobey. As if expecting this, Dumbledore smiled gently, closed his eyes, and casually slapped a hand over Grindelwald's. With his eyes covered, Grindelwald curled his lips into a smile. Among the bowed heads, the screen's view slowly lifted, revealing the Dark Lord's figure. He wore only a towel loosely wrapped around his waist. Water droplets traced paths down his pale, yet well-defined chest. His wet black hair clung obediently, shedding some of its cold menace for a languid, sensual air. He walked toward Jiang Fengyue, chuckled softly, pinched Jiang Fengyue's wrist with his fingers, then lifted the covers and pulled him from the rumpled bed, carrying him once more toward the steam-filled bathroom. Hearing Jiang Fengyue's urgent, domineering command, the Dark Lord slowly turned his head and gazed at him with pleasure. He suddenly wrapped an arm around Jiang Fengyue's waist, intimately twirling the end of a lock of his hair. So domineering? The Dark Lord laughed quietly. What else? Jiang Fengyue narrowed his eyes. Does your highness want them to watch? Just now, the way you looked. Only I get to see that. Jiang Fengyue touched his face, his index finger tapping lightly. You're mine. From head to toe, every inch belongs only to me. A smile flickered through the Dark Lord's red eyes as he bit down on Jiang Fengyue's lip, grinding against it. Of course. Viewing Body 73, a standard of judgment. Jiang Fengyue deftly curled his tongue and stole the macadamia nut from between the Dark Lord's fingers, chewing. Don't peel anymore. Your Highness, I'm full. The Dark Lord, upon hearing the words, casually wiped the crumbs from the corner of his lips with the pad of his finger. His gaze sweeping over the plump, perfectly shelled nuts laid out on the table. He let out a faint hum. Pushing the remaining nuts to the corner of the table within Jiang Fengyue's reach, he said, help yourself if you wish. Jiang Fengyue lazily acknowledged him, wrapping the blanket tighter around herself, while Little Long wiggled his small legs. Casting a glance at the already shelled nuts before eyeing the plate beside it containing the hard-shelled ones, he discreetly tugged at Jiang Fengyue's sleeve. With a smile, she picked up a handful of nuts and fed them one by one to her son, who eagerly devoured them, his cheeks puffing out as he chewed. The Dark Lord observed the empty space at the corner of the table, his thin lips pressing together. Yet he merely cast a fleeting glance at Little Long without uttering a word. Apollonia let out a heart-wrenching roar. Jiang Fengyue's smile instantly froze. The trial has concluded. The head of the Black family and Aunt Volgabu entered Azkaban on the first day and committed suicide. Unable to bear the humiliation, they took their own lives. Sirius rose from his seat, his body taut as stone, the familiar defiance and mockery on his face completely vanishing, replaced by an expression of extreme complexity and twisted anguish. The mother he abhorred, fled from, yet could never sever ties with. He recalled the discussions he overheard among the Aurors during his time in Azkaban upon learning of his mother's death, who epitomized the rigid, archaic, pure-blood supremacy. Slowly, he sank back into his seat, his eyes hollow as he stared at the screen, once again realizing that he no longer had a mother. Narcissa, who had previously maintained a demeanor of indifference and elegance, suddenly trembled, her hand clutching the silk fan turning as pale as paper. Unconsciously, she grasped Lucius's arm, her nails almost embedding into his robes. Even in another world, that was still black. Narcissa thought of the years the Black ancestral home lay shrouded in dust. As dark as shadows, her lips moved soundlessly. Lucius tightened his grip on Narcissa's hand, veins bulging, a fear and anger akin to a shared grief swirling within him, causing him immense anxiety regarding their predicament and future. He knew well that, to protect Draco and Narcissa, he had already resolved to shoulder all responsibilities when necessary. He inadvertently turned to look at the central chair, where a platinum figure reclined languidly against the backrest. What would become of that place? Would it be akin to his own fate, facing the terror of the Dark Lord and the uncertainty of the future, anxiety and suffering? With no choice but to resignedly opt for sacrifice and compromise, Narcissa stood solemnly in the hall. Surprisingly, the rebellious Sirius Black was also present, his back straight as he firmly held Regulus's hand, gently stroking the flesh of his palm. Sirius paused, gazing at the screen where his hand clasped Regulus's. Slowly closing his eyes, a few figures approached gradually. Bella swayed her hips as she made her way to the coffin. Oh, my poor Regulus. She rubbed Regulus's back vigorously, evoking sympathy. Sirius shielded Regulus behind him, glaring fiercely at her. The previously silent Narcissa lifted her gaze, coldly staring at her. What do you intend to do, Bella? The head of the Black family has passed, Yet the family cannot remain leaderless for even a day. We are naturally here to assist. Lestrange noticed Bella had quieted, her nails digging deep into his arm, drawing blood. Get away. Bella's eyes glinted with excitement as she stared at the screen, her hands animated. It's my turn. Wonderful. I shall achieve merit. I will present the complete black to the master. Narcissa, whose body had been trembling from grief, stiffened. She raised her head, her ice blue eyes still unwavering, suddenly freezing into a layer of chilling frost. Sirius gasped sharply, witnessing the protective gesture towards Regulus on the screen, slamming his fist onto the armrest. Bellatrix. Damn it. James and Remus comforted him by patting his shoulder, frowning at the screen. Harry felt nauseated. Assist? She clearly intends to usurp. Despicable. Hermione scoffed, though concern flickered in her eyes. Yet they are correct. Regulus is still underage. While he may inherit the headship, family affairs must inevitably be overseen by others. What should we do? Ron fretted like a restless ant on a hot pan. Sirius will become destitute. Draco stared at the screen, then turned to his mother and the now protective Sirius, witnessing the ugliest internal strife of the pureblood family, feeling both fear and confusion. Little Long tugged at his sleeve. Draco turned back, only to see the child smiling at him. Do not fear, Daddy is here. Draco froze, silent, his teeth gritting as he fought the urge to strike back. Who is your son? Do you think I won't beat you tonight? Little Long looked taken aback, his small mouth pouting in grievance. Bella's voice shifted in disbelief. You? Sirius? You traitor, do you seek to claim the inheritance as the eldest son? Sirius let out a derisive laugh, stepping back, while Regulus raised his head, resolutely taking a step back as well. In that brief silence, Narcissa moved forward, and Sirius and Regulus silently flanked her side. The three blacks coldly surveyed their adversaries. Bella, you have erred in one regard, Narcissa declared. I shall assume control of family affairs and shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding all the glory and duties of the Black family. The proud Narcissa's gaze was as frigid as a frozen pond, sweeping across all the covetous hearts. I, Narcissa Black, shall be the head of the Black family. The viewing chamber fell momentarily silent. The Death Eaters were the first to react, turning in unison towards Hogwarts, while Bella stared incredulously at Narcissa. Sissy, you dare defy me? Sirius felt as though he was truly witnessing the screen for the first time, all his anger and mockery crystallizing on his face. He looked at the three blacks standing together, a thing he had spent his life fleeing yet subconsciously craved. Wow, Harry blinked in astonishment. In his memory, Narcissa had always been a haughty, indifferent lady, lurking behind Lucius, but at this moment, she exhibited an entirely different tenacity. Draco stared in disbelief at the screen. Mother? He murmured unconsciously. Ron was dumbfounded. Cool. Everyone stared at Narcissa in the front row, who had always shielded her face with the fan, now trembling slightly. After a long moment, she lowered the fan, revealing her entire countenance. Lucius was astonished to discover that Narcissa's grip on his arm had loosened somewhat, and he turned to look at his wife in bewilderment. Narcissa Black, she murmured, gazing at her reflection on the screen, witnessing the icy determination in her eyes. A shiver of resonance surged from the depths of her soul, leaving her tingling all over. She knew that the life she had lived would be irrevocably transformed. Yet Narcissa slowly lifted her head. She suddenly realized that certain powers did not simply vanish. They lay dormant deep within her lineage, awaiting a winter to awaken them. Mother. Narcissa turned her head, finding Draco staring at her in shock, his eyes mirroring those of her husband, filled with confusion and unabashed admiration. You have always been so remarkable. Draco had always been aware that Narcissa, beautiful, gentle, and proud, was universally recognized as Mrs. Malfoy. However, Draco knew that his mother, with her cunning and wisdom, was never one to hide behind Lucius. As the onlookers exchanged furtive glances, they beheld a young woman standing resolutely before her two younger brothers, determined to shoulder the impending despair and responsibility of the Blacks, thus taking on the fate of a family. Hermione's eyes widened slowly. Wow. Alecto was the first to react, stepping forward abruptly. Miss Narcissa, even if you are to become the head of the family, according to the inheritance customs of the Sacred 28, you are still a minor, and Mrs. Bellatrix retains the right to manage the affairs of the Black family. Narcissa scoffed, lifting her chin slightly. Then, according to tradition, I merely require a family guarantee and endorsement to inherit the Blacks prematurely. Huh. Bellatrix erupted into a piercing laugh, her crimson nails covering her lips. My foolish sister. Who would guarantee you? Bellatrix's laughter was vibrant, yet she continued. Once the heir goes bankrupt, incurs debts, or brings about calamity, the guaranteeing family must compensate in full. Not to mention, should anything go awry, the blood contract's magic will rebound upon the guarantor. Who would you turn to? The viewing hall fell into silence. The children of Hogwarts displaying looks of bewilderment, the young Slytherins exchanging puzzled glances. What is the inheritance custom of the Sacred 28? Harry asked, perplexed. Is that guarantee really serious? Very serious, Draco murmured. There exists a principle of vigilance among the 28 families. If my mother becomes an adult before her time, it means the guarantor will be bound by contract to the Black family. Surprisingly, Lucius interjected, his gray eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Once the guarantee is signed, all debts, compensations, and any financial losses resulting from decisions made by the Black head prior to reaching adulthood must be borne by the guarantor, who is liable for full compensation. More critically, the blood contract's backlash means that should Narcissa suffer any harm before reaching maturity, the guarantor will bear the burden. Lucius continued. The guarantor must pledge their life to ensure Narcissa's safety, otherwise, the repercussions will double upon them. Few families would sign such guarantees for outsiders unless they were intertwined through generations of marriage, forming unbreakable alliances. I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about this, Ron muttered. So who could possibly guarantee her? Young Draco turned his head, grinning at them. Indeed. Who would guarantee for our godmother? Narcissa took a deep breath, and everyone fell silent. Who would guarantee for Narcissa? Who would protect the assets of the Blacks from being plundered? Slowly, Narcissa shifted her gaze, and Sirius looked to the left, followed by Draco. The viewing hall was engulfed in silence, and countless eyes gradually fell upon the central seat, where a languid figure reclined, observing. Who would risk everything to guarantee for the Blacks? Who would guarantee for Narcissa? All at once, the answer dawned upon them. Of course. The esteemed Miss Narcissa has many who would rush to her aid. Everyone turned abruptly, astonished, towards the open oak door, where several figures stood quietly. Alecto shot a cold glance at Bellatrix, Knot sighed, and Crabbe and Goyle stood firm. The four heirs of the families stood there unabashedly, under the astonished gazes of all. The four stepped forward in unison, lifting their chins slightly, performing an elegant bow that mirrored one another. The heirs of the four families, at your service. Wow, Harry exclaimed. That's impressive. Ron added, wow, a group of pureblood heirs making their debut? James remarked, what the, this is Slytherin. What of it? Draco coldly retorted, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Narcissa gazed at the screen with a glimmer of urgency. She understood that these heirs, despite their lack of power, must have formidable backing to dare stand here and utter those words. Her heart steadied as she realized that the Blacks would be safe. Lucius's typically icy demeanor cracked, revealing unmistakable astonishment. Do their fathers know? How dare they? Goyle, seated among the young Slytherins, stared blankly at the Death Eaters. Wow, Dad, were you ever this cool? A few Death Eaters stiffened, fixated on the spirited image of another self on the screen, only to be met with derisive laughter. Children are like that. The room fell into an eerie silence as Bellatrix stepped forward abruptly. You little brats, what gives you the right to guarantee for her? Such words should only be spoken when you sit in the head's position. They certainly have the right. Behind the four heirs, a platinum figure strode up the steps with poise. Severus remained silently in his shadow. Jiang Fengyue stood at the oak door, 5 figures like a rock behind him, and he offered a slight smile. The heir of the Malfoy family, here to attend. Faster than the collective gasps of amazement, Bellatrix screamed, bouncing in place like a spring. You again. What do you want? Are you going to stop me from presenting the Blacks to the Dark Lord? Jiang Fengyue, disinterested in responding, raised a hand to cover the Dark Lord's ears, preventing him from looking at anyone else. Voldemort, indifferent to the lack of insults, merely cast a fleeting glance at Bellatrix, his red eyes narrowing in threat. Bellatrix obediently sat down, her head held high, her eyes blazing with fury as she stared at the central seat. She had learned her lesson, only shrieking without cursing. She had evolved. She was no longer the same Bellatrix. No one paid her any mind, for after a brief silence, the hall erupted into adoration and exclamations. Harry exclaimed, "Oh my God." Ron added, "I have never considered the Malfoy name to be this cool." Sirius remarked, "For the first time in my life, I find the name Malfoy has some weight." He poked Draco. "Kid, you're also the Malfoy heir. How can you say that and not expect me to want to punch you? What do you know?" Draco swatted his hand away, shouting in embarrassment, "Keep your filthy hands off me, little brat. I'm your uncle. By blood. I have power." Hermione took a deep breath. This is what power looks like. Young Draco unconsciously tugged at Jiang Fenyue's sleeve. "Dad. I know you must be confident," he said, his face raised with worry. "But what about those blood contracts and the guarantee responsibilities? Worried about me?" Jiang Fengyue pinched his cheek. "When have I ever done things without confidence?" Severus, Alecto, and others stood there, facing Bellatrix and Lestrange, representing their trust in his judgment, willing to bind their family's futures to Jiang Fenyue's decisions. Their trust would not be betrayed, and he was fully confident in elevating its value. As for the blood contract, ultimately, it was merely a spell, which gave him little concern. Jiang Fengyue shifted the topic. playfully winking at young Draco. With your father here, should I really worry about the backlash of dark magic? The Dark Lord looked at him and smiled gently. Lestrange's sticky laughter rang out. Look at that. They've really climbed the social ladder. It seems the Malfoys are close to good fortune and the future misses. Malfoy has already made an appearance, has she not? Her strength lay not in whom she would marry, but in the fact that she stood here today as the head of the Black family, defending her lineage. Lestrange fell silent, intimidated by his presence, while Alecto awkwardly managed to smile. We harbor no intention of insulting Miss Narcissa. Rather, we envy her ability to rely upon you. Having taken a shortcut that many might covet, Jiang Fengyue scoffed. Axley, did you not also choose to kneel at the feet of the Dark Lord early on, becoming a pathetic dog, wagging its tail in submission? As a man, you had the choice to kneel before the most powerful man in exchange for influence and status, while women, by leveraging the might of others, are merely accused of seeking to climb the social ladder. Lestrange exclaimed, I sense my life is in peril. Well said. Hermione nearly leapt from her seat, her voice quivering with excitement. He has spoken the truth. This is a blatant double standard. This is gender-based stigmatization. The essence of the pursuit of power has never altered. Harry grimaced. You're right, Hermione. But please don't pinch me. It hurts. Lily broke into a smile. Ginny sniffled, lost in thought for a long moment, then sighed. Men choose their trees wisely, while women cling to higher branches. Chio clenched her fingers unconsciously. The gentleman is correct. The path to power ought to be fair. Molly covered her mouth, whispering, we are always defined by who we are married to, who our fathers are, or who our children are. Professor McGonagall sat upright, her lips pressed into a firm line, nodding slightly. The young witches of Slytherin exchanged glances, their shock palpable. While it is true that pure-blood families occasionally have female heirs and heads, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, and the path is fraught with difficulty. They have been indoctrinated to aspire to be elegant and suitable wives, aiding in family alliances. Jewels, adornments, affection, beautiful dresses. Are these not what they desire? Indeed. Why should they not? Many among them are inherently drawn to the shimmering allure of beautiful objects. What is wrong with that? Yet they too should possess power. 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 The Death Eaters exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Jiang Fengyue had incisively stripped away the facade of the Death Eater power structure, exposing the hypocrisy beneath. What of the hierarchy of Death Eaters? What of the power and glory of pure-blood aristocracy? The essence is singular, a dog kneeling at the feet of the Dark Lord. Brothers, did he just call us dogs? Indeed. This is infuriating. Brother, go teach him a lesson. Do we have any profound enmity? Isn't what he said the truth? Don't despair upstairs. It is precisely as it is. That fool Lestrange has aimed his attack at young Black in the most foolish manner, if he intends to attack. It should be her capabilities, not her gender. Enough. We've lost all dignity. Lift your heads. The Death Eaters inhaled deeply and slowly raised their heads. Jiang Fengyue was right. To have a path yet not tread it, to have someone to rely upon yet choose not to, is foolishness. Thus, they chose to kneel. To bow before the Dark Lord, even to humbly kiss the hem of his splendid, icy robes, feeling the weight of his oppressive power that could crush their very souls. It appeared utterly disgraceful, devoid of dignity, and deserving of scorn. Yet, they had long made their choice. In an era when the name of the Dark Lord sent tremors through the wizarding world, leaving many sleepless, they had made their decision. Perhaps they later regretted it. In the agonizing throes of remorse, awakened by nightmares in the dead of night, watching colleagues discarded like refuse, consumed by fear of an impending, valueless death. But kneeling to whom is not kneeling? Better to choose to kneel before the mightiest. At least the Dark Lord's power is tangible, overwhelming. His fear is equitable, and his punishment is severe. Following him means partaking in a terrifying strength. This choice is their sober acknowledgement of power and their desperate subservience. Their loyalty may have begun with ambition, diluted by fear, ultimately transforming into instinctual dependence, yet it remains the most humble and realistic choice for survival. The Death Eaters involuntarily turned towards the central seat, gazing at that figure. His words were so piercing, so jarring, yet undeniably correct. They lamentably realized that their derision of women climbing the social ladder was, in itself, another form of fear. Fear that they might uncover the secrets they had concealed for millennia. Fear that they might seize their power upon awakening. They regarded Jiang Fengyue absurdly, their eyes reflecting indignation mixed with an unwilling recognition of this brutally egalitarian perspective on power. They stared at Jiang Fengyue as if seeing him for the first time. Kneel? Ron scratched his head, perplexed. Must I kneel? Can I not stand? Harry sighed. Consider it a punishment for you to listen to the gentleman's words a few more times. How can you not understand such clarity, you foolish Weasley? Draco sneered. Would you like me to cast a drying spell on your brain? Ron retorted, I'm done. You're all bullying me. Hermione ruffled his hair gently. Little Ronnie. The gentleman isn't encouraging everyone to kneel. He is tearing apart the hypocritical moral facade, cloaking the power dynamics based on gender. There is but one criterion for judgment. Draco remarked coolly. Success and failure, not gender and gossip. In the wisteria courtyard, Jiang Fengyue reclined quietly in a wicker chair, slumbering. A pale, slender hand silently entwined in his platinum locks, teasingly, almost greedily caressing them. Jiang Fengyue instinctively buried his face in the coolness of that palm. Your Highness, what brings you here? The crimson slit of his gaze narrowed dangerously. I came to see. It is said my little moon has become the wife of Malfoy. Narcissa, Harry, a ghost. Ron, seeing a ghost in broad daylight. James, why does it feel so damp? Sirius, with the sun so bright. Where does such a male ghost's heavy aura come from? Harry paused momentarily. What is Voldemort mumbling about? Ron, he says he wants a title. Draco, doesn't the Dark Lord already have one? Ron raised a finger and shook it. He wants to announce it to the world. Harry sneered. Does he even deserve that? How did you come to that conclusion? Draco stared in shock at the adjacent mole, who seemed to have had a revelation. Huh. Ron regarded him with lofty disdain. Do not ask me. Those without partners are unworthy of conversing with me. The gentleman instructs him, and he dares to come and question him. Harry chuckled. What does he mean? Hermione looked at him, unable to articulate. Harry, your emotional intelligence is akin to that of a spoon. Ginny gazed at the screen with a world-weary expression. Men, they are nothing but trouble. Chio clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. The gentleman is truly charming. How does the Dark Lord not know how to enjoy? Sirius chuckled. He enjoys it most of all. It does not kill him. Lestrange peered around cautiously, sighing in relief. Thank goodness to live another day. That cursed Axley died so early, leaving me to bear the fear alone. Jiang Fengyue's lips curled slightly, his gray eyes shimmering. Did you punish her, Your Highness? I taught her to be quiet. The Dark Lord replied indifferently. Just before Bella could open her mouth to wail, Lestrange swiftly covered her lips, pleading in a hushed tone. I beg you. Do not let them notice you, please. Do not let them notice me. I still wish to live. Can you not wait until I am dead to seek a new husband? Isn't the power of life and death in your hands? In the event of a mishap, would you truly have the heart to let me suffer both financially and in my life? Jiang Fengyue entwined herself around the neck of the Dark Lord. Voldemort instinctively released his grip on her throat and lifted her entirely into his arms. She found herself cradled high, gazing down into those crimson slit-like pupils. Just as you currently hold dominion over me, my lord. The Dark Lord chuckled softly, tilting his head to press his lips against Jiang Fengyue's, only to be gently halted by a single finger. My lord, the matter is far from resolved, Jiang Fengyue protested, her brow furrowed. You actually believed Bellatrix's words and sought to hold me accountable. I did not. Voldemort paused. I punished her. Yet you just chastised me. Jiang Fengyue retorted, indignant. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, settling into a recliner with Jiang Fengyue perched upon his lap. What do you desire? Jiang Fengyue immediately seized the opportunity, burying her face in the crook of his neck, nuzzling him. You must compensate me. I have been wronged, and my heart aches. My heart aches. Sirius muttered. Shouldn't he feel guilty instead? Ron interjected. Isn't it possible to turn the tables like this? Ron, that's not how it works, Harry replied earnestly. What fault lies with him? It was entirely Voldemort's doing. Clever tactic, Hermione noted seriously, flipping through her notebook. An exceptionally sophisticated method of intimate negotiation. I must record this. For whom would you record it, Hermione? Ron asked. Hermione shot him a narrowed-eyed glance. Ginny stroked her chin. Voldemort's strength is truly formidable. He lifts him with one arm while cradling him. Is he secretly working out? Autumn Zhang chuckled. He raised him high. In this world, in his eyes. Only he is permitted to tower over him. Jiang Fengyue's eyes sparkled. I wish to alleviate your burdens, manage matters for you. Voldemort chuckled softly, leisurely uttering two words. Not happening. Thank you, my lord. Jiang Fengyue instinctively smiled, only to abruptly realize, her eyes widening. What did you say? Not happening, Voldemort repeated, delighting in her flustered reaction. Fine. If you refuse, then I shan't stay. Jiang Fengyue struggled to leap from his embrace. I knew it. You don't care for me at all. The Death Eaters wore weary, hollow smiles. What does this mean? How dare he ask so boldly? Why does the master merely laugh and refuse? Shouldn't he respond with a sharp rebuke? The disparity between individuals is greater than that between a person and a banana. Can one truly obtain what they desire through tears and tantrums? I've learned. Go upstairs and employ that on the master. Good luck. The first step is to cry, and the master will reward you with a shiny green treasure. Lucius gasped. The entirety of Nocturne Alley? He dares to ask? The Dark Lord would never comply. Harry clenched his fists. Just wait until he no longer wants him. Voldemort will be the one to suffer. Must you utter such ominous words, Harry? Ron shivered. I can't even fathom what Voldemort's suffering would look like. Draco cleared his throat, pinching his flushed earlobe. The Dark Lord truly remains unperturbed. Malfoy, have you been infected by your mad aunt? Harry asked. Firstly, I haven tea. Secondly, do you want her to ask for you? Harry replied dryly. Thanks. But you keep her. I already have an aunt, and she speaks as sweetly as Sirius's mother. Ron patted Harry's back. Brother, Voldemort has a way about him. He remains composed, while I would have given everything. What could you possibly give him? Draco asked, astonished. Your backyard goblin, perhaps? Ginny cupped her face with her hands, smiling benevolently. How adorable. I want to take care of him. It's as if Voldemort is playing with a little fox. Autumn Zhang smacked her forehead. Enough of this. Please, Autumn Zhang, just stop. Grindelwald leaned closer to Dumbledore. Albus, is there anything you desire? Dumbledore replied, thank you, but there is not. Think again. I can give you anything. Grindelwald inched even closer. Unlike that Tom fellow, I would directly offer it to you, or we could explore more entertaining alternatives. It would be more challenging if you retrieved it yourself. What do you want, Albus? To have you be quiet. The Hogwarts students chattered excitedly. Why is the head so charming? I'm about to faint. Healer, save me. Madame Pomfrey, someone's nose is bleeding. How can it be so sweet? It's too much for me. As expected of him, I thought Voldemort only knew how to kill and wage war. I've learned something. But I have no one to share it with. I wish I could expose my CP. Oh, how adorable he is. What a pity he only behaves this way in front of Voldemort. What right does Voldemort have? What right does Voldemort have? Let me enjoy some good days. 1-2. Jiang Fengyue gazed at the ring of blood-stained bite marks, utterly unrepentant, carelessly swaying in his embrace. Give it to me, my lord. I want it. Otherwise, I shall cause a scene. No manners. So spoiled and greedy. Jiang Fengyue declared defiantly. So will you give it to me or not? Voldemort replied nonchalantly. The smuggling channels and Nocturne Alley are henceforth under your control. Should there be any obstacles, feel free to seek me out. A triumphant smile crept onto Jiang Fengyue's lips as she leaned down to peck the corner of the man's mouth. You are the best, my lord. Voldemort chuckled, capturing her lips, gently nibbling and caressing. The Death Eaters gaped in disbelief. Wait, really? He is actually granting it? The entire Nocturne Alley? This is incredible. The master is giving him an advantage. And he is even providing aftercare. What have my years of suffering amounted to? Consider yourself fortunate. Harry raised his hand. System. Will Voldemort frequently take advantage of him like this? Why so many kisses now? Is there a way to block this? The narrative echoed with a mechanical voice. Normal behavior between spouses. Please do not overanalyze. Ginny smacked Harry. Stop. Let me hear what your little mouth is saying. Humph. Autumn Zhang gripped Harry by the nape. Glaring at him. Harry, do not secretly engage in anything that might upset me. Draco stared at the screen for a long while, slowly resting his forehead on his hand. Oh dear. Someone tugged at his sleeve, turning to see a flushed little dragon glaring at him, baring its teeth in a threatening manner. Draco. Ginny chuckled, clearly trying to steal something, yet it's as if Voldemort owes him. Voldemort knows full well, yet indulges him. Autumn Zhang sighed. What does it take to become the Dark Lord? He truly is remarkable, Ron murmured. I mean, he is brilliant. He can display cunning and ambition without reason in front of Voldemort. Hermione suggested, perhaps at times, he finds comfort and joy in Voldemort's presence. Or perhaps it is the same for Voldemort. They share the same shadow, naturally forming this state beside each other. They are the only willing exceptions in each other's rebellious lives, only capable of bestowing upon one another the painful truth and sense of belonging. He truly is clever. Hermione opened her notebook, her quill dancing across the pages like a flash of lightning, inscribing, in a system where absolute power resides in a single individual. He does not labor to overturn the rules. Rather, he directly approaches the architect of those rules and seizes a portion of his authority. Ron interjected, what if Voldemort refuses? He is so capricious. Hermione replied with a light laugh. Voldemort is acutely aware of the gentleman's capabilities. He grants him power, indulges his ambitions, and even revels in the tumult that the gentleman stirs with his own influence. The gentleman is akin to a flower. Luna leaned in, her voice ethereal and dreamlike, as if she could perceive sights invisible to others. In Voldemort's desolate and murky realm, Mr. Jiang Fengyue has burst forth with a savage vigor, dominantly claiming the entirety of that world, firmly establishing his roots. Her tone, though airy, was resolute, and Voldemort adores this flower, nurturing it with all the soil and light the world can offer, for this delicate, yet domineering bloom is destined to flourish solely upon his land. Voldemort, indifferent to whether Abraxas would be incensed enough to storm St. Mungo's, would not permit such a careless treatment of his precious moon. He restrained himself, watching as the one in his embrace flew away like the wind. As Voldemort observed him vanish from sight, He raised the hand that had just gripped Jiang Fenyue's neck, fingers curling contemplatively. One day, he would reclaim everything, with interest. Ron remarked, "A moment of silence for the gentleman." Hermione added, "1 stick." Xiaozhang chimed in, "2 sticks." Ginny, with a mischievous laugh, suggested, "I've already envisioned the subsequent interest. The Dark Lord's silver wing. My dear brother. He wouldn't even accept underage Death Eaters. He believes those who are not of age lack the skill, hindering his pace of war. TSK. Such a materialistic man. I shall refrain from joining the Death Eaters for now. I dislike overly mercenary bosses. If you don't join, then I shan't either. Let us find a potion shop to shake up some brews." But he truly can endure. He tolerated it last time, and now again. If it were me, I would have acted. Then your self-control is commendable. A glance from the chief, and I would beg him. It's not that he doesn't wish to. It's that he desires it too fervently. Ginny remarked sagely. He merely believes that the current moment, setting, and manner are unworthy of the gentleman. Any hastiness would be a defilement. Lupin chuckled gently. The more one longs, the more one cares, the more cautious and restrained one becomes. Xiaozhang covered his head. Hey, this is indeed terrifying. The ascetic waits for the moment when they can no longer endure. How pitiful for the gentleman. This is quite evident, Ginny sighed. Has the gentleman not slept well these past few nights? Harry exclaimed, shameless Voldemort. There's no more patience left. Draco swiftly covered his mouth. Endure. It's too late. The Dark Lord had already heard, slowly turning his gaze, his eyes glinting with cold light. Even Voldemort turned to him. 2 pairs of crimson slit pupils glimmered like a frozen lake. An overwhelming pressure descended like a tidal wave, heavy enough to suffocate. Harry's head was forced down by the weight, yet his emerald eyes remained defiant, burning with fury. What are you staring at? He bit out. Every day? Your eyes gleam with cold light. Sooner or later, you'll develop old, cold eyes. Everyone's expressions morphed into a collective grimace, fearful of bursting into laughter. Jiang Fengyue stifled Xiaolong's mouth with one hand, preventing any sound from escaping. He pressed his lips tightly together, valiantly suppressing his mirth. As he sauntered over to the Dark Lord, patting his chest and leaning in to whisper sweet nothings. However, he could not contain a laugh that escaped his lips. The Dark Lord gazed at Jiang Fengyue, who lay in his arms, laughing uncontrollably, and with a resigned pinch to his cheek. He admired the boy's radiant smile and pressed a kiss to his forehead. Across the boundless wasteland, 2 figures strode leisurely across the desolate expanse. At the wasteland's edge, a dilapidated structure leaned precariously beside the swamp. Voldemort's steps showed no sign of hesitation as he circumnavigated the filthy front door, and Jiang Fengyue froze upon seeing the mark upon it. Grindelwald straightened abruptly, scrutinizing the decayed wooden door's insignia. The Deathly Hallows? He lamented. Couldn't I have seen this while still alive? Dumbledore's youthful visage remained calm and warm, though his flowing red hair obscured the fleeting turmoil in his eyes. Grindelwald stiffened. Leaning closer, he said earnestly, "What an antiquated symbol. Our philosophical discussions in Godric's Hollow were far more exhilarating." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "What use are the Deathly Hallows? No matter how powerful, they are but mere artifacts, and even death cannot sever me from your side." Dumbledore chuckled lightly, shaking his head as if in mild exasperation. "Indeed, you are more troublesome than any artifact." Grindelwald, seizing the moment, grasped his shoulder. "Naturally, my dear Albus. What is this place, my lord?" Jiang Fengyue inquired softly. The final echoes of the Slytherin bloodline. Voldemort stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice clear and frigid. "The Gaunt family, descendants of Slytherin. My grandfather, Marvolo, has trampled Slytherin's legacy into the mire of decay." Jiang Fengyue asked, "Is it only you who remains, the last of Slytherin's lineage?" Voldemort turned his head slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, the purest and most noble bloodline now resides solely within me." The Slytherin students instinctively straightened their spines, their faces a blend of awe, pride, and a hint of concealed trepidation. The Death Eaters gazed fervently, almost in unison, bowing their heads. Bella was nearly overcome with the urge to kneel before Voldemort, but alas, Lestrange was preoccupied with digging in her ear. A well-known fact that one cannot move while doing so. Am I losing my mind? Voldemort gazed at the screen, his crimson eyes betraying no emotion, as if everything displayed was of no consequence to him, his fingers absently drumming on the armrest. Jiang Fengyue nestled in the crook of the Dark Lord's neck, instinctively grasping his hand, which was then met with a firm intertwining of fingers. "Father." Jiang Fengyue turned his head, and the Dark Lord followed his gaze, observing Xiaolong hesitantly pointing with his finger. Hey, could it be that I also possess Slytherin blood?" He raised his little head, his eyes sparkling. Jiang Fengyue hesitated, glancing up at the Dark Lord, whose gaze remained impassive, merely an eyebrow slightly arched. Jiang Fengyue nodded slowly at Xiaolong. Hooray! Xiaolong cheered, tugging at Draco and Harry, eager to boast. Jiang Fengyue watched his retreating figure, inching closer to the Dark Lord and murmuring softly. Xiaolong is a miracle born from the fusion of our magical souls, my lord. Does his condition qualify him as having Slytherin blood? He is an unnatural birth. The Dark Lord replied coolly. But Severus said that the forces of life and death, emotional resonance, and blood combined gave rise to Xiaolong. Jiang Fengyue murmured. We spent 3 whole days on that. The Dark Lord raised an eyebrow. Do you reminisce? Jiang Fengyue narrowed his eyes. Please don't look at me like that. My lord. Afraid that you might tempt me beyond my control. Jiang Fengyue raised his hands to massage his extraordinarily handsome face, half seriously complaining. I truly wish to sleep tonight. The Dark Lord chuckled softly, leaning in to capture his lips. Jiang Fengyue, panting, pushed back and playfully wiggled his pinky. Does that little dragon possess Slytherin blood? The Dark Lord gazed at him for a moment, his eyes profound as the night, refraining from dissecting the intricate principles of magic and the essence of beings. After a brief pause, he merely let out a soft hum, tenderly massaging Jiang Fengyue's earlobe. Then let us consider he does. The Dark Lord's gaze drifted towards the little dragon, who was boastfully displaying himself to the crowd of Hogwarts. Before returning to Jiang Fengyue's face, there is no need to confine him with complex definitions. His existence is justified by your presence alone, and that is sufficient. Jiang Fengyue raised an eyebrow, leaning forward to lick his lips. Then let the little dragon continue to revel in his foolish joy. He appears quite content. The crystal screen illuminated once more, eager to continue its display. Yet Jiang Fengyue suddenly furrowed his brow, swiftly turning to face everyone, his voice clear and cold, commanding, everyone. Close your eyes, cover your ears. Without my command, you shall not lift your heads nor listen to a single sound. The crowd instinctively complied, bowing their heads obediently, covering their ears, while the Death Eaters executed the order with remarkable speed. Jiang Fengyue directed his attention towards Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald, I kindly ask you both to temporarily seal your senses. Dumbledore, somewhat surprised, soon transformed his expression into one of understanding and gentle amusement, complying with the request while ensuring that Grindelwald's eyes and ears were securely covered. Jiang Fengyue turned back to the little dragon. Daddy, can I look either? The little dragon blinked. Jiang Fengyue gently ruffled his hair. Ah, indeed, you cannot. The little dragon nodded, obediently closing his eyes and tightly covering his ears. The entire viewing hall sank into a profound silence and darkness, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Voldemort caressed his wand, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fengyue, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. Jiang Fengyue turned to meet the unyielding red gaze beside him, lazily leaning against the man's shoulder, adjusting his position with a hint of scrutiny. The Dark Lord grasped his chin, staring intently into his eyes, where a deep, pleasurable darkness and satisfaction flowed. Not even a glance allowed to others? He inquired, his voice low. Of course not, Jiang Fengyue replied with a gentle blink. To him, every facet of the Dark Lord, whether it be the resplendent glory of his elevated stature or the buried pain of his past, could only be witnessed by him alone. He would not permit anyone to intrude upon the Dark Lord's dignity, including those fragile moments long hidden by the sands of time, which were his to possess exclusively. Jiang Fengyue leaned closer, their breaths mingling between their lips. Everything about you belongs solely to me. The viewing entity revealed the little dragoness soul. Jiang Fengyue languidly curled up in the Dark Lord's embrace, who held a macadamia and a nut in hand, taking one after another, chewing them, sharing one with the Dark Lord. They both chewed together. Did you grow up here? Jiang Fengyue asked. No, Voldemort replied flatly. London, a muggle orphanage. Hunger was a constant companion, as were whippings and confinement. Those muggles feared my power, just as they feared all that is incomprehensible and grand. There, I learned one thing. The essence of power is not to beg, but to seize. The viewing entity fell into silence and darkness, with only the screen illuminated, reflecting a segment of dust-laden shadows from another time and space. The two Voldemorts observed indifferently, their identical crimson-slit pupils swirling in the silence. Voldemort silently scrutinized the screen, watching his other self calmly reveal the dirty, shameful, and feeble roots, buried under the ruins he had long concealed with slaughter and terror. He slowly shifted his gaze to the platinum figure on the screen, suddenly comprehending the command forbidding observation. His grip on the wand tightened, the tips of his fingers turning pale. The Dark Lord's gaze calmly swept across the scenes on the screen, where the desolate brick walls and frigid words had long since lost their significance. He opened his mouth, consuming the nut offered once more by Jiang Fengyue. his chin lazily resting atop Jiang Fengyue's head as he bit into the hard shell. Jiang Fengyue focused on the screen, raising his hand to idly stroke his cheek. Your Highness, when you chew, resting on my head, I feel like my brain is vibrating. A chuckle escaped the Dark Lord's throat, pulling him even closer. Only when the final words of the Dark Lord echoed through the screen did Jiang Fengyue allow everyone to lift their heads. Your Highness, he suddenly called out. Voldemort slightly turned his head, his eyelids drooping, his eyes as deep as the ocean. Jiang Fengyue extended his arms, seeking an embrace. Voldemort paused for a moment, then swiftly enveloped him in his arms, his deep voice resonating in Jiang Fengyue's ear, laced with a hint of helplessness, possessiveness, and indulgence. So relying on me. What will you do without me? James, what happened? Why are they hugging again out of nowhere? Ron's eyes darted around, mumbling softly. I thought they were about to engage in something inappropriate. I really didn't expect that. Sirius clicked his tongue. So they're just hugging? Nothing else? Harry imitated sarcastically. So relying on me. What will you do without me? That's bound to be better, right? Ginny chimed in. Opening my eyes and getting candy. That's not too bad. Amidst the murmurs, Voldemort remained like a stone statue. He observed the image on the screen, where Jiang Fengyue's arms wrapped around the neck of another version of himself. An unfamiliar and acute emotion pierced through his chest like a relentless, excruciating shard. Neither anger nor mere jealousy, but a fervent longing. He had never allowed anyone to touch him, whether physically or in relation to that tainted past. Weakness was the original sin, dependence a poison, intimacy a vulnerable chink in his armor. He firmly believed that only absolute power and fear could forge an eternal throne. Yet in this moment, he bore witness to Jiang Fengyue grasping the entirety of another Tom Riddle, Voldemort, the Dark Lord, along with those decayed roots, firmly in hand. An unprecedented desire for possession quietly burgeoned in those crimson depths, cold yet fervent. Indeed, he too was. Yes, Jiang Fengyue had betrayed another version of him. It mattered not. Voldemort thought with delight. After all, it was merely another self he had betrayed, not him. His gaze traversed the crowd, settling on the figure lazily leaning against another version of himself in the central seat. Deep within his soul, a resolute voice quietly echoed, "Mine, reclaim it." With overwhelming magical force surging like a tidal wave, Voldemort lifted his lashes, unleashing a spell that shattered the protective enchantment he had woven. A dust-laden small box soared into his outstretched palm. With a sharp command, Voldemort disintegrated all cursed runes into ash in an instant. The box opened silently, revealing a heavy golden ring, quietly resting within, its dark gemstone glimmering with a dim light under the faint illumination. The Gaunt family ring, Voldemort remarked. Set with the resurrection stone. Harry abruptly pressed his forehead, his face pale, as images of Dumbledore's charred hand and the coldness of the cave flooded his mind. Did he just reclaim the resurrection stone? At this moment, Ron's face turned ashen. It's over. How do we fight against the other side? He reclaimed a resurrection stone. Stay calm. Hermione trembled all over. They must have a way. Why would Voldemort retract the ring at this moment? He intends to. Have you forgotten something? Neville spoke softly. The trio turned their gazes toward him. Didn't young Malfoy mention that his parents are just fine, and so are Aunt Lily and Uncle James? Neville poked his finger. It seems that world, doesn't require us to fight. The three of them paused, slowly exchanging glances, finding a hint of awkwardness reflected in each other's eyes. Harry let out a long sigh, self-deprecatingly remarking, I completely forgot. They had been blinded by the brutality and relentless struggle of their own world. The shadow of war had never left them. Ron wiped his face vigorously, dryly stating, well, that's good. I hope my seventh-year self in that other world is preoccupied with thoughts of graduation rather than how to destroy Horcruxes. But that doesn't make sense. Hermione's voice still quivered. The prophecy we witnessed clearly showed that he betrayed the Dark Lord, aiding Dumbledore. She abruptly lifted her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over the central seat. If his betrayal truly led to the victory of the Order of the Phoenix, why does that world appear as it does now? Surely, the prophecy on their side must have come to pass. Why hasn't the Dark Lord failed or perished? But instead, it seems as if, young Malfoy had said, Voldemort continues to lead the Death Eaters, his reign remains secure, and he even has a beloved, a family. Draco spoke softly. Think about it. How could young Malfoy be like this now? Malfoy was right. Hermione continued. If the Dark Lord truly ruled the entire wizarding world with an iron fist, then young Malfoy could not possibly exhibit this somewhat naive demeanor. Young Malfoy turned his head, brow furrowed. Are you talking about me? Hey kid. Harry nodded towards him. In your world, how does everyone address him now? Young Malfoy blinked, his expression one of disbelief. The Dark Lord, of course. My father's followers respectfully address him as master. See, Hermione's quill fell onto the notebook. Leaving a dark mark, they still adhere to the old titles. There's a balance, a sort of mutual non-aggression and even coexistence between him, Dumbledore, the Order, and the Light. Suddenly, Hermione paused, looking up at Harry, Ron, and Draco, gazing at everyone, yet as if at no one. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. We are without war now. Everyone has survived. Harry murmured. So, betrayal isn't really betrayal? But we saw him truly divulge crucial information to Dumbledore, Ron countered. Perhaps he didn't betray a person, Draco said softly. Voldemort leisurely withdrew the ring, raising his hand. His fingers caressed the serpent collar, which shattered in his grasp. The Dark Lord bowed his head as the resurrection stone ring was firmly pushed onto Jiang Fengyue's left middle finger. From henceforth, death shall not take you from my side. Jiang Fengyue gazed at the ring for a long while. Your Highness, why give me this? Wouldn't you want to keep it for yourself? I have no need for a stone to grant me an opportunity, Voldemort replied coolly. My power is sufficient to conquer death itself. He cupped the boy's face, his nose affectionately brushing against the other's. No matter where you go, even to the depths of death, your soul will return to my side. Jiang Fengyue gently closed his eyes, allowing the Dark Lord to assertively claim his lips. Conquering death, James murmured. He certainly has the audacity. That is the power of the Dark Lord, Draco hissed softly. As nearly all the Slytherins gazed at the screen in shock, their admiration unintentionally shifting towards the Death Eaters. Even the other three houses trembled in response. Grindelwald applauded with laughter. This Tom has quite the flair, a touch of style. Voldemort truly possesses such terrifying emotions. Lily remarked quietly. Are you telling me that Voldemort gave the resurrection stone Horcrux to him? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, Ron choked. Why does that sound like a proposal? Harry's expression became extraordinarily complex as he watched the passionate kiss on the screen. His innate revulsion towards Voldemort stirred his stomach. Yet a flicker of shock emerged in his eyes. He orchestrated such a grand display, involving both a Horcrux and the resurrection stone, ultimately for the sake of furrowing his brow. He muttered oddly, to ensure he's forever entangled with him? Sirius shivered. Don't say that, Harry. This sunny boy, cannot endure such chills. The Death Eaters clapped expressionlessly. Oh, they've been given the alley. They've received the hallows. Might as well hand us over too, Master. Ginny sighed. Typical Voldemort. Even love sounds so terrifying from him. Love itself is terrifying, Autumn shrugged. Young Malfoy glanced at the screen, instinctively covering his eyes, his gaze revealing weariness. He pat Draco's shoulder, whose face was already flushed. All right, don't look so dazed. Learn from me and mature a bit. Draco. Harry leaned closer. More mature than Malfoy. Kid, from now on, you two should each mind your own business, and let him call you brother. Potter. I wouldn't mind having another go at you, Draco replied coldly. Wow, I'm terrified, Harry retorted, rummaging through his pocket. Do you want your wand back? Yes. Not giving it. Young Malfoy's arm was poked. He looked up to see Ron grinning. Kid, here's the deal. Say Ron Weasley is Draco Malfoy's elder brother. And I'll teach you how to find a good girl. Thanks, but no need. Young Malfoy shot him a sidelong glance. Everything I desire, I will obtain. Something's not right. Harry carefully tucked the hawthorn wand back into his robes. Very wrong, all right? Things don't always go your way. Feelings aren't something you can demand. Why not? I possess looks, wealth, and physique. In the wizarding world, who dares to surpass me in lineage and power? Young Malfoy raised an eyebrow. What do I lack? If I desire it, what is there I cannot attain? Feelings cannot be measured like that, young Malfoy. Hermione stated seriously. What matters most isn't those things. What is it then? The soul. Young Malfoy narrowed his eyes, his voice bearing an unsettling clarity beyond his years. The soul? Of course it's the soul. That person's soul must belong to me. There's no second possibility. The four across from him froze, an involuntary chill racing up their spines. Young Malfoy continued. Greed is a virtue. If you desire something, take it, and once obtained, hold on tightly. Everything I yearn for should bear my mark, never to be released. But what if the other person doesn't like you? Harry murmured. Doesn't he like me? A soul that ignites my desire is destined to crave me as well. It's fate. Young Malfoy tilted his head. What if that person is momentarily lost? Young Malfoy smiled brightly. I have my methods to correct mistakes. In an instant, silence fell, and everyone was left dumbfounded. The crowd gasped. This boy is simply terrifying. One must not underestimate him. Harry remarked. Who exactly did you learn this from? Ron covered his face. Do I need to ask, Harry? Just look at those two beside you. Draco shook his head in a daze. It seems, it actually makes quite a bit of sense. Ginny added. That kind of talk is ugly and should not be learned. Those without money shouldn't learn it either. Autumn chimed in. If someone without looks, wealth, or power, and is also fickle, tries to learn it, they're doomed. Let us see if I don't smack him. Viewing experience 76. Who is truly your precious one? Jiang Fengyue's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, delving into the sordid depths of unsavory tasks that none among them could undertake. They required a blade. A brief silence enveloped the study as everyone's minds attempted to unearth all pertinent memories. Suddenly, Jiang Fengyue called out, Feifei, young master. Feifei is at your beck and call. Go to Diagon Alley and locate a certain individual. Jiang Fengyue's fingertips lightly struck the armrest. Bring him to me. His name is Witzelwen. Wits? Ron asked, bewildered, glancing back. Who is that? Do we know him? He asked the one Mr. Didn't killed during the hunt. Hermione elucidated. Harry furrowed his brow. Wits used to be a pure blood in a place like Nocturne Alley. Is he capable? Precisely because he once had everything, Draco interjected coolly. His fall into the mire has driven him to desperation, and thus, he becomes useful. Ron scratched his head, but he nearly perished and is homeless. Can he truly be loyal to the master? What use is loyalty to a blade? Little Dragon remarked, turning in surprise. Why concern oneself with the fidelity of a tool? It merely needs to be sharp enough to be wielded. A hush fell over the room as Hermione leaned forward, gazing sternly at Little Dragon. But what if that blade is too sharp and ends up wounding its wielder? What if the tool rebels? Little Dragon looked at her in confusion, as if the question itself were peculiar. The value of a tool is never determined by its own volition. It only becomes a sharp weapon in the hands of a true master. If a fool wields it, it is not but scrap metal. A blade may cause injury, but that is the fault of the wielder. A true instrument will only obey the stronger hand. Little Dragon blinked. If it stubbornly wishes to be scrap, then it ought to be broken. Everyone pondered. Whose philosophy is this, child? Sirius let out a low hiss. Merlin, he truly can exploit anyone, squeezing out every last drop of value. Yet it is indeed fitting. James nodded, shivering as he rubbed his elbows. That damned heartless capitalist. How terrifying. James. The Potter family was once the same. Lily chuckled, covering her mouth. Who said that? We merely sell shampoo, and we do so with integrity, James replied seriously. Our hearts are large and red. A youth clad in a faded shirt trembled as he knelt upon the carpet, while Jiang Fengyue sat in his chair, platinum hair cascading like water, idly observing him. Our young master Wits, Jiang Fengyue sighed, homeless and reduced to consorting with rats and dust. How pitiable. I wish to extend a hand to you, Wits. Jiang Fengyue's polished shoe pressed upon Wits' thigh, grinding down heavily. I shall provide you strength, shelter, and a place. Jiang Fengyue spoke softly, each word striking deep within the other's heart. When all despise you, and you find no place in this world. At the very least, there is me. What must I give in return? Wit stammered. Jiang Fengyue's lips curled into a slow, enigmatic smile, his gray eyes fathomless. Be my dog. Wits emitted a broken whimper, inching toward Jiang Fengyue. I am willing. I am willing. Jiang Fengyue looked down impassively, his expression unchanged. From today forth. Who are you? Wits pressed his forehead firmly against Jiang Fengyue's feet, curling his entire body into the dust, worshipfully bowing. I am Mr. Malfoy's dog. Merlin. Harry instinctively rubbed his thigh. This is a bit too intense. Draco hissed softly. How many times has this been now? Unclear. Ron munched on chips. He treats anyone he sees as a dog. Some are long-term pets, others are house dogs, some strays, and some dead dogs. Harry nodded. There are no difficult jobs. Only brave pups. Wits, keep it up. Little Dragon stared at the screen, nodding pensively. Ron was suddenly choked by a chip, gulping down watermelon juice. This is 100 times more lethal than the old bat deducting points. Snape, overhearing, rolled up his sleeves and smacked Ron on the back of his head. Disrespecting a professor, 10 points from Gryffindor. Hermione furrowed her brow tightly. First, there's extreme belittlement, an environment and language that oppresses, enough to shatter Wits' defenses. Then seemingly offering hope, striking at the most vulnerable of needs, finally presenting demands. This is a textbook case of emotional manipulation. Truly, it is terrifying. Her words flowed rapidly as her hands continued to move, but it is remarkably effective. Ron peeked over. Hermione, this is one lesson we don't need to learn, right? Hee. Fred chimed in. Wow. A standard case of the master handing over the leash for the dog to tie itself up. George added, accompanied by a complimentary woof woof service clause. Percy, quick, take notes. You'll be a big shot in no time. Percy protested, I don't want to learn this. Sirius gulped. Honestly, his words are quite terrifying. If it were me, he did not finish his thought. Do not worry, brother. James patted his shoulder. You are already a dog, have you forgotten? The other you is also his dog now. Fear not. You must be the most handsome dog among them. As Sirius prepared to engage James in a mock battle, a group behind them hesitated. If I say this, will you all mock me? Well, actually, perhaps we are thinking along the same lines. Is this a reward? Why reward Wits? I am 100 times more obedient than Wits. Why doesn't he the master reward me? Okay, I also want to be his dog. Can he step on me once? Alright, I would like that. Preferably step on my face, and not wear shoes when doing so. Wouldn't that be better? Isn't that harassment? Brothers, beat him. Death Eaters murmured. This phrase sounds eerily familiar. Indeed, it does. They exchanged alarmed glances, memories dragged back to a time shrouded in boundless fear. The sealed past resurfaced once more. They too had knelt like this, upon the cold marble floor, heads bowed, trembling, all over. Upon the throne, a figure was shrouded in dim light, features obscured, save for distinct fingers caressing a dark wood wand, exuding an aura of chill and deathly silence. They crawled like dogs, listening to that cold, clear voice. Small and humble as dust, the Dark Lord loathed to touch them. They did not even possess the right to meet his gaze. Only able to crawl forward and kiss the hem of his luxurious robes, offering their fearful loyalty. Each Death Eater felt the dark mark on their arms throb. A painful reminder of fear etched deep within their souls. They watched the scene on the screen, where one stood and another knelt, an eerie chill spreading from within. Once upon a time, when the Dark Lord first claimed power, he had captivated hearts with his eloquent words, compelling their willing submission. Yet later, having grasped absolute power and an irrefutable destructive force, he reshaped them into fearful servants. He abandoned the allure of words, revealing his rhetorical prowess only at grand assemblies. Yet he was more accustomed to wielding pure power and intimidation to control all. The Death Eaters experienced a new flavor of terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They dimly perceived why their master displayed such a greedy possessiveness over him. Voldemort's serpent-like eyes narrowed, fingertips nearly embedding themselves into the armrest of the chair. The Dark Lord's hand encircled Jiang Fengyue's waist, chin resting atop his head, his gaze sweeping over wits as he crawled toward Jiang Fengyue. Emitting a near-silent click of his tongue, Jiang Fengyue raised his hand to touch his mouth, only to discover that his fingertips had waited in vain for a moist tongue to caress them. He lifted his gaze, meeting the dim, scarlet slit of a pupil. Jiang Fengyue arched a brow knowingly, poking his cheek. How can jealousy make you look so enchanting, Your Highness? The Dark Lord hesitated, yet remained silent, his eyes lingering on him with an enigmatic depth. The smile in Jiang Fengyue's eyes deepened as he leaned in closer, feeding him a nut, the man parting his lips, his mouth resembling one that held the succulent flesh of the nut. Jiang Fengyue leaned in, gently pressing his tongue against the fruit's flesh, locking eyes with the crimson gaze mere inches apart. After a moment, the Dark Lord opened his mouth, swallowing the fruit flesh between his lips, followed by his tongue assertively pulling the other side of the fruit into his mouth. Jiang Fengyue playfully nipped at him, retreating slightly, his fingertip resting against the man's lips. The Dark Lord returned the gesture with a light bite to his fingertip. Ouch! Be gentle, Jiang Fengyue gasped in compliance, his eyes revealing delight. Only then did the Dark Lord appear satisfied, leisurely chewing on the nut. Suddenly, the black gem on the ring flashed violently, erupting from the ring without warning. Jiang Fengyue stifled a groan as he toppled straight from the single chair to the floor. Little Master, Fei, Snape, and little Barty rushed to his side, their cries and sobs echoing. Jiang Fengyue felt as if he had plummeted from a great height into an endless expanse of thick fog, impenetrable and suffocating. Are you Mr. Malfoy? A gentle voice broke the silence, and Jiang Fengyue turned to see his pupils constricting sharply. Jiang Fengyue narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step forward. Professor Dumbledore? He scanned the dense white beard. You appear much older. Harry's eyes widened in shock and Ron exclaimed, where did he go? What is that resurrection stone ring? Is it a portal to another world? Hermione hesitated. Is that really Professor Dumbledore? It feels a bit like Draco. He turned his head. Harry gasped. How could he be here? Everyone turned to him in unison. You know this place? Yes, I was just there not long ago, and I even spoke with Dumbledore. The group collectively shifted their gaze to Dumbledore. Professor? So you have met him? Dumbledore smiled gently. Indeed. Following this, Harry succinctly explained the nature of the place within 3 minutes, and the others nodded in vague understanding. So, he arrived at the station of the living and the dead, and then encountered our current headmaster? Wow, Professor Dumbledore, you already knew him. Professor, you are in private contact. You are a secret fan. Wait a moment. Why do I see Grindelwald appearing on the screen too? Is it even a question? Grindelwald must have come here with the professor. They are rekindling an old flame at the station. I had initially thought that the next to step onto this platform would be Harry. Dumbledore paused, glancing at Grindelwald beside him before returning his gaze to Jiang Fengyue. Unexpectedly, the wheel of fate has delivered a friend who should not be here at this moment. Station of the living and the dead. Harry, why did you go there? Harry hesitated, turning to find his best friend and family watching him, Hermione's voice soft, her brown eyes fixed on him. What is that place? What did Professor Dumbledore mean? Why would you be the next to step onto it? Harry had previously told them about his conversation with Dumbledore regarding his choice to return, but he had never shared more, and they had not had the chance to ask. Harry felt a tightness in his throat, recalling the place that determined his ultimate choice. In the final battle, I accepted that prophecy. Voldemort cast the killing curse on me. A collective gasp echoed through the group. Narcissa paused, gazing at Harry, then nodded in understanding. So, you died once? A voice, barely audible, broke the silence. Harry turned to see Draco's pale face. After a moment of silence, Harry replied, when I arrived there, Dumbledore spoke to me extensively about my past, my present, and the choices I must make. He chose to fight. He raised his head. I chose to return. The surroundings fell into silence, everyone quietly observing him. It was difficult to discern what emotions flickered in Hermione and Ron's eyes. While Sirius covered his face, Remus appeared pained, and James held a tearful lily. All eyes were on him. Harry turned to gaze at the screen, focusing on the figure that ventured into the realm of life and death. What had he chosen? Jiang Fengyue looked at the figure before him, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, with sleek black hair and exquisitely delicate features reminiscent of an angel. His pair of eyes had yet to transform into the chilling crimson slits of the future, yet they shimmered like fine obsidian, bearing a gravity beyond his years. The boy sat quietly on a chair, his little legs clad in worn shoes dangling above the ground. He scrutinized the person before him with indifference, tilting his head slightly in confusion. Who are you, and why are you looking at me like that? Who is this? Ron asked. Merlin, Hermione gasped. Who is this dead child? Harry inquired. Sirius erupted in uproarious laughter. By Merlin's beard. This can't be. His mouth was swiftly covered by James and Remus. Merlin. I can't believe it. Remus and James stared at each other in disbelief, while Lily screamed, Merlin, let go. Sirius can't breathe. Draco swallowed hard, his face ashen, feeling the weight of the Malfoy legacy and life screaming in his mind. Lucius appeared pale as death, exchanging a glance with Narcissa. Both consumed by thoughts of the Malfoys' impending doom. Not just him, but the entire Slytherin house fell into silence, their faces drained of color. No one daring to utter a word. The Death Eaters were even more affected. Everyone instantly closed their eyes, Bella hugging her arms tightly, her eyes shut, trembling uncontrollably. A wave of oppressive force flooded the viewing hall like a tide, silencing all sounds in an instant, leaving only the creaking of bones under pressure. Voldemort slowly turned his head, his crimson-slit pupils narrowing into a fine line, rage and murderous intent swirling within. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, but before he could act, Grindelwald suddenly rose, his presence overwhelming the crowd at Hogwarts, raising his chin defiantly at Voldemort. Alert! Eliminate Voldemort alone. Grindelwald's magical power activated. On the screen, Jiang Fengyue playfully rubbed the little boy's face, squishing his adorable, soft features into a dough-like form, his mischievous voice resonating through the hall. I am your future master. The audience fell into an eerie silence. Breaking the stillness was Grindelwald's booming laughter, exaggerated applause following, as if relishing the spectacle. Harry, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, swaying dangerously, pushed away by Draco in disdain, only to fall onto Ron. Straightening up, Harry declared seriously, who wants to see Voldemort call the Master Sir? Press 1 if you do. After a moment of silence, a flurry of notifications erupted in Hogwarts, the intensity rivaling the heartbeats of the crowd. Little Dragon, aghast, exclaimed, Are you all insane? My father kills without hesitation. But we have Professor Dumbledore, Harry retorted proudly. It's truly Dumbledore's fortune to have you all. Muffled screams had already erupted from the Hogwarts section. Heavens, how dare sir? Huh, I'd be surprised if he didn't do this. Merlin, why was the Dark Lord like this as a child? My goodness, how could he bear to abandon such an angelic face for a snake face? What a waste. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The other Dark Lord hasn't given it up. Keep it up. Hold on to it. Go Dark Lord. Hold on to that face. His and Sir's faces are the shared treasure of the entire wizarding world. Hee, am I the only one thinking that the Dark Lord also saw this scene? Will he punish Sir then? Filthy. You're sentenced to 10 potions classes to wash your brain. Ginny clutched her chest tightly. I can't take it. It's actually a limited edition husband in Sir's younger version. This works too. I can't. The sexual tension is off the charts. From older partner to younger one. Cho Chang's eyes gleamed. Then she showed a hint of disdain. Why is he only 4 or 5? Too bad he's not developed yet. The Dark Lord slowly turned his head. He pinched Jiang Fengyue's chin, leisurely examining his face. Jiang Fengyue raised an eyebrow. What is it, my lord? You have that memory from later on. The Dark Lord let out a very light hum, stroking Jiang Fengyue's lips. You liked hearing it that much? Even daring to be so presumptuous back then? Jiang Fengyue felt a bit ticklish from his touch, and couldn't help but shrink back slightly. You were just so adorable as a child, Jiang Fengyue chuckled lightly. Truly the most lovable child I've ever seen, making one want to dote on you. Jiang Fengyue murmured softly, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned. Though the topic seemed innocent, the lingering implication was clearly not. The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes. Dote on me? Their breaths mingled as the Dark Lord chuckled lowly. Then, my master, would you like to try being presumptuous tonight and dote on me? His voice was pressed extremely low, carrying a bewitching quality. Jiang Fengyue paused. He lifted his gaze to look at the man's face. Handsome to the point of being almost demonic. He seemed to think for a moment, appearing both innocent and pitiful, his voice soft and gentle. Daddy wants it again? The Dark Lord touched his lips, rubbing and whispering. Dote on me a little more. Be a good baby, all right? Goading me again. Didn't you say you'd let me sleep well? Jiang Fengyue complained quietly. I'll let you sleep, the Dark Lord gently stroked. Just once, all right? Really? Jiang Fengyue looked full of suspicion. Really, the Dark Lord said faintly. As long as I finish, I absolutely won't continue. No one will be my master. The boy's chilling gaze was as if poisoned. I will kill you. Jiang Fengyue let out a low laugh. His malicious fingers forcefully stuffed into Riddle's mouth, rubbing ruthlessly. His rough fingertips pressed hard against the inner walls of the mouth and white teeth. Saliva uncontrollably spilled from the corners of Riddle's forced open mouth, tracing paths down his flushed, swollen face. Little brat. Riddle suddenly opened his mouth wide, biting down hard on Jiang Fengyue's fingers. A sharp pain shot from his hand. Jiang Fengyue's blood wildly overflowed from between the tightly clenched teeth of Riddle's bite, dripping down onto the ground between them. The glint of pleasure in Jiang Fengyue's gray eyes grew even stronger. Hiss. A series of sharp intakes of breath sounded in the viewing hall, followed by various coughs and choked exclamations. Harry, holy crap. He bites too. Need a rabies shot. Ron's face was flushed bright red. Holy crap. How dare sir. Sirius couldn't help but applaud. Still able to laugh after being bitten like that? Two psychos probably having the time of their lives. James gave a thumbs up. Real men. Got guts. Draco let out an extremely short gasp. He huddled together with Lucius and Narcissa, the Malfoy family trio, silently trying to lower their presence, pretending they saw nothing. Hogwarts descended into confusion. Hand, fingers, forced intrusion, confrontation, bloodshed, dual evil, drooling. Buddy upstairs, your tags aren't quite right. The Weasley twins looked at each other, their voices hoarse as they both swallowed hard. Buddy, this is a bit. Inspiration. Master Taboo fingertips. How about that name? George. Hey, I think true lovers' sweet punishment sounds good too. They chimed in together. Let's make this biting candy. Bite it, and red juice flows out. Comes with a finger-shaped candy for a massage while you bite. They excitedly high-fived. We're geniuses. Molly roared. If you dare make such a product, I'll flush you down the toilet. Ginny gasped sharply. Hiss. Why does something so bloody feel so sweet to me? Cho Chang took a second sharp breath. This tension. This violent aesthetic. I will kill you and little brat. I'm done for. I've met one. Never mind, I want normal people. The Death Eaters. The Death Eaters had been keeping their eyes tightly shut since earlier. They took turns opening their eyes, designating someone to see if this scene was over yet. Signaling to everyone. The pressure around Voldemort had dropped so low it could freeze ice pops. He turned his head to look at the central seats. A hiss escaping his throat. The little dragon stared wide-eyed at the screen, then peeked to the side, then looked back at the screen. He touched his own face in a daze. A buzz went through his head. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly shot up. Oh no. The younger version of father seems cuter than him. Dad has seen a cuter kid than him. It's over. His advantage is gone. Both being kids. Dad seems to prefer father's version. The little dragon stealthily scooted closer to Jiang Fengyue, reaching out a small hand to clutch a tiny corner of Jiang Fengyue's robe. Jiang Fengyue, surprised, patted his head. What's wrong, little dragon? The little dragon glanced at him, then carefully peered behind him, meeting those indifferent crimson vertical slitted eyes. Nothing. Just want to hold hands, the little dragon mumbled. Jiang Fengyue looked at him, feeling both amused and his heart softening. He readily offered his hand. The little dragon stuffed his own hand into Jiang Fengyue's palm, holding it tightly, his thumb rubbing the back of Jiang Fengyue's hand with a dependent motion. The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything, just pinched the nape of Jiang Fengyue's neck, pulling his attention back, speaking intimately with him in soft whispers. It's fine, the little dragon consoled himself. He's the real child now. Father isn't one anymore. Jiang Fengyue chuckled lightly. Want a hug? Riddle's little face, covered in killing intent and blood, instantly went completely blank. But Jiang Fengyue paid no mind, picking up the entire child. The next moment, Jiang Fengyue raised his arms high, lifting the little Dark Lord high above his head. Immediately after, the barefooted platinum-haired youth spun lightly on the empty platform. Wind rushed into Riddle's nostrils. Pale light. The distant blurred railway tracks and mountain shadows were all laid out beneath his gaze as he looked down. Jiang Fengyue asked with a smile, "Fun, little darling?" Riddle's little head felt dizzy. Instinctively, he leaned against Jiang Fengyue's chest, raising his dark eyes to look at him in a dazed, bewildered way. The noisy viewing hall fell silent for a moment. The bloody, confrontational prelude had suddenly given way to a finale that was almost sacred. Whether mocking, horrified, teasing, or shocked, all the noise and exclamations stuck in their throats. Everyone watched the screen in silence. In the distance were endless green mountains and misty clouds. The empty King's Cross platform was a vast expanse of white, with only the platinum figure gently spinning. His hands still dripped with fresh blood, winding down his arms and cascading from his elbows, blooming like crimson plum blossoms upon the ground. Jiang Fengyue raised his arms high, lifting that ethereal child, a symbol of endless darkness and power, above his head. The barefooted youth twirled gracefully on the desolate platform, cradling his unparalleled treasure, engaging in a waltz that belonged solely to the two of them. The cinema hall was enveloped in a profound silence lasting 10 seconds, soon interrupted by the clatter of a teacup falling and startled gasps, accompanied by the sterile voice of the system reminding everyone not to damage the property. Dumbledore observed the scene once again, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Grindelwald leaned back against his chair, his brows raised, watching the spectacle with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Harry uttered a soft, Ron's brain seemed to stall as he stared blankly at him. Draco gazed weakly at the screen, as if confronted with the ultimate absurdity. Hermione remained silent for a long moment before her cheeks flushed. "It's really quite sweet." Ginny appeared somewhat dazed. "Why is it so sweet when he holds him up, yet it feels so beautiful?" Autumn rubbed her face. "Oh my, a great crisis." Little Long felt oblivious to the turbulent undercurrents among the crowd. He clung tightly to Jiang Fengyue's arm like a koala, alarms ringing wildly in his mind. That cunning father, pretending to be pitiful to be held, even calling him little treasure. Little Long narrowed his eyes dangerously at the scheming boy on the screen. Jiang was indeed as seasoned as ever. He needed to learn. Voldemort's form was rigid, his red eyes fixed intently on the screen, watching his own small, filthy self being lifted and spun, traversing the wind, ultimately finding solace in the embrace of the soul he yearned to possess. Little treasure. It coursed through his soul like the most potent dark magic, not merely because of the words themselves, but because they emanated from Jiang Fengyue's lips. He, the one singular entity throughout the endless flow of time that captivated and ignited his desire, revealing such a twisted compassion towards him. His fingers, resting on the armrest, curled tightly as if attempting to grasp him, only to slowly loosen and tremble due to the unquenchable thirst and fury within. His gaze darkened, fixated on the central seat, like a person who has lost all sense of taste, suddenly witnessing another self relishing the world's most exquisite delicacies. That very delicacy being the source he had long coveted and yearned to seize. Jiang Fengyue felt a touch at his waist, swatting away the mischievous hand. The man once again caressed him, leaning down to bite his earlobe, warm breath entwined with inquiry brushing against his ear. "Little treasure? Why can you call that version of me this, but not me now? What about you?" It tickles at my ear, yet Jiang Fengyue did not shy away. Tilting his head, "Doesn't the size seem inappropriate?" His gaze leisurely descended, lingering at a place known to all, yet unspeakable in writing. "Perhaps it should be big treasure now." The Dark Lord fixed his stare upon him. "Which do you prefer?" "They are both, your highness, a difficult choice indeed. I find myself utterly enamored with you now, while the younger version of you possesses its own unique charm," Jiang Fengyue said deliberately, observing the deepening shadows in the man's eyes, letting out a light laugh as he caressed his cheek. For instance, today Jiang Fengyue playfully tapped the man's cheek with his fingertip, half smiling, saying, "I enjoy you holding me, tucked under a blanket, simply sleeping." In a side story, when the Dark Lord possesses a chibi little moon, 1. In the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore unwrapped a chocolate frog, deftly securing the soon-to-leap creature in a golden cage. He picked up the card, holding it up to the light, as his blue eyes gleamed with delight. "Fortune smiles upon me," he mused. He cheerfully opened a drawer, retrieving a tin can marked with the words "cockroach cluster," thickly packed with his own collection of small cards, carefully adding the new card to his collection. Satisfied, Dumbledore opened the cage, reaching for the chocolate frog, ready to take a bite of its head. Boom. The door to the headmaster's office was flung open with a resounding crash against the wall. Dumbledore jumped, his grip faltering, and the chocolate frog immediately hopped away. "Headmaster! Headmaster! Dumbledore! My father, my father!" The newcomer, clad in a silver green house robe, appeared slightly disheveled with urgency, his gray eyes wide with panic. Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurriedly followed behind, out of breath as they leaned against the doorframe. "Mr. Malfoy?" Dumbledore exclaimed in surprise. his gaze sharpening with concern. What has happened to Mr. Malfoy? He should have left after the parents' meeting. Draco struggled to swallow, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. Momentarily unable to articulate a complete thought, Harry stepped forward anxiously. He couldn't leave. He was stopped by the Ravenclaws. Harry, flustered, sought to clarify, after he descended the staircase. A group of Ravenclaws, possibly joined by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, along with Slytherins, blocked his way. To make a long story short, Draco managed to catch his breath. Standing upright, his hands oddly intertwined, clutching his outer robe close to his chest. While my father was signing for them, Potter and the others came over. And Granger had at least 20 books, begging my father for autographs. Only 10 books, Malfoy. All right, children, what exactly transpired? Later, my father signed for Granger, Weasley, and Potter. And after finishing, he prepared to leave, but those three insisted on escorting him, and then the staircase suddenly shifted, forcing my father to walk in another direction. And then, Mr. Malfoy. I haven't finished my story, Headmaster. I know, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the area of Draco's robes that was carefully concealed. What is it that you are holding? Upon hearing this, Draco cautiously lifted his robe, as if unveiling a treasure, cradling it delicately in his hands and raising it before Dumbledore. This is my father. Dumbledore's blue eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the small object cradled in Draco's palm. Silken platinum hair cascaded like silk across Draco's fingertips, resembling Mr. Malfoy. The exquisitely crafted silver robe, scaled down perfectly, mirrored the one worn by Mr. Malfoy who had just exited his office. The delicate, fair face was indeed identical to the Mr. Malfoy he knew. But how could this appear to be less than 20 centimeters, resembling the most intricate magical doll? Dumbledore sprang to his feet. The chair legs screeched in protest. Mr. Malfoy must not encounter any trouble at Hogwarts. He swiftly approached Draco, lightly waving his wand and casting several detection spells on the small figure nestled in Draco's hand. Tiny golden lights flickered like fireflies around Jiang Fengyue, settling upon his chest, as if gently shattered by his minuscule breath, dissipating into the air. Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief, his beard relaxing downward. It seems to be merely a harmless little charm, devoid of any dark magic traces. Since this incident occurred within the corridors of Hogwarts, it might just be a jest from the castle itself. The castle itself? Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this castle was left by Salazar Slytherin. It certainly has its own peculiar whims that we cannot fully comprehend, Dumbledore said with a playful wink. There was even a student who spent too long in the prefect's bathroom and was transformed into a squealing little pig. A pig? Ron screamed in fright. All right. I shall never sing in the prefect's bathroom again. Relax, children. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. According to records, the pranks triggered by students are quite varied. Fawkes let out a gentle trill, seemingly to comfort the anxious children. Dumbledore scrutinized the miniature figure cradled in Draco's palm. At this moment, Jiang Fengyue's chest rose and fell steadily, as if ensconced in slumber. His exquisitely sculpted features appeared particularly serene in sleep, with long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon his fair cheeks, evoking both fragility and tenderness. Why hasn't father awakened yet? Draco inquired anxiously, carefully supporting the diminutive figure in his palm and using a handkerchief as a makeshift blanket. Please hasten his recovery, Headmaster Dumbledore. I shall promptly consult the relevant materials. Dumbledore reassured. However, I believe this state will not endure for long. Perhaps a few hours, perhaps a day, perhaps. Dumbledore paused, his gaze becoming complex as he regarded Draco, an unspoken understanding passing between them. What concerns me more at present is how to explain this matter to your father. The office fell into an oppressive silence, as a certain dreaded, shadowy figure loomed in all their minds. Draco swallowed hard, his imagination spiraling into terrifying visions. His father, carefully cradling the miniature version of himself, standing upon a 9-tiered throne with a sea of kneeling Death Eaters at his feet. The Dark Lord's handsome, yet fierce visage radiating malice. The Dark Lord held the exquisite little figure in his hand, his expression savage. Dumbledore defies us, and Slytherin wishes to join the fray. Then let battle commence. It was over. They were doomed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed towards Dumbledore. Headmaster, we need a solution. Hogwarts is doomed. War has begun. Ron screamed in terror. No? The Dark Lord will surely lead the Death Eaters to Hogwarts and hang us all from the Whomping Willow. Let's leave him at Hogwarts, Harry suggested. We can return once he recovers. No, Hermione shrieked. Dumbledore doesn't even know when he'll wake up. If he stays at Hogwarts for a night, the Death Eater army will come at midnight. Draco attempted to salvage his family's reputation. Father is still quite composed. Calm down, children, calm down, Dumbledore interjected, reclaiming his robe from Ron. Adjusting his glasses, he turned a serious gaze towards Draco. Mr. Malfoy, The safety of Hogwarts now rests entirely upon your shoulders. Draco stammered. Me? Yes. I implore you to ensure that Mr. Malfoy is safely returned home at once, my child. It is imperative that you clearly convey to the Dark Lord that this is not a curse. It is not dark magic. It poses no harm to Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore emphasized, if he has any questions, he must come to me first. I would be more than willing to collaborate with him on a solution. Understood. Given that other magical fluctuations might repel the minor spell affecting Mr. Malfoy, no apparition or portkey spells may be employed on your return. Once Mr. Malfoy awakens, please remind him to refrain from using any magic temporarily. Draco nodded solemnly. Understood. The weighty responsibility of Hogwarts survival and the fate of the wizarding world pressed upon him, causing him to unconsciously straighten his posture. He gazed at the tiny figure of his father in his palm, his heart swelling with warmth, his eyes sparkling. Draco raised his head, his expression grave. Headmaster, do you have a miniature villa, or perhaps a bed made of cedar? Holding father like this on the way back will be uncomfortable for him while he sleeps. Dumbledore pondered. I fear my office lacks such amenities, Harry. What are you three rummaging for? Hey, Headmaster. Malfoy is right. His father has already suffered enough from the spell. We cannot let him sleep uncomfortably. The trio searched through Dumbledore's office, Harry responding without turning. Eventually, Harry excitedly approached, holding a flower basket from the shelf. They all cleared the basket, and Dumbledore contributed a small pillow, using his wand to shrink it to size for the base. Hermione shrank Dumbledore's cashmere blanket, meticulously wrapping every part of the basket in soft comfort. Harry pulled out his handkerchief but found it too coarse. He glanced around and then retrieved Dumbledore's silk handkerchief, folding it carefully and placing it in the basket as a pillow. After searching for a while, Ron scratched his head and selected 2 roses from the disassembled flowers, gently placing them in the basket. Fox emitted a soft trill, elegantly bowing his head and plucking a single brilliant red feather, which he flew to rest upon Dumbledore's shoulder. The phoenix's golden feather fluttered down, brushing against Jiang Fengyue's cheek, causing him to furrow his brow slightly in his sleep and sneeze softly. Draco carefully placed Jiang Fengyue into the basket, tucking the corners of the velvet blanket around him with care. The 5 of them stood around the flower basket, mesmerized for quite some time, until Dumbledore cleared his throat. Draco snapped back to reality, hastily lifting the basket. The 4 looked at him solemnly. It's in your hands. Malfoy. Taking a deep breath, Draco's gaze hardened with determination. Leave it to me. He steadied the basket, and Jiang Fengyue shifted within, the blanket slipping slightly from his neck to reveal his gently rising chest, the collar askew, exposing his delicate collarbone. To prevent Draco from taking 3 days to return home, allowing the Dark Lord to amass his forces tonight, Dumbledore kindly arranged for a driver. Cradling the flower basket, Draco found himself frozen at the entrance of the castle, wishing he were riding Buckbeak instead. Leaning against a motorcycle, the rebellious Sirius, clad in leather and sunglasses, looked effortlessly dashing with his wind-blown hair. Sirius first whistled, taking a long look at Draco and the basket before striding over in his high-heeled boots. He bent down to peer into the basket, his ears slowly turning red. Wow. A little flower fairy? He gazed at the basket for quite some time, long enough for Draco to suspect this big dog might suddenly snatch it and flee. Just as Sirius attempted to poke inside, Draco swiftly swatted his hand away, glaring fiercely as if to say, touch it, and I'll cast a curse on you. Sirius pouted in annoyance. Greedy. Draco smirked. Remember your place, dog. Ignoring him, Sirius swung onto the motorcycle, donned his helmet, and with a stylish lean forward, the engine roared to life with a deep rumble. With a charming glance over his shoulder, he declared, through wind and rain, the bike awaits you. Get on. Draco hesitated, casting a wary glance at the wild metal contraption, cautiously climbing aboard, feeling as if he had fallen into some peculiar organization. It must be said that Sirius, as a driver, was both considerate and ethical. Not only did he magically mute the roaring noise, but he also cast a protective charm around the flower basket. They sped through the streets, the basket remaining undisturbed while Draco's hair became tousled. The motorcycle executed a sharp turn and came to a halt in front of the grand, ornate iron gate of Malfoy Manor. Sirius removed his helmet. How will you pay, cash or Gringotts transfer? Draco elegantly dismounted. Charge it to Dumbledore's account. All right. Draco feigned politeness. Care to come in for a visit? No, thank you. Sirius waved his hand dismissively. Given your father's current predicament, it is quite uncertain whether I shall be shattered into 8 or 10 pieces upon entering. Draco paid him no heed, striding elegantly inside with an air of noble detachment. As he walked, he bolstered his resolve, dismissing several exuberant house elves who approached him with bows and offers to carry a floral basket, all of which he declined with a mere wave of his hand. Traversing the lawn's corridor, Draco inhaled deeply and pushed open the glass doors to the hall. There stood Fifi, emerging with a steaming cup of red tea, who, upon seeing him, exclaimed with excitement, "Young master, you have returned. Is Hogwarts on break today?" She glanced curiously behind him. "Did young master not return with you from the parent-teacher conference?" "I have returned, albeit in a rather unusual manner," Draco whispered urgently, placing a finger to his lips. Fifi, though puzzled, obediently closed her mouth and cautiously peered behind him. Oblivious to her expression, Draco stealthily ascended the stairs, intending to confer with his grandfather upon his return about how to prevent the Dark Lord's wrath. Just as he was about to step onto the staircase, a voice, smooth as flowing water and as cold as jade, suddenly resonated from the side. "Where is your father?" Draco froze, forcing a smile as he turned to face the source of the voice. Seated on a velvet armchair beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the man had his legs crossed, and the soft light filtering through the glass accentuated his striking features. His crimson-slit pupils gazed at Draco with an unsettling indifference. Draco swallowed hard, silently reciting the mantra of "for the sake of Hogwarts and the wizarding world, who else could bear this burden?" He took a deep breath, lifted his outer robe, and revealed the carefully cradled floral basket. "Father is here." The moment the basket was exposed, Voldemort's eyes narrowed into thin slits, causing Fifi to immediately cover her mouth in alarm. He swiftly rose and approached, his towering figure casting a shadow that made Draco's heart quiver. His gaze fixated on the contents of the basket. Nestled within, the diminutive Jiang Fengyue, swathed in a plush cashmere blanket, had a few strands of platinum hair sticking to his face, and his slightly disheveled collar revealed a hint of skin. He was unconsciously clutching a phoenix feather that was longer than he was. Voldemort stared intently for a long moment. Draco trembled as he watched the crimson gaze slowly rise, igniting with a tempestuous storm from the abyss. In the next instant, that terrifying gaze dropped again, for the little one in the basket had turned over, rubbed his eyes, and gradually opened them, revealing his bleary gray orbs. Jiang Fengyue, in disbelief, stared up at the imposing figure of Voldemort, then glanced down at his hands, looked back at the pale-faced Draco, down at his own belly, then at Fifi, and finally extended his legs to examine them. After a moment of calm contemplation, he grasped the edge of the basket and stood up. "Hug me." In this alternate chapter, when the Dark Lord possessed a chibi version of the moonlit child, Jiang Fengyue, the small figure, barely the size of a palm, appeared tousled and slightly flushed from sleep, his voice soft and gentle, reminiscent of a kitten's mew. He leaned against the edge of the basket, extending his hands as if awaiting a cherished gift from Voldemort. Voldemort cautiously extended his hand toward Jiang Fengyue, who stepped onto his palm and settled down, wrapping his arms around the Dark Lord's thumb to steady himself. Voldemort gingerly lifted the almost weightless little body to eye level, maintaining a direct gaze. His voice was hoarse, each word seeming to be forced out. "Tell me, who did this to you?" His icy red gaze swept over Draco, who flinched, nearly collapsing. "Father, it is as follows, dear father." Draco quickly and accurately recounted the events, repeating Dumbledore's words 3 times, and as his voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Dumbledore's warning echoed in Voldemort's low, dangerous hiss, "Hogwarts." It was over. Draco shut his eyes, thinking, "Oh, Dumbledore, I fear I have let you down." "Your Highness." The tiny voice broke the oppressive silence, redirecting Voldemort's intense gaze back to the little one in his palm. Jiang Fengyue patted the Dark Lord's thumb, his gray eyes shimmering like a lake infused with starlight. "Your Highness, please think of a way to revert me back. Dumbledore is, after all, rather aged and will likely take his time with the research. You know the ancient tomes best." Jiang Fengyue, seated in Voldemort's palm, leaned forward, his legs dangling over the edge, swinging back and forth in the air. He tilted his head. "Though I feel no discomfort, I need not walk for myself anymore. Your Highness can simply carry me in your pocket wherever you go, which is rather delightful." Voldemort's expression softened, the storm in his red eyes gradually subdued. He sighed lightly, prodding Jiang Fengyue's belly with a finger, which was met with a gentle nuzzle from the tiny hands. "Delightful? Are you certain it is not easier to lose you or more likely to be harmed by some careless creature?" Jiang Fengyue rested his head against the Dark Lord's finger, his hair brushing against Voldemort's fingertips, igniting a ticklish sensation within him. "Not at all. With you here, how could I possibly get lost? Or who could harm me?" Voldemort sighed helplessly, clumsily touching the top of Jiang Fengyue's head with his fingertip, then turned to lead him back toward the hall. Draco and Fifi both exhaled in relief, with Draco's eyes glistening with tears. "Headmaster, I have preserved the peace of the wizarding world in the study of the Voldemort manor." The vast collection of tomes was as boundless as the ocean. The amassed volumes of magical texts and forbidden curses encompassed nearly 80% of the wizarding world's secrets, not to mention the restricted section of Hogwarts, which he had thoroughly perused during his student days, leaving no stone unturned. Voldemort possessed absolute confidence in both light and dark magic, even if a particular spell had never been documented. There was no curse or dark magic that he could not unravel. He meticulously examined Jiang Fengyue from head to toe for nearly half an hour. During this time, Jiang Fengyue, lying on his stomach, had finished a piece of Fifi's specially crafted strawberry cake. Finally, the purple wood wand was tucked away, and Jiang Fengyue, biting a silver fork, looked up at him. "Are we done now, Your Highness?" "Yes." Voldemort cleaned the cream off his abdomen. Dumbledore had not lied. It was neither a curse nor dark magic. It was merely a harmless prank, perhaps an egg left by that troublesome Salazar a millennium ago, meant to intermittently tease his future students. It posed no harm to Jiang Fengyue, with an uncertain duration but not particularly long-lasting. Voldemort carefully poked Jiang Fengyue's belly, who ignored him, finishing the last strawberry on the cake. He had a habit of saving the best for last, for the sake of rigorous consideration. All magic applied directly to Jiang Fengyue was rendered ineffective, including spells for food. Thus, cakes could only be made small enough to suit his size, while fruits had to be either cut into smaller pieces or consumed whole. Jiang Fengyue clutched the strawberry and took a half bite, unable to withstand the poking from Voldemort's hand. He set down the strawberry and wiped his sticky hands on the man's palm. "Your Highness," Jiang Fengyue said earnestly, "I am about to become upset." "What?" Voldemort chuckled lightly. "What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Your voice is too soft." Jiang Fengyue stood up and stomped hard on his belly, the solid muscles reverberating and causing his leg to ache slightly. He incredulously lifted his face and shouted loudly, "Your Highness, have you no shame? Are you deliberately flexing your abs? Wasn't this your favorite thing to do at night?" Voldemort lowered his hand and stuffed the leftover strawberries from the small plate into his mouth. The little man on his belly widened his eyes, glanced at the empty plate, then looked down at his feet, which were almost numbed from the shock, and said with a forced smile, "Heh, I detest you. And I equally detest you." Voldemort replied with a light chuckle. "What would it take for you to forgive me?" "I shall not forgive you." Voldemort placed his index finger beneath his feet, asking, "One more chance?" Jiang Fengyue narrowed his eyes and climbed up his finger, tapping the middle finger once he reached the palm to indicate he was ready to begin. The Dark Lord's elevator obediently activated, transporting the esteemed Mr. Moon to the shoulder level. Mr. Moon, feeling unsatisfied with merely standing on the shoulder, ascended further to the top of the head, where he tugged at Voldemort's dark hair and settled down comfortably. "Where's Little Dragon?" "Haven't come out for dinner, Your Highness." The collection in Malfoy's study isn't as extensive as that in the Voldemort manor. "You've said it yourself, he wouldn't find anything." Voldemort snorted coldly. He ought to calm down and study seriously. What has Dumbledore taught him at Hogwarts? How many proper dark spells has he learned? His crimson eyes narrowed, brow furrowing slightly. Spending all day brawling with that Potter, what has he accomplished since becoming the Slytherin captain aside from inciting inter-house rivalries? Isn't this merely following in his father's footsteps? Jiang Fengyue smiled sweetly. "Did you not also have thoughts of killing Harry Potter back then, Your Highness?" Voldemort was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he remarked, "He should read more and learn more. He is already in his 3rd year, and still doesn't know the killing curse. Let the child have some time." Jiang Fengyue lay against his head, tilting forward to meet his gaze upside down, playing with his bangs. "But he's only in the 3rd year." Voldemort hissed. "That old fool Dumbledore. What is the point of parent-teacher meetings and board meetings? Is he so idle?" Jiang Fengyue chuckled softly, understanding that the Dark Lord was genuinely upset, feeling it was Dumbledore's fault. If it weren't for him, Jiang Fengyue wouldn't have been subjected to this peculiar little prank at Hogwarts. Poor Dumbledore. "Call Little Dragon out. Dinner is ready." Jiang Fengyue tugged at his hair, braiding little pigtails. "I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, the icy demeanor of the Dark Lord melted, and he extended his hand above, while Jiang Fengyue rode the elevator down to chest level. Voldemort supported him as they headed toward the dining room. Draco, nearly drowning in a sea of books, staggered into the dining room, his face showing signs of being thoroughly battered by words. "Damn English. It's quite harmful." Fifi had prepared a special dining chair for Jiang Fengyue, positioned at the dining table. It was a miniature high-back chair, intricately carved with entwined serpentine patterns at the top, covered with a deep green velvet cushion, edged with tiny silver trim, in front of which was a proportional small dining table made of ebony. Tonight's dinner consisted of roasted cod, with Fifi selecting the most tender parts, and the dessert was mango pudding. Draco bit into his silver fork, his bright eyes watching his doll-like father seated at the small chair. Strangely, Nagini had not slithered to her designated feeding area today, but instead nestled beside Voldemort. Voldemort glanced at her and hissed a couple of times, causing Draco to blink and lower his head in silence. Nagini stared at the Dark Lord for a moment, then seemed to have an idea, moving to the other side and resting her head on the dining table, her head larger than Jiang Fengyue's, gazing intently at him. The The serpent creature slid from Nagani's head, winding its way to the small dining table, and poked Jiang Fengyue's chair with the tip of its tail. Jiang Fengyue nearly toppled over from the poke, prompting Voldemort to furrow his brow and extend a finger to steady the back of his chair, his red eyes narrowing as he hissed a warning at the serpent creature. The serpent creature hissed back in a pitiful manner, lowering its head and returning to Nagani. Nagani flicked her tongue and crawled back to her feeding area, rummaging through the toy box prepared by the Dark Lord and Jiang Fengyue. In no time, she returned with something clutched in her mouth. Nagani dropped the object beside Jiang Fengyue, her large head resting on the table, staring intently at him. Jiang Fengyue's eyes widened in surprise. It was a hand grab ball, entirely made of gold, adorned with 3 large emeralds, a Christmas gift he had given her 2 years prior, which she loved to play with. Jiang Fengyue smiled, reaching out to stroke her forehead, saying, "Thank you, Nagani." Voldemort swallowed his steak and glanced towards Nagani and the serpent creature. The low, guttural sound of parcel tongue echoed as Nagani's tail tapped against the floor, satisfied. As she returned to the feeding area to eat, Voldemort picked up a napkin and gently wiped Jiang Fengyue's hand after she had touched Nagani. A voice echoed from the entrance hall as Abraxas, returning from a banquet, elegantly removed his dragonhide gloves and handed them to a nearby house elf before striding toward the dining room. "Grandfather, you're back." Draco excitedly waved at him. Abraxas caught sight of Draco's surprised expression, raising an eyebrow. "Little dragon, shouldn't you be at Hogwarts? Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Dumbledore sent a Patronus to me, saying there was a minor incident involving your father at Hogwarts." He paused, noticing the empty seats at the dining table, which were set up like a dollhouse, with exquisite dolls on them, his pupils widening in disbelief. What was he seeing? Abraxas hurried to Jiang Fengyue's side, staring at him stiffly. Jiang Fengyue greeted him with a silver fork raised in salute. "Father, you're back." "I'm back," Abraxas murmured, tentatively poking Jiang Fengyue's face. However, he miscalculated his strength, causing Jiang Fengyue to tilt sideways, startling Abraxas, who quickly steadied him. Jiang Fengyue clutched his finger, complaining, "Father, be gentle." All right, Abraxas replied repeatedly, carefully watching him as he took a seat beside him. "Is this the minor incident Dumbledore spoke of? What exactly happened?" Draco cleared his throat and recounted the events once more, while Abraxas nodded, fixated on the tiny figure beside him, which was not even the size of his palm. As long as he wasn't cursed, that's good. The concern on Abraxas's face gradually dissipated, his gray eyes deepening as he couldn't help but pinch Jiang Fengyue's cheek with 2 fingers. This time, his touch was gentle, barely brushing against his face. And Jiang Fengyue swallowed his pudding, nuzzling against his fingers. Abraxas retracted his hand in surprise, his fingers twisting as he revealed a smile reminiscent of Draco's. "Not a problem. This is quite fine." Abraxas chuckled. "At worst, I'll just carry you in my pocket wherever I go." The Dark Lord shot him a cold glare. Jiang Fengyue responded with a cheerful smile, swallowing the last bite of his pudding and pushing the plate to the corner of the table. A pale hand presented a plump, glistening cherry before him. Jiang Fengyue looked up to meet Voldemort's crimson gaze. "Fruit after dinner," the Dark Lord said with a gentle smile, clearly relishing the moment. Jiang Fengyue squinted. The cherry in his hand was as large as an apple. He lowered his head and took a bite. The cherry was sweet, a deep purple hue. He munched on the flesh, and unlike an apple, the cherry's flesh was softer, and as he bit into it, juice gushed forth. Juice trickled down his hand, winding its way down his pale arm, forming a scarlet trail upon his skin. Jiang Fengyue glanced at it, took a handkerchief, and bit into a cherry to wipe his arm clean. Draco unconsciously bit down on his silver fork, exchanging a furtive glance with Abraxas. Voldemort's gaze had scarcely left him, lingering until Jiang Fengyue finished his last bite and placed the pit on the plate. Voldemort's fingers encircled his underarm, lifting him up and placing him before himself, tenderly wiping each finger smeared with the sweet, sticky juice. Unable to resist, he pinched Jiang Fengyue's face, playfully squeezing it, but Jiang Fengyue pushed him away, his hands defending against the onslaught. Observing this display of paternal affection, Abraxas furrowed his brow and couldn't help but interject, "Master, please refrain from such antics." Voldemort shot him a glance, the coldness in his eyes silencing Abraxas. Jiang Fengyue pushed Voldemort's hand aside, rising to dash over to his father. Abraxas watched the little figure settle beside him at the dining table, his eyes brightening as he offered the ripest blueberry, coaxing, "Try this, it's quite sweet." Jiang Fengyue accepted the blueberry, devouring it in a few bites, just as Draco presented a glistening grape, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Initially inclined to refuse, Jiang Fengyue's heart softened at the sight of his son's sparkling gaze, and he accepted it. The grape's juice overflowed more than the cherries, splattering his hands. He placed the grape on Abraxas's silver spoon, cleaned his hands, and then savored the fruit, wiping his hands once more afterward. "Enough now. Too much will lead to indigestion. Voldemort declared, rising and extending his hand towards Jiang Fengyue to beckon him up. Jiang Fengyue climbed up his arm to perch on his shoulder, grasping Voldemort's earlobe for balance. I'm off to wash up, Father, little dragon. Abraxas and little dragon nodded in a daze, watching as Voldemort carried Jiang Fengyue upstairs until the little figure completely vanished from view. The dining hall fell silent for a moment before Draco turned to Abraxas and asked earnestly, Grandfather, is there a way to keep Father around for a few more days? Abraxas paused momentarily before responding. If you find yourself weary of your father's presence, I could intervene. Warm mist enveloped the lavish bathroom. Voldemort lounged against the edge of the spacious tub, his arms casually spread, his muscular chest barely visible through the steam. His damp black hair was carelessly swept back with one hand, and his austere features softened slightly at that moment. Glancing sideways, he inquired playfully, Is it too hot for you? Just perfect, came a soft, delicate voice in reply. Beside him in the tub, a finely crafted ceramic bowl adorned with golden rose patterns rested, and Jiang Fengyue leaned against its edge, his little head tilted back in utter contentment. His already soft voice became almost inaudible as he relaxed, prompting Voldemort to chuckle softly and lean closer. Jiang Fengyue opened his eyes, startled by the imposing handsome face before him, and calmly extended his hand to pat Voldemort's mouth, saying, Your Highness, you are quite frightening. Please move back. Unable to suppress his laughter, Voldemort leaned in and planted a kiss on him, engulfing his entire face. As Jiang Fengyue felt him pull away, he murmured, I can hardly breathe with you so close. Voldemort gazed at him, unable to resist, and gently grasped him under the arms, burying his face against him in a playful nuzzle. Jiang Fengyue swayed with the motion, gripping his hair and mewing like a kitten. All right, no more nuzzling. Voldemort lifted his head, retrieving a towel to dry him off completely before stepping out of the tub, his bare feet touching the floor. He dressed Jiang Fengyue in a now too small nightgown and placed him on the countertop. The moment Jiang Fengyue steadied himself, he looked up and, in that instant, Jiang Fengyue swallowed hard, captivated by the breathtakingly remarkable sight before him, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of Voldemort's gaze. Your Highness, Jiang Fengyue exclaimed, his entire face flushed, glaring at Voldemort in disbelief. Voldemort leisurely donned his bathrobe, scooping him up into his palm, his voice a languorous rasp. You must know, whatever form you take. I cannot resist. He playfully tugged at Jiang Fengyue's nightgown, his fingers slipping inside to tickle his small belly. You are simply too adorable, my little moon. Jiang Fengyue eyed him warily, clutching his fingers tightly. I cannot be held accountable for this. You must not overstep. Voldemort paused for a moment, and Jiang Fengyue stared at him, teeth clenched, while Voldemort sighed with a hint of regret. Very well, you owe me one. Make it up to me next time. Jiang Fengyue marveled at Voldemort's audacity as he was led over to the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Voldemort languidly settled into the soft cushions, while Jiang Fengyue climbed over him, ultimately deciding to nestle comfortably against his deep collarbone, leaning against his warm neck. All right, Your Highness, I'm all settled. With a lazy flick of his fingers, Voldemort conjured a magical screen before them, and the cabinet doors opened automatically. Jiang Fengyue squinted at the options and pointed to one of the tapes. Let us watch Murder on the Orient Express. The magic precisely extracted the tape, and the screen gradually illuminated with vivid imagery. Jiang Fengyue had ingeniously repurposed the magical screen once utilized during the Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort's hunting events. Each evening after bathing, instead of snuggling in Voldemort's embrace while poring over dark tomes or obscure texts, he aimed to embrace a new nocturnal routine, purchasing a collection of Muggle movies to explore this newfound use of the magical screen. Warm orange light filled the bedroom as Jiang Fengyue slipped his cold feet beneath Voldemort's robe, seeking warmth against his skin. The sounds of the film flowed through the serene room, with Voldemort's hand lifting to gently massage his small feet. As the film's climax unfolded amidst a flurry of snow, Jiang Fengyue yawned, his eyes brimming with drowsiness. The magical screen faded silently, and Voldemort carried him to the four-poster bed. A small, exquisite bed had already been prepared on the nightstand, but when Voldemort glanced at it, it instantly dissolved into a fine dust, vanishing without a trace. Gently, Voldemort placed Jiang Fengyue on the pillow, and he lay on his side, gazing at the beloved figure nestled among the soft cushions. Jiang Fengyue returned the gaze, slowly crawling to Voldemort's neck, curling up in the crook, quietly listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Good night, Your Highness, he whispered, extending a small hand to softly pat Voldemort's neck. Voldemort pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. Good night, my little moon. Viewing experience 77. Fate is but a whim. So why is he here? Jiang Fengyue carefully smoothed the hair of the boy in his arms. Still in this form? It is a projection of the primary soul, a reflection of the essence of the soul in its current state. A hint of sorrow appeared in Dumbledore's eyes as he recounted how he had repeatedly split his own soul, creating multiple Horcruxes. Each division inflicted a severe blow to the integrity and power of his soul, irreversibly damaging its wholeness. The form before you reflects the internal state of his primary soul. Weakened due to these splits, his power had reached its zenith, yet his soul was irreparably tainted. Harry's expression grew grave, despite being privy to the entire truth. He felt an unsettling chill that penetrated to his very marrow, accompanied by a peculiar realization. He was becoming increasingly formidable, yet simultaneously more frail. Sirius cursed, declaring, "I told you he was a complete lunatic. He dares to engage in such madness." Ron swallowed hard and remarked, "To be honest, it's somewhat admirable how ruthless he is towards himself. The fact that he hasn't devolved into a babbling fool is a testament to Voldemort's tenacity. Yet, he has indeed become a madman." Hermione exclaimed in horror, "His power is not infallible. His Horcruxes allow him to resurrect after death, but ironically, this has become his greatest vulnerability." Draco murmured, "He is on a path of self-destruction." The color drained from his face in an instant, his body trembling slightly. He had been indoctrinated to fear and even revere the Dark Lord's power, yet at this moment, he was submerged in the stark reality of madness. Instinctively seeking solace by glancing at his father, Lucius's wand fell to the ground, and he remained unresponsive, enveloped in sheer terror and bewilderment. At that moment, the Malfoy family's century-old gamble felt more regrettable and absurd than ever. Why had he not extricated himself sooner? The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, soon broken by the stifled sounds of gasps and unrest. The Death Eater's area resembled a graveyard, filled with suppressed, labored breaths. They covered their ears, too afraid to listen, as panic and despair seeped into their defenses, struggling to meet each other's eyes. So, is the Master increasingly inclined to kill because of this? Perhaps not. He may have an innate penchant for killing. So, has the Master gone insane? Are we following a madman? Mate, even without Dumbledore saying it, that seems pretty evident. Oh, come on, don't worry. It's not news that the Master isn't a good person. We bear the dark mark, not a Peppa Pig stamp. All right. It's obvious the Master has lost his mind. What is there to be surprised about? I thought it was a mental issue. Turns out it's a soul issue. At least the Master doesn't have a mental illness. That is something. The Death Eaters tried to lighten the mood, lowering their hands from their ears and stealthily hiding beneath their seats. The viewing chamber erupted with an ominous glow. The air around Voldemort became charged, twisting and boiling. As a hoarse, piercing roar shattered the silence. Voldemort bellowed, "Dumbledore, how dare you? What is the rush?" Grindelwald yawned, casually turning his head, interrupting his words. "If you look closely, there is much to see." Voldemort stared at him, his crimson eyes narrowing, furrowing his brow at the enigmatic insinuation in his words. Jiang Fengyue silently cradled Riddle, seating the boy on his lap, carefully adjusting his pants and tidying his little shirt. Dumbledore remarked, "If he continues to fragment his soul, one day he will descend into complete madness, just like the Voldemort in your world, right?" Jiang Fengyue raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Voldemort sneered, his fingertips nearly embedding themselves into the armrest. Ginny remained silent for a long while, finally exclaiming, "Wow, he is dressing him like a child. How serious. I really shouldn't ship this, but I can't help it. Boo-hoo." Autumn cleared her throat. "If it's the Master and the Dark Lord, then the child-husband pairing works too." Jiang Fengyue glanced at the boy in his arms, smiling as his gaze drifted towards the cold iron tracks extending into the endless fog outside the platform. "I don't want him to board the train," Jiang Fengyue softly stated. "I want to take him away." Dumbledore paused momentarily, then seemed to understand, pointing towards the tracks outside. Each diverging track represented a potential path, but whether the train would change course depended on its willingness to do so. Voldemort refused to alter his direction. He had never chosen love, nor would he ever repent. Jiang Fengyue scoffed. "Who cares? I am the one who decides." The viewing chamber fell silent. Ron stared blankly. What does he mean? Everyone comprehended the implications of Jiang Fengyue's words. Hermione covered her face. Merlin. Harry's expression became exceedingly complex, filled with an incomprehensible bewilderment. Why? What was he thinking? The atrocities Voldemort committed deserved death. Harry clenched his fists. Why, Master? Hermione suppressed her emotions. Because he wants to. Clearly, in his eyes, there was no sense of right or wrong. Sirius ruffled his hair. "TSK, I told you he was mad." James retorted. "You've said that countless times, Sirius. Think about the people Voldemort has killed." Sirius spat, his gaze drifting to Jiang Fengyue's serene profile, his curses gradually fading. "Tisk, damn it." The Hogwarts crowd fell into hushed discussions, a cacophony of indignation and shock erupting at that moment. All fury and murderous intent seemed to evaporate, replaced by an unprecedented astonishment gripping him. He stared at the screen, his gaze landing on the central seat. Grindelwald, I recall you possess prophetic abilities. Help me see his fate. He raised Riddle's small hands and gestured to the blonde wizard. Grindelwald's vision began to blur, shifting towards a more chaotic river of time. Moments later, he abruptly regained focus, his ice blue gaze sweeping over the two, his words resolute. He will die. The Death Eaters rolled their eyes, slumping in their seats. Harry exclaimed, yes. Sirius echoed, yes. James chimed in, yea. Ron scratched his head. Voldemort seems to have died once already. Which death is he referring to? Hermione nearly leaped from her seat. Wait. This prophecy must be analyzed accurately. What kind of death is it? The Death Eaters perked up at this remark. Indeed. The Master has died before. Could Grindelwald be mistaken? It's possible. I've heard that those who make prophecies are the most deceitful. Oh well, if he dies, he will still resurrect, right? Little Grindelwald, just a minor player next to Dumbledore, must be trying to fool me. I suspect this is a test. Steady yourselves, brothers. Even if the Master dies, he will return. I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted like a dog every day. And I have to consider whether this is a probe to see if I can betray and which coffin board I should choose. Don't overthink. Dogs aren't that tired. Ron's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Not to question you, Mr. Grindelwald, but such matters warrant careful scrutiny. Popping champagne mid-game is a grave taboo. Indeed. Did you perhaps see this 17 years ago? Sirius scratched his head. Harry doubted. How does your prophetic ability compare to Professor Trelawney's? Nonsense. Grindelwald huffed, rising and rolling up his sleeves. You little brats dare to question my prowess? Do you know who I am? I must teach you a lesson for your ignorance. Headmaster. Help. Grindelwald sat back down. Dumbledore smiled gently. Gellert is a descendant of seers. His prophecies do not resemble the revelations of Professor Trelawney, but are visions. Grindelwald proudly lifted his head. Do you understand my worth? My prophecies are infallible. Harry pointed to the central seat. Then how is he still alive? The Dark Lord cast a casual glance in that direction, his red eyes narrowing. Ron and Hermione whispered conspiratorially. I told you, those who play with prophecies have murky hearts. They might just deceive you for a handful of galleons. Grindelwald remained silent. His situation is different. Different how? Is he any less devastatingly handsome? I truly ought to discipline you all. Grindelwald rolled up his sleeves. You lot have forgotten who I am after my long absence. Haven to you? You are Albus Dumbledore's beloved. Grindelwald sat back down. After an initial surge of fury, Voldemort calmed, his voice dripping with unabashed mockery and arrogance. Death? I have long tasted its flavor and trampled it beneath my feet. Death? I shall trample it again and again until I embark on the eternal path that transcends it. Voldemort hissed coldly. Bella raised her hand in fervent cheer. Master is mighty. At the pinnacle of wizardry, dominating the world. Where there is the Dark Lord, there is hope. The Death Eaters emerged from their chairs, raising their hands in raucous celebration. Long live the Dark Lord. Long live the Dark Lord, forever and ever. The crowd at Hogwarts observed the scene in silence. Harry turned back. I told you Voldemort was running a pyramid scheme, but you wouldn't believe me. Jiang Fengyue gazed silently at him, unconsciously tightening his embrace as if to meld the cherished one into his very being. Nonsense, Jiang Fengyue murmured softly. Harry sputtered. Sir still knows how to curse. Draco rolled his eyes. Why are you blushing over his cursing? Little Draco exclaimed. Wow, Dad can curse too. How impressive. Ron remained silent. What is so impressive about cursing? I can do it too. Why don't you praise me? Oh, haha. You're really something, Sirius hissed. Hey. His expression looks terrifying, okay? The group fell silent once more. Hey, what is the professor thinking? Harry poked Draco. You're all Slytherins. What could he possibly be thinking? Sirius considered poking Snape, but was met with a glare that could kill. Wood nudged Flint. Hey, you're all Slytherins. What do you think the professor is pondering? Ginny and Autumn turned back, nudging Pansy and Blaze. Hey, you're all Slytherins. What is the professor thinking? Faced with Voldemort, who was destined to die according to Grindelwald's declaration, confronted by a fate meticulously inscribed, what was he contemplating? Slytherin fell into an unprecedented silence. If it were them, these followers, these believers, these vassals, those who knelt before the Dark Lord with glory and ambition, what would they do? Flee. Fear, a fear that penetrated to the bones. A primal instinct to switch allegiances, to forever align with the victors, to seek new patrons immediately. This was their reaction after years of subservience. Emotionality was a privilege of Gryffindor. They might change vessels or struggle for survival, but they would never deny the prophecy itself. They had considered rebelling against fate. They assessed the situation, their ambitions took root, they acted with prudence. Quite the opposite. They sought power, upheld honor, craved authority. ultimately to firmly grasp the reins of fate in their own hands. Yet, there were prerequisites. They acted with caution, in the face of immovable mountains of power. The prophetic destiny and the terror of the Dark Lord, their hearts would instinctively dull their blades. After a long silence, a chorus of hissing emerged. Pansy spoke. Because the chief does not accept. Blaze shrugged. Because the chief refuses to be manipulated. Flint scratched his head. Because the chief is a dictator. Draco's voice was soft. He is wondering on what grounds. Draco looked at Harry, his emerald eyes reflecting Harry's pale visage, whispering, he is not cursing, Potter, he is declaring war. Riddle's reaction was particularly intense. Death. Am I to die? I refuse. Riddle shrieked sharply. Everyone turned to him. Jiang Fengyue pressed down on the back of his head, guiding the trembling boy's small head against his shoulder. You don't want to die, do you, my dear? Jiang Fengyue asked softly. Riddle struggled violently from his grip, intensely gazing into his eyes, filled with despair and defiance. I do not want to die? No. Jiang Fengyue watched him in silence. Very well. You shall not die. Jiang Fengyue lowered his head and kissed the center of Riddle's brow. You will not die, to the best of my ability. Jiang Fengyue declared resolutely. I promise. Silence enveloped the room. The Death Eaters opened their eyes, the fear of witnessing the childhood of the Dark Lord. The dread of their master's dark past seemed to vanish in that moment, and upon hearing that promise, they widened their eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at the screen. Did you hear that? Of course, the echo has sounded 3 times. What did he promise? To do all he can, the master will not die. The Death Eaters fell silent for a moment. It must be a deception. They gazed at the central chair, observing the unchanged, still strikingly handsome and formidable master. He is not a liar. Harry suddenly stood up and then sat back down, scanning the room, realizing everyone wore the same bewilderment as he. Ron shook his head, thinking perhaps water had obstructed his hearing. Did the professor say he would keep Voldemort alive? No one responded. Sirius cursed again. Has he gone mad? Protecting Voldemort, as if he were human? Lily murmured. He already has, and quite well. The crowd fell silent, then stared blankly at the central chair. The Dark Lord sat there, his soul complete and cohesive, his magical power more profound and unfathomable than in his prime, still commanding the Death Eaters, basking in their awe. There was no need for concealment. He could still exist in the world under that name he had chosen, Voldemort, with all the glory of the world. Ginny swallowed hard. Why do I feel like I've heard that phrase from the professor before? Autumn pondered. Voldemort made a promise to him too. 2 promises, so different yet so similar. Ginny hissed softly. Voldemort had bestowed upon him a past. He promised the professor dignity, erasing the past shame, urging him to stand tall in equal strength. Autumn sighed. The professor gave him a future, promising him survival. Yes, but not entirely. Draco spoke softly. This, too, is a mirror of 2 similar promises. Voldemort had once promised him he would no longer kneel, had compromised, had given, had clumsily bestowed gifts. Now Jiang Fengyue was making a promise to him in this very moment. As the entire world, the relentless flow of fate itself, everything and anything compelled Voldemort to kneel, to repent on his knees, to bow his head in submission, to prostrate before the preordained conclusion of death, to yield to the prophecy that had already been inscribed. Everyone anticipated Voldemort's demise. Everyone awaited his submission to the destined fate. Jiang Fengyue told him, very well, you shall not die. Jiang Fengyue spoke to his soul, do not kneel. The will of the world seemed to coalesce into a cold deluge, silently, yet deafeningly calling for the same conclusion. His death, whether it was the curses of the haters, the prayers of the fearful, or the desperate loyalty of fervent followers, all seemed to crown that inevitable conclusion. The river of fate surged forward, the banks crowded with spectators awaiting his obliteration. What is the professor thinking? Harry inquired once more. Ron shook his head. That is Voldemort. Why keep him alive? The little lion's face turned pale. Voldemort has taken so many lives. What right does he have to continue living? The small snake exchanged glances. What? Pray tell, does our master seek to attain? The little eagle expressed bewilderment. He does not hesitate for a moment, as if this is not a matter worthy of contemplation. The little badger tilted his head. Why, dear sir? Harry lowered his gaze and tugged at the little dragon. Why? Little Draco? The dragon squinted, incredulity lacing his voice. Are you all mad? Those previous whispers were one thing, but how dare you question whether father deserves to live? He exclaimed. Are you out of your minds? He raised his chin slightly. What baffles me even more is that you would dare to challenge father's decisions. The group furtively glanced at the central seat, realizing they had overstepped. They had forgotten that the merciless terrorist, who could annihilate entire families without a second thought, was present. Sirius forced himself to speak. So what then? The dragon huffed. Given the morning's dumplings, I shall show you mercy. After a pause, the dragon began to mumble. Because father said so, and Daddy heard it, the dragon replied. The group fell silent. Just like that? The dragon affirmed, just like that. What everyone perceived was Voldemort's transgressions, judging whether he deserved to exist, while Jiang Fengyue saw Voldemort himself. Those who abhorred Voldemort prayed for his swift demise, while onlookers mockingly awaited the denouement. Loyal subjects became frenzied martyrs. Admirers measured his soul with mundane standards, captivated by his unparalleled power and charisma, yet unwilling to accept the inevitable darkness and cruelty that accompanied such strength. They wept, pleading for him to exhibit mercy, questioning why he could not walk towards the light, attempting to prune his wild branches with notions of right and wrong and humanity. They shed tears, claiming to suffer for him, demanding Voldemort transform himself, to descend into hell and atone. Who are you? Voldemort gazed at them with indifference. He is that kind of person. He feels no remorse, nor will he change. All stood on the pristine, illuminated shore, watching him navigate a world of bloody darkness, demanding he cross the perilous river that lay between, to cleanse his soul, to drown within it. Voldemort looked down upon them from his lofty perch. He slayed enemies, obliterated spectators, commanded subjects, and disregarded admirers. In the face of this ancient, indifferent fate, at the moment when all resigned themselves to that dark conclusion, only one person swam against the tide, grasping his hand. Harry stared blankly at them, the mist gathering in his emerald eyes. But Voldemort is wrong. Draco spoke softly. Master does not care. Ron chimed in. Master does not care. Sirius smiled wryly. He does not care. Hermione's voice was faint. He does not concern himself with right or wrong. Nor does he care whether Voldemort's choices align with the laws of the world or cheap compassion. He only cares for Voldemort himself. He cares for Voldemort's unyielding pride, for his insatiable desires that burn everything to ash, for his soul that would shatter rather than submit. Harry took a deep breath, rubbing his trousers, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Why? Because Master is arrogant and selfish, greedy and cunning, insidious and cruel. For in his eyes, all judgments are merely the buzzing of insects. Hermione looked at him, her tousled hair seemingly lifted by the wind, because his soul is equally indomitable. The dragon smiled brightly, because for Daddy, fate is but a trifling matter. On the screen, Dumbledore's questioning voice rang out once more, his urgent pleas eventually falling silent, leaving only Jiang Fengyue's calm words as he wiped the blood and tears from the boy's face. I cannot bear to witness him in such a state. The great, terrifying Dark Lord should never shed tears in this life. Their souls were forged from the same cold yet fervent material, a different pinnacle of solitude, a different turbulent dark sea. Voldemort's pupils were fixated on the screen, his pale fingers unconsciously tightening, his body beneath the black robes taut like a drawn bow. That arrogant posture seemed capable of bestowing life upon him. The great Dark Lord should be punished for his audacity, yet he suddenly turned his head, gazing at the soul he had long observed. He rasped, "What gives you the right to make such a promise?" Jiang Fengyue appeared not to hear, as Voldemort stubbornly fixed his gaze upon him. After a moment, Jiang Fengyue turned his head and glanced at him. "I wish." Voldemort's expression remained impassive as he slowly turned his head. No one could see his eyes. In a decayed world, he had sown the seeds himself, which broke ground, branched out, and blossomed. The onlookers beheld this scene, Grindelwald raising an eyebrow, playfully surveying the trio. Harry fell silent, suddenly declaring, "It's over. Voldemort has fallen in love with him." Ron gasped in shock. "How do you know? Have you become a love expert?" Even Hermione looked over in surprise, while Draco regarded him in astonishment, as if he wished to examine his mental faculties. Harry scoffed. Master just glanced at him. "What of that glance?" Harry retorted. "That glance made even me want to brave fire and water for Master, let alone Voldemort." The white mist began to swirl anew, as points of light emanated from afar, gradually enveloping Jiang Fengyue's figure, leaving only his words to the boy. "One day, I will take you away." The Dark Lord quietly observed everything on the screen, grasping Jiang Fengyue's hand, gently tracing his features. The Dark Lord caressed his cheek, tenderly kissing the corner of his lips. "I still wish to hear you say with your own mouth, 'What kind of me do you truly love, little moon?'" Jiang Fengyue smiled brightly. "I love the you who is true to yourself, my lord. If you wish to burn, then burn. If you desire eternity, then seize it. If you wish to live." He caressed the Dark Lord's face, laughing softly. "I want you to live." Viewing experience 78 unforgettable. Gringotts has long since been rebuilt, and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has enacted new stringent regulations in response to the recent rebellion of certain goblins. Jiang Fengyue looked at each goblin, regardless of rank, subjected to repeated searches. Jiang Fengyue on purpose? Father? Abraxas. That was at the behest of Selwyn. This is a task Selwyn must complete before this winter. Jiang Fengyue instinctively asked, "Where has he gone, father? What do you ask him for?" Abraxas glared at him, filled with disappointment. He has gone to the north. To consolidate the giant forces, such matters of great significance require his personal oversight. Consolidating giants? Harry exclaimed. Ron's face turned wary. What does Voldemort intend to do? The laws concerning goblins have grown increasingly harsh. Hermione furrowed her brow. Draco remarked, it is only logical that the Ministry of Magic would impose stricter measures against goblins after their previous rebellion. Yet I have a feeling something is amiss. Hermione raised her head. Ever since Selwyn ascended to power, every decision he has made, every law he has enacted, seems reasonable. Yet I feel there is a hand behind the scenes, pushing him forward. If someone is indeed pulling the strings, then that person's identity is quite apparent. Harry shrugged. Ron scratched his head. Do you think these are Voldemort's orders? Hermione nodded. She had witnessed too much through the viewing experience, from Jiang Fengyue's perspective. Even occasionally from Voldemort's viewpoint, and some revelations from Abraxas hinted at a brewing storm. Sirius furrowed his brow, remarking, at that time, the Death Eaters were involved in numerous nefarious activities. This is truly a difficult conundrum to decipher. What are Voldemort's intentions in uniting the giant clan? Where does he wish to wage war? Or what is it he truly desires? Harry inquired keenly, if this indeed pertains to the decree issued by Selwyn. What ulterior motive does he have in oppressing the goblins? James looked somewhat bewildered as he glanced at Sirius, then at Lily and Remus. Was there such a situation back then? The trio pondered for a moment before shaking their heads in unison. It is quite normal not to know. Hermione's quill drew a line across her notebook, just as Mr. Voldemort not only retained his visage, but also fathered a child with Mr. Insert Name. And oh, this revelation infuriates me, Sirius whispered. But why does Voldemort monopolize all that is good? Must my title as the most handsome wizard in the realm come to an end? Harry raised his head, bewildered. Is there such a ranking? Indeed, Harry, Ron declared solemnly, for I am ranked second. Harry, with a serious expression, retorted. Which dubious list is that? Hermione lifted her quill, assigning a reprimand to each of them. No interruptions, Harry, Ron, and little troublemaker Sirius. Hermione then returned to the matter at hand. The emergence of Mr. Insert Name is akin to a boulder cast into the web of time. Every choice he makes elicits varied responses from those around him. She sighed. It appears that we cannot rely on past experiences to discern Voldemort's plans. No need to fret. Hermione, let us not overthink this, Ron consoled. After all, everything will be revealed to us. Voldemort did not fix his gaze on the screen, but merely glanced up when Jiang Fengyue spoke, his fingers caressing his wand, his crimson eyes lowered, concealing their depths. The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes dangerously upon seeing the screen. So, Abraxas does not wish for me to approach you? Little Long stiffened, his hand trembling around the chips. Grandfather, how? Jiang Fengyue looked at him in astonishment, pondering whether the Dark Lord had never perceived his lack of acceptance. He paused for a moment, deciding to rephrase in a manner less injurious to Voldemort. My lord, consider what transpired on the night you returned from Scandinavia. The Dark Lord froze. Jiang Fengyue comfortingly patted his heart. I have followed you since my tender years. Who truly is in the wrong here? The Dark Lord remained silent, then grasped his hand. Leaning close to whisper in his ear, I feel a sense of nostalgia. Once we are free, let us visit my estate and admire the roses outside the bay windows. Jiang Fengyue's eyes sparkled. Only the flowers? The Dark Lord's gaze deepened as he focused intently on him. Focusing on family affairs and coordinating external assets at home? Apollyon exclaimed. What do you mean by that? Jiang Fengyue remained unperturbed. It means living off my family. I wish to be a homebody. What do you mean? You cannot refuse to go to work. Apollyon shrieked. How can you not go to work? What about the Ministry of Magic? Will you not attend? I believe my stance is quite clear, Apollyon, Jiang Fengyue replied, his voice calm as still water. I have no intention of engaging in those social games at the ministry, dictated by the whims of others. What I aspire to do is control the hands that turn this wheel. He paused, surveying those around him, one by one. I shall place you within the ministry, in the Wisengamot, the international department, and all other pivotal positions. As for the decisions at the ministry, let them appear democratic. That will suffice. Jiang Fengyue chuckled lightly. But ultimately, the will and resources that bring it to fruition shall spring from me. The Death Eaters exchanged wry smiles. Their expressions, all too familiar. Haven't we heard such words before? What do you think? Who sent you to the ministry to indulge in such excess? I've lost weight. I didn't consume that much. How modest. Surely a few steps would cause gold bars to fall from your pockets. I too wish to resign. I no longer desire to work. That as possible. Would you prefer a watermelon or a winter melon as your retirement gift? Or perhaps you enjoy gnawing on a large melon. Harry stroked his chin. Rather than working myself, it is better for my friends to work. Ron slapped his thigh. Instead of suffering myself, let my friends bear the burden. Hermione queried, is that what Mr. Insert Name meant? Before her words could settle, two pairs of wolf-like eyes fixated upon her. Hermione, you are concerned about our suffering and wish to resolve it for us, correct? Ginny reclined. I too do not wish to work. I want to play Quidditch. Autumn lay down. I too do not wish to work. I desire to be a monkey on a May mountain. The Death Eaters found themselves in a state of anxiety. Retirement seemed a distant dream. While the Hogwarts students faced an impending graduation, Dumbledore rose, waving to the children. Fear not, my dear students. We have decided to extend the 8th year to assist you in delving into your respective fields, understanding circumstances and policies, and ensuring each student is thoroughly equipped for their roles. The 4 young ones cheered, hooray. The Death Eaters lamented, by what right? Someone has entrusted me with a letter for you, Headmaster, Jiang Fengyue stated, from Nurmengard. The smile on Dumbledore's face instantly froze. Jiang Fengyue continued to drop a bombshell. The Dark Lord has gone to Scandinavia to consolidate the giant forces. Dumbledore's hand trembled violently. After a lengthy silence, Dumbledore finally spoke. This is indeed troubling news. But why have you informed me? Grindelwald desires your response. Jiang Fengyue replied coolly. I believe this information is sufficient to warrant you opening this letter and penning a reply. Ron exclaimed, wow. So this is where the first act of revealing information occurs. Why does Mr. Insert Name provide Dumbledore with intelligence? Has he made a deal with Grindelwald? Harry inquired, glancing to the right. I recall Grindelwald suggesting to Mr. Insert Name that he seek his counterpart in another world. Grindelwald crossed his arms and chuckled. I too am curious about what he discussed with me. I am not one to easily show benevolence. Hermione surveyed the screen. Her thick notebook already half filled with notes. It is evident that Mr. Insert Name is preparing for both outcomes, but she directed her gaze toward the screen. What exactly is the situation with Mr. Insert Name? Tail. Tail. Ron blinked. Harry turned back. Tail? Draco suddenly turned around. Tail. The narrative's echo had once mentioned that the reward given to Mr. Insert Name was the restoration of the 9 tails. Hermione murmured, but he started as a 9-tailed being. Why must he restore the 9 tails? Where has his tail gone? What did he discuss with Grindelwald? How could Dumbledore possibly give Voldemort an opportunity? When Dumbledore met with Grindelwald, Grindelwald claimed he had repented. Her voice quivered slightly. Dumbledore also spoke with Mr. Insert Name here, questioning whether there was still a chance for redemption before the conclusion became irrevocable, and whether anyone would be willing to extend a hand. A profound silence enveloped the room. Harry murmured, Voldemort would never repent. Ron whispered, Voldemort would never feel remorse. A remorseful Dark Lord would cease to be the Dark Lord. A penitent Dark Lord would no longer be the Dark Lord that Mr. Insert Name recognizes. A kneeling Dark Lord would not even earn a glance from him. Remorse and repentance are sentiments that can only be articulated by those with a conscience, words that hold meaning only for those who harbor doubts about their past. The very essence of Voldemort's soul is forged in the crucible of darkness and ambition. His transgressions, cruel in nature, the bones he has walked upon, and the order he has established, are mere extensions of his will. To compel him to repent would be akin to asking flames to repent for their heat, or the abyss to atone for its darkness. Jiang Fengyue would never allow it. Jiang Fengyue demanded completeness and pride, even as the malevolent Voldemort stood unabashed in his wickedness. He yearned for his presence, for his very existence. Draco murmured, the Dark Lord is unrepentant, and no one shall compel him otherwise. Indeed, Voldemort harbors no regrets. Hermione turned her head, her complexion faintly pale. Then how could Dumbledore ever afford him an opportunity? How could he consent to coexistence? Her questions lingered in the air. What had he done? Why was he weeping? In that initial forewarning, they had scarcely comprehended the essence of this individual. Now, they felt that forewarning was utterly absurd, nearly leading them astray in their search. Harry exclaimed, damn that malicious editing, sitting at the same table as Rita Skeeter. Ron lamented, I told you, this system is profoundly questionable. A radiant orb of light shone brightly. Alert! Alert! Ron Weasley has insulted the system. He is a student of Albus Dumbledore. Alert! Alert! Ron Weasley has insulted the system. He is a student of Severus Snape. Alert! Alert! Ron Weasley has insulted the system. He is a student of Minerva McGonagall. Professors, everyone, Ron, your disgraceful comments, I find them amusing too. Ron gazed in shock at the system broadcasting throughout the hall, exclaiming, I'm sorry. Professors, I apologize. Dumbledore smiled at him, no need to worry. It merely tarnishes one's dignity. Snape whispered, tell me, Weasley, did you ever attend school? During dinner at Hogwarts, the hall was brightly illuminated. Yet the Slytherin table stood almost empty. Where are the Slytherins? Have they gone ghostly? Oh, they collectively took leave, departing one by one before tonight's dinner. Collective leave? Why? They went to Malfoy Manor. A flicker of complexity crossed the eyes of the Ravenclaw head. Today is the birthday of that esteemed Slytherin lord. Harry raised his hand in cheer. Happy birthday, sir. Ron whimpered. Happy birthday, sir. Draco applauded gracefully. Happy birthday, sir. The Death Eaters clamored. Long live the Dark Lord and his queen. Happy birthday. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Voldemort turned. The Dark Lord glanced at them with a pair of crimson, slitted eyes, manifesting approval. Jiang Fengyue's eyes twitched, and he turned to glare fiercely at them. The Death Eaters, emboldened by what they perceived as recognition, raised their hands. The dark marks swaying as they cheered. Bid farewell to all troubles. Say hello to all joy. Happy birthday to our esteemed Lord. Every day is splendid. The Hogwarts crowd gasped in shock. Despicable. To employ such tactics for charm. The Death Eaters must not win. We will strike back. George and Fred distributed light signs in every direction, illuminating the hall as bright as day. The cacophony within the hall resembled a nightmarish hell. Even Satan would have to cover his ears. Little Draco stared in bewilderment at the chaotic throng behind him. What are they singing? Today isn't my father's birthday. Draco remained unfazed. They're insane. Little Draco glanced at the composed Draco. Why don't you sing? What if my father truly feels happy? Such tactics. Even if I were aware, I would not employ, Draco replied with serene indifference. Little Draco fell silent. You're so pretentious. Malfoy Manor was no longer a realm of mortals. It had transformed into a gilded dream, a sanctum forged of desire. Thousands of crystalline shards, animated by magic, danced through the void, weaving a flowing diamond nebula, while the air was filtered and adjusted by invisible enchantments. The most prominent pureblood families of the British magical community nearly emptied their nests, with high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic attending without exception. The usually reserved Slytherin students appeared even more solemn, all clad in finery. The air was fragrant with perfume, goblets clinked, and amidst the conversations, a haze of intoxication mingled with the awe of Malfoy's unfathomable depth and ultimate luxury. Silence enveloped the gathering, a silence distinct from any previously. They had been shocked, moved, or frightened, but this silence bore an air of despair. Harry remarked, I seem to hear the Malfoy vault calling me master. Oh, the damned wealthy. Ron lamented, Merlin, do you only torment me? Merlin's devilish whisper replied, Of course not, my dear child, I merely mock you. Little Lion wept silently. Why is your life effortless while mine is a series of slaps? The little snakes consoled him. It's all right, follow my advice. Open the gas, shut the window. Have a good sleep, and the pain will dissipate. The little eagles were incessantly calculating. How much will this birthday banquet cost? I don't know, but the suffix zeros far exceed those in Chengdu. After comforting the little lion, the little snakes turned away, secretly shedding tears. Why doesn't my dad earn more money? Little Badger exclaimed, Wow, Malfoy is so wealthy. Indeed, that is my father and my grandfather above. Little Draco elegantly adjusted his cuffs and smiled at everyone. I intended to conceal my identity while engaging with you all, but who could have foreseen that fate would be so capricious? If I have caused you distress, I apologize. To make amends, I shall cover the expenses for all lunches today. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The prince of the wizarding world, terrifyingly formidable. Wait, a grave voice resonated. And everyone turned to see Harry's cold visage, now tinged with calmness. Isn't the lord of the manor now of age? Draco rolled his eyes. No kidding. Ron, perfectly comprehending Harry's thought process, burped. What did Voldemort say in the garden earlier? He mentioned he would retrieve Draco along with interest. He intends to bring it back with profit. Harry's face turned ashen. The Death Eaters covertly buried their heads beneath their chairs, concealing their unseemly grins. The Hogwarts crowd huddled behind Dumbledore, revealing their mischievous smiles. Ginny chuckled. He is of age now. Autumn chimed in. He. Yet, Hermione interjected, but the Dark Lord is in Scandinavia. The crowd felt as if doused with icy water. The expressions of both parties exchanged instantaneously. Harry's eyes widened, and he raised his hands in jubilation. Yes. Sirius shouted, Yes. Bellatrix echoed, Yes. Little Draco stared at them in confusion. What is the big deal? What does it matter if father is of age? What does it matter if he is absent? Hogwarts erupted in chaos. The Death Eaters sighed, while Voldemort furrowed his brow, a flicker of wrath emerging in his crimson gaze, though his form gradually relaxed. Jiang Fengyue observed the silhouettes dancing on the screen, the fragrant elegance, and the cacophony of excitement behind him. He turned to the Dark Lord. Your Grace. Was the snowstorm in Scandinavia that severe? The Dark Lord fixed his gaze upon him. I do not recall. How long did you travel? I do not remember. Jiang Fengyue raised an eyebrow. Then what do you recall? The Dark Lord caressed his face. I remember that year, worrying I might miss your birthday, fearing to narrowly miss the mark. I remember the moment I pushed open the door, and you looked at me, viewing Body 79 dance music. Jiang Fengyue languidly reclined in a velvet chair, facing a grand floor-length mirror. The figure within donned a silver-white robe, luxurious to the point of being domineering. Intricately adorned with emeralds and gemstones, each inch breathtakingly opulent. Fei stood behind him, attending to his long hair, carefully weaving strands of resplendent gemstone beads into his tresses. Harry, how intriguing. I have never encountered anyone who wears a vault upon their person. Ron, counting on his fingers, muttered, 1, 2, 3, 81. 82 by the time he reached 100, he had utterly surrendered. Slumping in his chair like a piglet devoid of dreams. I can't even count how many gems are embedded in him. Woe is me. Hermione hesitated for a moment. Where did those phoenix feathers on him come from? The gathered crowd at Hogwarts fixed their piercing gazes upon Dumbledore. Well, Professor, it appears you have been secretly exploiting your pet for a side job. Dumbledore's brow twitched, yet he maintained his smile. I have not. Harry interjected. Oh, so Fawkes has been conducting business on your behalf, has he? Dumbledore replied. For millennia, phoenixes have undergone rebirth, and there are always a few reserves. Fawkes would not engage in such behavior. Ginny sniffed fiercely. Malfoy's grandfather has indeed dressed him like a little prince. Autumn remarked, what a pity. The Dark Lord cannot see him in Northern Europe. Ha. I saw him, and the Dark Lord could not see that I saw him. Does that not signify a connection between me and him? Harry poked Draco. Hey, Malfoy, do you act this way at your birthday too? Draco shot him a glare. Naturally. A pure-blood family's banquet will adhere to its proper decorum. He gazed at the screen, somewhat conflicted. Yet, such extravagance. With even the Minister of Magic personally attending to offer congratulations, is something I have never witnessed before. Narcissa gently tapped Lucius with her feather fan. I remember during your coming-of-age ceremony, while your father made a great effort to emphasize its importance. It was never to such an extreme. Lucius fell silent for a moment, wistfully responding, because the essence is different. He understood that at that time. He was merely the heir at a ball. His coming-of-age ceremony was an announcement from his father to the crowd to kindly look after Lucius in the future. However, in the present moment, the balance of power had shifted, and he had become one of the architects of the rules. This was Abraxas's unreserved declaration in support to the outside world. You are quite perceptive, Lucius. Narcissa's beautiful eyes glimmered as she observed the tender touch Abraxas bestowed upon the boy's temple on the screen. Yet, from a mother's perspective, this lavish banquet is not merely a matter of power, Ron exclaimed. This birthday celebration of his is truly astonishing. Little Draco turned around, swinging his legs. Naturally. My grandfather would wish to bestow upon my father the finest of everything in the world. And what about your birthday celebration, little Draco? Harry inquired curiously. Is it equally extravagant? The onlookers leaned in with interest as little Draco pondered. While it may not be as exaggerated, my banquet will still host a great number of guests. All those from the Ministry of Magic will attend, and the Order of the Phoenix will be present as well. However, my birthday celebration tends to be rather lively. How so? Before I turned 10, every birthday celebration with the Order of the Phoenix present would involve drinking. By the end, they would be so inebriated that they would engage in brawls with the Death Eaters. Little Draco smiled brightly. Father calls this the clash between the factions of wizards and witches, a martial arts competition. Others must spend time and effort to witness it. But I can simply enjoy it at my birthday. What a bargain. Draco gasped. What? Will that not result in fatalities? No, the inebriated ones can hardly cast spells correctly. Little Draco waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, Father has arranged for the sobriety potion to be prepared in advance, should the brawl exceed the martial arts arena. He will administer it to Dumbledore and Grindelwald to awaken them and put an end to the chaos. Dumbledore, Grindelwald. Hermione furrowed her brow. But would they not damage the facilities at Malfoy Manor during their brawl? No. Father has set up the martial arts arena on the lawn for them to fight there. At most, it would damage a bit of the grass. Ron scrunched his face. Then why does he not simply prohibit the fighting? Why should I prohibit it? Little Draco exclaimed in surprise. If it were prohibited, how would Father demand compensation from them? They have damaged our lawn. The group murmured in discontent. Draco interjected. Then why not prohibit them from drinking? Or simply ensure that Grindelwald and Dumbledore abstain? Why should it be prohibited? Little Draco responded incredulously. If they do not get drunk, how can we raise our prices? They are merely damaging the lawn. The crowd echoed their discontent. Hermione frowned. No, he must be establishing rules, right? Little Draco gazed at her in astonishment. You are quite clever, Miss Granger. Father has said that peace is hard won. Yet if everyone harbors resentment and suppresses their conflicts, it will only fester in the shadows, which is detrimental to his charitable endeavors and management. Rather than bottling it up, it is better to occasionally express it. Thus, he convenes a banquet that includes everyone, even Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Little Draco lifted his chin. Father stated that since communication is unavoidable, it must occur under his rules. Compensation is also a reminder to everyone of whose rules must be followed. The group nodded in understanding. Even though the war had ended, tensions still simmered beneath the surface. Rather than allowing potential dangers to fester, it is better to establish clear boundaries, serving as a means of release. Harry swallowed hard. Well then, what everyone looks forward to each year may very well be attending your birthday banquet for legitimate brawling. Originally, Father intended to host it at his birthday banquet, but Grandfather disagreed, and I did as well. Little Draco proudly lifted his head like an adult. I must protect Father. How could I allow anyone to ruin his birthday celebration? Sirius, I suspect you find this immensely entertaining. Ron gasped, covering his face. Am I not participating? How much have I lost? Huh. Little Draco glanced at him. Rest assured, Father has no time to account for each individual. He usually selects a few of the most outstanding performers among the Death Eaters from the year-end report to send out the bills with generous bonuses. As for the Order of the Phoenix, Father typically has them come and tend to our lawn. Little Draco stroked his chin. Sirius has been busy laying grass at my house for 6 consecutive years. Sirius, this is a travesty. James, ha 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 ha. Little Draco, what are you laughing at, Uncle James? You were there too. Father said this is called the rational redistribution of resources, subsidizing the expenses of our banquet, ensuring everyone is quite pleased. Little Draco smiled brightly. The crowd, a heartless capitalist, how terrifying. Hermione suddenly interjected. What about 10 years later? Will your banquet no longer be held? Little Draco's smile faltered. He chuckled awkwardly. It will still be held. It's just that 10 years later, Father will return. The excitement that had just filled him instantly faded when Father takes his seat at the head of the table. The members of the Order of the Phoenix will fall silent, and the Death Eaters will be as quiet as chickens, trembling in fear. Dumbledore and Grindelwald might engage in a few exchanges, but after a few sentences, the three would begin to hurl insults at one another, and Father would have to intervene. Little Draco, however, Father generally does not remain long at the banquet, yet everyone ceases to brawl. Little Draco spread his hands, his tone a blend of regret and relief. Thus, my birthday banquet has since transformed into a remarkably peaceful and orderly affair. The crowd, the Dark Lord is indeed terrifying. 10 years. Hermione keenly grasped the implications. The Dark Lord has been absent for 10 years? Where has he gone? Little Draco paused, glancing at Jiang Fengyue beside him, swinging his legs, reluctant to speak. Sir, I have taken care of it. Wit said respectfully. Would open the box, revealing a head prominently displayed on a deep red velvet lining. Jiang Fengyue cast a cursory glance before taking it, disgusted. Wit trembled, swiftly closing the box. Wit, in a flurry of incoherence, repeatedly knocked his forehead on the ground, pleading in despair. Please, please do not discard me. Wit swore he would prove his worth. I beseech you, grant me another chance. Allow me to demonstrate that I can still be your loyal hound. Let me continue being your faithful dog. Jiang Fengyue's gaze once again fell upon the flawless reflection in the mirror, resembling a deity's exquisitely crafted platinum youth. Dispose of that abhorrent thing, he commanded. Observing Feifei affix a jade gemstone to his hair's end. Have the house elf tidy you up and change into appropriate attire. Now go. Vid abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with incredulous ecstasy. Thank you for your benevolence, my lord. Harry remarked, what is this? A birthday surprise? Ron chimed in. I was just drooling over the cake at the party, and in the next moment, my perspective shifts to a bloodied head. No. System. You are a dreadful system. A flickering orb of light appeared. Alert. Alert. Ron Weasley has insulted. Under Snape's murderous gaze, Ron quickly knelt, exclaiming, I was wrong. Draco commented, just moments ago. Another grandfather was praising the gentleman as a little prince. Now it has turned so gruesome. Lucius questioned, another father. Do you know what your pampered son has been up to since your departure? Narcissa exclaimed, wow. Ginny interjected, hey, that is totally on a master level. Qiuzhang added, hey, he has completely become a dog now. Hermione seized a quill and began to write. An impeccable psychological manipulation, granting the opportunity to be a dog. Vit, fearing abandonment, perceives being needed as the highest grace. Ultimately, a slight reward is bestowed, allowing the once pure-blooded Vit a chance to appear in such a setting, serving as his greatest reward and control. Draco remarked, well, at least Vit has transitioned from a stray to a well-fed dog. Perhaps he may even ascend to being a house pet. Ron quipped, he has entirely morphed into a little Sirius. Sirius protested, I am not a dog. Well, not that I am not, as I am indeed an animagus, but I am still a man. Though I occasionally transform into a dog, I am not a dog. James patted his shoulder in confusion. But brother, every time you transform into a dog, you wag your tail at the master until it's nearly broken. Sirius retorted. That is another version of me. Thank you. James countered, I don't believe you. Unless you transform into a dog right now and let him pet you. If you don't wag your tail, I'll believe you. Sirius fell silent. The Death Eaters were even quieter than Sirius. This scene was somewhat reminiscent. Families. Oh, I don't find it familiar. You may have done something like this, huh? Don't shout upstairs. The last time. You howled like a little Pekingese in front of the master. Are we that embarrassing? Even more so, dear. Being the master's dog is better. He even provides new clothes. Although this vid is a bit dim-witted and still in need of training, as long as he is loyal. The master will provide him with new clothes and allow him to attend banquets. How can one become the master's dog? A gaze emitted such a query, causing the Death Eaters to pause abruptly, their eyes igniting with fervor. If we change allegiances to become dogs, surely the master would not want us. It seems we must rely on connections. If our master obtains the gentleman, will we not enjoy better days? A brief exchange of glances ensued, resulting in a chaotic flurry of communication. Are you a genius? Are you Merlin? How is your brain so clever? Go, master. Charge forth. Strive, master. As long as we are happy, it does not matter if the master is a third party. Perhaps not. The other master would directly go mad and kill everyone here. Amidst the chaotic discussions, a chime sounded. Ding ding ding. Lunchtime is upon us. In response to complaints from certain unidentified beings regarding the previous announcement, the system, while adhering to principles, has decided to amend the playback method based on a human-centered philosophy. Everyone may now place their orders. During the meal, subsequent content will continue to play. To protect the dining environment, the following dishes are now prohibited. Uncooked green beans. To prevent colleagues and classmates from consuming them. Tofu pudding, to avoid brawls over the sweet versus savory debate. Herring in a can, this is a viewing hall, not a restroom. The current prohibited dishes are as listed above. Please continue to enjoy the viewing. Harry exclaimed in astonishment. What? Did someone eat herring in a can in the cafeteria last night? I thought Malfoy had pocketed it. I was too embarrassed to mention it. Draco retorted, Potter. I will kill you. Hermione sighed. Sweet tofu pudding is indeed better than the savory kind. The little snake pondered, who used green beans to harm someone. Damn. I was just a moment too late. The little lion sighed in relief. Thank goodness it was banned before Voldemort found out. Otherwise, he would have surely forced it down our throats. Jiang Fengyue perused the menu. I don't have much of an appetite today. What would you like to eat, Your Highness? The Dark Lord paused, glancing at him for a moment. Let's have some kanji. It was indeed rare to hear him express a desire for kanji. Jiang Fengyue made a note on the menu. Then let's have clam and shrimp kanji. What else, Your Highness? The Dark Lord hesitated. The little dragon leaned closer. Daddy, I want a hamburger and fries. That stuff is unhealthy. You should eat it sparingly, Jiang Fengyue gently advised. Pineapple burger or chicken leg burger? Pineapple burger. Extra ketchup. Since dining with Jiang Fengyue more frequently, the Dark Lord had ceased to habitually crave steak. Following Jiang Fengyue's lead, he was unsure what to say when it came to ordering. When it came to black magic and which spells inflicted the quickest and most painful deaths, he could speak at length, but he had no appetite and was clueless about what to order aside from kanji. Ultimately, Jiang Fengyue ordered a tomato and beef hot pot, added a steamed pomfret, glanced at the hamburger chosen by the little dragon, and also included a dish of minced meat steamed egg, with dessert being a serving of ice cream puffs. The system was swift. The tomato beef hot pot was served in a clay pot, with a flame burning beneath. The tomatoes had simmered to a soft consistency, enveloping the tender beef in a tangy broth that whetted the appetite. Jiang Fengyue sipped a bowl of soup, feeling some relief in his stomach. The clam and shrimp kanji was excellently prepared, devoid of any fishy taste, and abundant in seafood, which Jiang Fengyue devoured with gusto. The Dark Lord scooped a large piece of fish belly with a fork and spoon, meticulously removing the fine bones before placing it into Jiang Fengyue's bowl. Harry and Ron tasted the little dragon's fries, taking a bite each until they were all gone. The little dragon finished his hamburger, patting his belly, and Jiang Fengyue served him a bowl of soup, encouraging him to mix the minced meat steamed egg with rice. Master Bella, the loyal servant, cautiously approached Voldemort from behind. Would you like something to eat? Voldemort nonchalantly waved his hand. His table remained devoid of any food. He lifted his gaze, darkly observing the platinum figure in the central chair, slowly bowing his head, his distinct fingers gently caressing the wand. Under the watchful eyes of all, Abraxas extended his hand towards Jiang Fengyue, and the father and son twirled into the dance floor. Surrounding them erupted in uncontrollable gasps of awe. A myriad of glances intertwined with surprise and curiosity, ultimately coalescing into a shared understanding. Bach's minuet in G major resonated beneath the hall's dome. Jiang Fengyue, held by his father, twirled in his robe, blooming like a thorny flower. As he slightly tilted his head, his profile, illuminated by the swirling light and shadows, became increasingly breathtaking, akin to the shimmering glow of the moonlight. Harry gulped down half a cup of pumpkin juice. What are they gasping about? The inhaling sounds are so loud. Potter, with a mind as small as a sunflower seed. Draco elegantly sliced the lamb chop. Noble etiquette dictated that the opening dance was typically led by one's partner or a member of the opposite sex. Yet here, it was his grandfather guiding him, much to their astonishment, a rarity indeed. Ah, yes, Voldemort is in Scandinavia, unable to return. Ron, biting down on his fork, queried, then why not find a female partner? Isn't your mother close with that lady? What is her name, Apollyon? Narcissa paused, casting a glance at him. Draco looked at Ron with an indescribable expression. What do you think? Ron replied, I see. I thought I would never dance this waltz with you. Abraxas tightened his grip. A low chuckle laced with unabashed joy and relief escaping his lips. Father, you better not let him know. Jiang Fengyue arched back, spinning gracefully, akin to a crescent moon. I had no doubt he would use the time turner to dance with me once again. This would be exhausting. Jiang Fengyue, utilizing his father's strength, spun back. Tilting his elegantly curved neck, his eyes shimmering with emotion, I would rather not. Harry stared blankly at the screen, sauce smeared at the corner of his mouth. Wow. Is dancing really that beautiful? You're quite the dancer, sir. He said seriously. Hey, Malfoy, if I start taking dancing lessons now, would you agree to dance with me? Dancing with you is not guaranteed, but perhaps I might perform before you, Draco replied gracefully. Sir might dance at your funeral, in front of your tombstone. With the Dark Lord. Harry chuckled. At least the Dark Lord can't dance with him at his birthday party. Ginny sighed. What a pity, the coming-of-age ceremony is so important. Yet the Dark Lord did not attend. Autumn Jean lamented. I was hoping for those two to have a moment tonight. Though it's pixelated, I can still imagine it. Little Long swallowed a spoonful of steamed egg rice, tilting his head at the screen. So, grandfather did dance with dad. How shocking. Am I the only one who hasn't tea? This is unfair. The Dark Lord shot him a glance, scoffing softly. Jiang Fengyue calmly lifted a bowl. Scooping a spoonful of soup, gently blowing on it before offering it to the Dark Lord. Try this. Be careful, it's hot. The Dark Lord, diverting his gaze from the child, drank it from his hand. Eat more, he murmured. Is your appetite better? Jiang Fengyue replied. It's absolutely improved. The Dark Lord, upon hearing this, smirked, his voice low and enticing. Then do you have time tonight? Jiang Fengyue narrowed his eyes. You said just once. No. On the screen, the platinum-haired youth twirled, his eyes like the moon, his robe trailing with an alluring curve. The Dark Lord took Jiang Fengyue's hand, placing a kiss as light as a feather upon its back. I ask, my esteemed little moon, are you willing to dance with me tonight? With an air of intrigue. Narcissa inquired. Truly, where has that gentleman gone? What urgent matters could possibly cause him to miss your birthday celebration? This is not typical of his conduct. As for royal matters, I have no right to inquire, Jiang Fengyue replied lazily. Apollyon giggled. Perhaps he's on his way back. You might see him appear through that grand door any moment now. Harry boo. I have a super boo feeling. Ron. Come on, surely her predictions aren't that accurate. Ginny. I have a wonderfully splendid feeling. Autumn Jean. My intuition tells me that door seems to be moving. Sirius chuckled awkwardly. Don't joke. This concerns Voldemort's grand plans. He wouldn't rush back from Scandinavia. The grand door on screen swung open with a resounding crash, plunging the opulent hall into silence, which was soon replaced by an overwhelming chorus of gasps. A tall figure, clad in a swirling cloak of midnight black, stood resolutely at the doorway, the air of fatigue clinging to him. The hood fell back, revealing a face so strikingly beautiful it bordered on the otherworldly, illuminated by the brilliance of the chandelier. His crimson slit-pupiled gaze lifted. Instantly, the entire banquet hall bowed in reverence, a wave of submission washing over them, as those crimson eyes slowly settled upon Jiang Fengyue. It seems I have returned late. Ah. The entire audience erupted into a tumultuous roar of cheers and screams, the little wizards jubilantly raising their hands in celebration. A crimson flash, Little Moon smiles. Everyone knows the Dark Lord has arrived. Jiang Fengyue turned in astonishment, finding humor in the children who had cursed the Dark Lord just moments before now exuberantly welcoming his presence. The Death Eaters gaped at the screen in disbelief. That person at the door is the master? My goodness, he abandoned his affairs in Scandinavia to return overnight? After traversing such a distance to earn a smile from the Queen? Oh no, I have a very bad feeling about this. What do you mean? It seems our master being a third wheel is unlikely. Harry, eyes vacant, shook Ron's shoulders. Ron, this is a malicious edit, right? Voldemort can't possibly show up. Ron patted his shoulder. Accept it. Harry, I'm beginning to anticipate this. Harry, in despair. He'll sing the birthday song for the sir, and then leave, right? He has to return to tame the giants. Potter, accept it. Draco patted his shoulder. Harry, but my anguish has no outlet. Is this world only filled with my suffering? And look, Hermione pointed to the screen where Abraxas, trembling hands clutching the crystal goblet, displayed signs of distress. See, Sir's father is as tormented as you. Oh. And that person sitting on the ground crying, Bellatrix, why do I sense Voldemort is also not pleased? Sirius gasped. That woman named Apollyon, is she a seer? Her predictions seem more reliable than Trelawney's. James said sternly, no, we can't allow seers, they're a bug in the system. Lupin, go? Dumbledore observed the screen in amazement. Tom truly is surprising. What is there to be surprised about? I guessed he would rush back overnight. Grindelwald lounged against his chair. The wizards of Hogwarts were utterly enraptured in jubilation. Ginny, I knew it. I knew he would return. How could he bear to miss Sir's coming-of-age ceremony? Even if he were battling Dumbledore, he would pause to join him in singing the birthday song. Autumn Jean. I must admit, Voldemort's entrance is indeed spectacular, radiating authority to the utmost. In someone else's house, and yet all the guests bowed in deference. I suspect he must have struck a pose at the door before entering. How could he be so handsome? I could say 1,000 times, why would Voldemort forsake his own face? This is stunning enough to make the heavens tremble. Merlin. Racing 30,000 miles for love, the world like a torch for a smile. Not late at all. Not in the slightest. Right now? Go kiss him. Suck his lips. Until they swell. What a pity, the Dark Lord missed the opening dance. If only he had hurried. Goodness, he was in Scandinavia, yet he returned so swiftly? He is Voldemort after all. In his haste to return, I had no time to prepare a gift. Voldemort lowered his gaze. Gasping sounds rose in the previously silent crowd. Who had ever witnessed the Dark Lord expressing such a tone and demeanor while addressing someone? Your Highness's return is the finest gift. Instantly, the viewing hall erupted in a chorus of coughs. Harry paused. Who is that green tea person up there? Ron, speechless, murmured. How can he have the audacity to speak without a gift? Sirius coldly remarked. He wishes to present himself as a gift. Grindelwald rolled his eyes in response. The Death Eaters remained enveloped in an eerie silence, as if all their vocal cords had been seized by Bella. Ginny chuckled. No gift? That's quite all right. Simply offering oneself to the master suffices. Xiaozhang giggled. The master speaks so sweetly. How I wish it were directed at me. Voldemort's lips curled into a smirk, his crimson eyes reflecting the figure before him. Birthday, have you made a wish? Who but me is worthy of fulfilling your desires? Jiang Fengyue's eyelashes quivered slightly as he gazed at the powerful and obsessive man before him. Is this how one makes a wish? There's not even a cake. He slightly turned, scanning the surroundings. With midnight approaching, it was likely too late to summon a house elf for one. Harry quipped, look at what he has done. He thinks he has Santa Claus. Ron added, he wouldn't conjure up a cake, would he? One as grand as Malfoy Manor. With a statue of himself on top? Sirius contemplated. I suspect he might create 2 statues of them kissing. Hey, if it were me. I'd wish to become the headmaster of Hogwarts. Lacking ambition, I'd wish to be the Dark Lord, forcing Voldemort to step aside for a couple of days. Oh, who needs a cake? The Dark Lord might as well devour the master as if he were cake. Wait, what is Voldemort planning? A gasp drew everyone's attention back to the screen. In the next instant, countless eyes widened, regardless of their color, reflecting a singular, resplendent brilliance. Silence enveloped the scene. A myriad of shooting stars cascaded down, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. The stilled heavens seemed to whirl, the moon hanging high above, while thousands of meteors fell like a magnificent meteor shower, rushing towards the earth. All watched in awe as this grand celestial display unfolded. The Dark Lord stood with his back to the breathtaking meteor shower, with countless stars descending behind him. On the screen, the strikingly handsome man gazed tenderly at the individual before him. Jiang Fengyue's attention shifted from the grand meteor shower to those eyes, once emblematic of death and ruthlessness, now brimming with starlight. The scarlet vertical pupils regarded the youth with gentle scrutiny. Now, make a wish. I shall fulfill it. The sky spun, the stars fell, awaiting a wish that was destined to be realized. Sirius exclaimed, goodness. James muttered, my word. Ron gulped. Merlin, how many shooting stars are there? The master could make countless wishes. Draco quietly remarked. Then the Dark Lord would fulfill millions for him. Harry stared blankly at the screen, his green eyes reflecting the starlight. His mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The Death Eaters exchanged dazed glances. Brothers, our master's affair is proving troublesome. What shall we do to assist him? Who will talk to the master? I see our master doesn't mind being the third party, but that master clearly does not approve of his having one. Our master has a grand heart. This is a victory. But the 2 masters are essentially one. Once our master is legitimate, he too will become a petty tyrant. Merciless to anyone he encounters, even now, without a title, he already is. Indeed, our master has yet to be legitimized. He can accept infidelity, which is a second victory. Our master's face. All right, enough said. We've lost utterly. A group of Hogwarts youngsters hushed their voices, as if fearing to disturb something. Ginny softly mused. Is there a moment in life when one encounters something like this? Qiu Zhang murmured. The stars are descending, with only the moon hanging high in the sky. The stars spiraling around him, as if the entire sky is in a whirl. So this is what it feels like to be loved. Even gazing at it evokes such feelings. Even if the shooting stars don't grant the Master's wish, the Dark Lord will surely fulfill it. If it were me, I would propose immediately. Can the Dark Lord even propose? Let me be killed to cheer them on. I can barely cope. The debts owed to me are piling up. Upstairs, this should indeed be removed. The wizarding world may find it difficult to summon celestial phenomena again. Little Long stared at the screen for what seemed like an eternity. He beheld the grand meteor shower bestowed upon his father by his father, observing those hands, typically concerned only with life and death, promising to stir the stars to fulfill his father's wish. So this is how it is. For 10 years, his father despised watching meteor showers, never making a wish on his birthday, even carrying a hint of weariness towards the very word birthday. It was because someone had once granted him an unparalleled grand opening. Little Long recalled a time during those 10 years when a meteor shower was forecasted. His grandfather and Fei Fei had accompanied the excited him on the lawn, while his father had hidden alone in his room. Back then, was his father nestled beside the sleeping figure of his father, gazing through the window at the desolate night sky? Did he secretly resent his unfaithful father? Had he shed tears? Harry blinked, taking a deep breath, while Draco shot him a glance. What are you thinking, Potter? Harry whispered. I wonder what kind of wish the master made at such a moment. Jiang Fengyue slowly opened his eyes. What did you wish for? Voldemort's scarlet gaze fixed upon the figure before him. He who controlled life and death, defied rules, seemingly able to obtain anything in the world, firmly believed that no promise was beyond his ability to fulfill. Jiang Fengyue looked at him, saying nothing. Ron asked blankly, what wish did the master make? Why isn't he saying? Harry's eyes flickered. Perhaps some wishes do not need to be spoken. Ginny cradled her heart in her hands. Unspoken wishes are the most precious. Qiu Zhang nodded. Indeed, some wishes are like dewdrops under the moonlight. Once uttered, they dissipate. Though I believe Voldemort would go to great lengths to fulfill his desires, the most precious must be cherished carefully. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled momentarily. The most powerful wishes often take root in silence. What did he wish for? Actually, I have wished for something, perhaps more than one. Grindelwald turned to him, his blue eyes igniting with golden light. Care to guess, Albus? Fred stood up, raising his hands. The usual. A silver sickle for participation. The final winner can claim half the prize. George shook their tin can among the rows. Seize the opportunity. It won't come again. Do you remember how much the last round's winner took home? Aren't you tempted? Amidst the clamor, Voldemort's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Fengyue on the screen, a nameless fire burning within his chest. He could not comprehend why one wouldn't directly demand power, status, or everything else. What lay hidden in that silence that was more significant than all this? The Dark Lord looked at the figure languidly leaning against his shoulder, his fingers gently entwining a strand of platinum hair. At that moment, what wish did you truly make? Jiang Fengyue raised his eyes, his long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. He did not answer, but gazed at Voldemort for a long time. Suddenly, he smiled, tilting his head back, and Voldemort instinctively lowered his head to capture his lips. He smiled abruptly. The night sky inverted, the world turned upside down. The moon, untainted by dust, hung in the silent firmament, unwavering. As all are acutely aware of the anticipated denouement, everything shall proceed towards the fateful juncture, and between you and me, we may traverse tumultuous paths until we arrive at our unyielding destiny. Jiang Fengyue extended a hand towards the Dark Lord. Pray, dance with me for the last time. In the cinema, the cacophony of voices momentarily fell into silence, as the audience gazed with wide eyes at the figure who stood before Voldemort, neither kneeling in submission nor engaging in a desperate resistance, but instead inviting others to dance without yielding, maintaining an upright posture while elegantly extending a hand. Wow. Grindelwald reigned in his playful smile. It appears that the lad has made his decision. Harry stood in a daze. A dance? A dance approaching midnight. Hermione murmured. Once this dance concludes, the midnight chimes shall sound. He is poised to meet a crucial moment within the swirling waltz with the Dark Lord. Ron muttered. Honestly, if I were in his position and Voldemort invited me like that, I would be inclined to give him everything, even my life. Harry agreed. Draco agreed. Sirius agreed. Ginny chuckled. The first dance is with Father, and the last dance is with the Dark Lord, Merlin. Qiu Zhang remarked. It seems this is precisely what both of them desire at this moment. Voldemort's pupils constricted slightly as he gazed at the boy's outstretched hand, a slow smile creeping across his lips. The Dark Lord bent down, nodding his head in a time-honored and formal gentleman's gesture, grasping the hand extended before him. It is my honor. All Death Eaters nearly leapt from their seats, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Harry, Did Voldemort just bow his head? Ron, Merlin. Did Voldemort just bend down? Sirius. Did Voldemort just say it was his honor? James. My father, this is unprecedented. Voldemort is bowing? Draco's lips trembled uncontrollably. That is the Dark Lord. Hermione. But that is also a gentleman. She turned her head, setting down her quill. Her smile radiant. No one but a gentleman could compel Voldemort to act in such a manner. The vast hall fell into silence, save for the resounding symphony echoing around. Lestrange, having learned from the moment, restrained Bella, who had nearly succumbed to a fit, her sharp nails almost lunging towards Jiang Fengyue. Lestrange had no doubt that if he had not intervened, Bella would have attempted to tear Jiang Fengyue's face apart, only to be met with the wrath of two Dark Lords. With a sigh of relief, Lestrange mused that today was yet another day of salvation for the Death Eater. Is that a sea of flowers? A little lion murmured, as chips slipped from his hand. My goodness. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the screen, as the two figures began to waltz amidst the grand overture, swirling in a rich tapestry of motion. The Dark Lord forcefully guided the rotation, Jiang Fengyue's garments fluttering. A tempest of red swirling around them, cascading from all directions to create a magnificent, yet melancholic rain of petals. Deep crimson petals gently fell, blanketing Jiang Fengyue's head, only to slip away in the dance, as countless petals continued to descend, forming a delicate veil of red atop him. In utter stillness, all were left speechless. The Death Eaters exchanged trembling glances, their communication fragmented, reduced to incomprehensible murmurs. Dumbledore sighed softly. In the deepest darkness, a flower blooms solely for one, Tom. Grindelwald leaned back, his hands casually resting on the chair's arms. Tom must be quite anxious. He has finally found his opportunity. Gasps echoed throughout Hogwarts, as children whispered softly, hesitant to disrupt this grand dance. Wow, is this the first dance between the Dark Lord and his queen? What of the eunuchs? Let us record this for history. Is it time for the bridal chamber? I'm not that kind of person. I'm just rather curious about this. Meow, 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 my tummy is rumbling. I want something yellow. Woe is me. Now everyone knows the leading role belongs to the Dark Lord. I am utterly doomed. You heartless Dark Lord, are you satisfied now? I swear, I shall never again find myself enamored with the lead. What if I do again? Now that I have, I shall swear another oath. Ron, with this display, everyone must know the relationship between the gentleman and him. Harry, not only the Death Eaters and pureblood families, with so many ministry officials present. Isn't he afraid it will get out? What of it? Draco scoffed. At that time, the entire ministry was practically in the Dark Lord's pocket. Even Dumbledore could barely hold his ground. Is the Dark Lord afraid? What a laugh. James raised an eyebrow. You don't understand. He likely relishes the idea of everyone knowing. However, it does no good for the common folk to be aware, but among the elite, it must be universally acknowledged. I suspect Dumbledore and Voldemort would intentionally reveal it to him. Ron scratched his head. Why? Sirius chuckled. Because he wishes to establish a name for himself. He yearns for all to know he is the gentleman's lover. James chuckled. Since confirming their relationship, few are privy to it. Do you think Voldemort does not care? He is deeply concerned. Only the weak and impotent monarchs need to conceal their vulnerabilities, pitifully self-preserving under the lash of fear, terrified that their own frail power cannot safeguard them. Voldemort does not fall into this category. He desires the world to recognize Jiang Fengyue's status, to prevent anyone from belittling, slandering, or neglecting him. He is not a clandestine, inconsequential lover. He is his one and only, his partner. Voldemort is proclaiming to the very core of power that the gentleman's position is indisputable. Hermione remarked. It is also a boundary, unshakable. Its meaning is as simple as can be. To stand against the gentleman is to stand against him. In the viewing hall, all were raptly focused, their hearts blooming with emotion, almost bursting forth, as the symphony reached its final notes. The petals on the screen cascaded down, nearly carpeting the Malfoy Manor's lawn, their brilliance glistening in the fountain. The Dark Lord slowly leaned down, drawing closer to Jiang Fengyue, stopping just shy of contact. Their eyes locked, words unspoken but laden with emotion. The hand resting on his waist seemed to tighten momentarily, then relaxed, as he released Jiang Fengyue, watching him turn away. The edge of his silver robe swaying gracefully as it brushed against Jiang Fengyue's calf. The Dark Lord stood still, his gaze heavy. Yet Jiang Fengyue halted a few steps away, glancing back at him. A collective gasp echoed in the viewing hall. Voldemort suddenly gripped the armrest tightly, his fingers nearly sinking into it, his red eyes greedily fixated on the screen. The Death Eaters exchanged glances, swallowing in unison. The allure of that glance was undeniable. From the timid arose courage, the righteous concealed avarice, the lowly harbored covetousness, the proud yielded in submission, and the carefree found themselves ensnared. That single gaze was enough to compel one to act without hesitation, to leap into the abyss. Master, your discerning eye is truly remarkable, the Death Eaters murmured. Harry stared in a trance, biting his lip, his emerald eyes blinking rapidly. Ron draped a comforting arm over his shoulder. Hey, don't look. It'll get us into trouble. Sirius, feeling exasperated, ruffled his hair. This is truly unbelievable. Draco's cheeks flushed crimson as he felt the pinch from the little dragon on his arm, shooting an indignant glare in return. Lucius widened his eyes in astonishment, forcing himself to maintain composure. Narcissa chuckled softly, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. What an extraordinary gentleman. The children whispered in hushed tones, fearful that even a glance from the screen might retreat due to their chatter. If that glance were directed at me, indeed, I could never aspire to be the Dark Lord. If I were him, I would have rushed forward to kiss him. Just that glance would have made me willingly skip potions class. Huh, you bunch of simps. So what? Who cares what you say? We are unperturbed. I proudly love my partner, and even if I were a dog, I would be the bravest and most adorable pup. Exactly. Even a little dog is entitled to love. Besides, the gentleman has never regarded us as mere dogs. That glance lingered for what seemed an eternity, yet, in reality, it was but the blink of an eye. Then, he moved on, striding toward Abraxas under the awestruck gazes of the crowd. The Dark Lord paused, caught in the afterglow of that glance, and after a moment, departed Malfoy Manor amidst the bowing of all guests, his dark silhouette melding into the moonlight, vanishing without a trace. The viewing hall instantly reflected a sense of disappointment. Harry exclaimed excitedly, "Did Voldemort leave? Fantastic. I must commend him." Ron lamented, "Wait, he just came back to dance and then left?" Sirius remarked, "Seriously? No follow-up? TSK, TSK. TSK, how can Voldemort endure this?" Ginny stared blankly. "I waited so long, and this is all we get." Autumn's heart felt like ash. "You have no idea of my pain, my wounds." Grindelwald smiled knowingly. Splashing sounds, mosaic. Splashing, mosaic. What on earth is happening? They blurred the screen without even a glance. It's obvious they were bathing. Didn't you see the gentleman just step into the bathroom and remove his outer robe? Huh. The angle was from below, so they caught a glimpse of the gentleman's feet. Foot fetishists should just go watch the hoof repair. A chaotic mosaic gradually faded as the sound of water continued, revealing Jiang Fengyue clad in a dark green silk bathrobe, barefoot as he emerged from the misty bathroom. Jiang Fengyue stepped barefoot onto the windowsill, the night wind whistling. He squinted slightly at the moon, then without hesitation, leaned forward. Harry's eyes widened. No way. Ron gasped in horror. Don't commit suicide. Life is precious. Draco raised an eyebrow. Indeed, how could the Dark Lord bear to leave? A pair of arms caught the descending youth securely. Look what I've discovered. The man chuckled, having caught a fleeing little fox. Jiang Fengyue beamed, his gray eyes meeting the hauntingly glowing crimson slit pupils in the night. Shoo, be quiet. Your Highness, don't let Father find out. Voldemort scrutinized him from head to toe. Where are your shoes? You don't take care of yourself at all. Jiang Fengyue lazily leaned against him, wrapping his arms around his neck. I don't like them. They're uncomfortable. I don't want to wear them. Ah! Excited shrieks erupted instantaneously. The little witches pummeling their chests like monkeys on Mount Amay, while the wizards eagerly scrambled to purchase fireworks from the Weasley twins. Caught the little fox. Ha ha ha. Let's punish him right here. Role-playing? How interesting. Are we delving into a beastly scenario? Look at how smitten this Voldemort is. I suspect he stood at attention. Upstairs. Are you the one standing at attention? Wait, aren't you a girl? Unable to restrain themselves, driven by emotions, it was only human nature. I feel a bit sorry for the gentleman's father. He had just cheerfully wished him good night. Spare a thought for me. The thought of what is to come fills me with anguish. My dear gentleman, sob sob sob. Stay calm upstairs. I see the Dark Lord is quite resilient. What if he manages to hold on? Ha ha ha. I love the system. It gave us another close-up of the gentleman's feet. And I just slid in for a peek. TSK, TSK, TSK. You upstairs are a bit perverted. Ha ha ha. One for you and one for me. Harry slumped in his chair like a corpse. Ron frantically performed chest compressions. Harry, it's okay. I'm here to save you. 1001, 1002. Why isn't it working? Should I try mouth to mouth? Harry replied. Thanks, but please show my corpse some respect. Hermione blushed. The Dark Lord isn't wrong. The gentleman is truly adorable. Draco asked, does the other grandfather know? James stared, dumbfounded. Wait, how does he know Voldemort is downstairs? When did they arrange this? I don't think I missed anything. Lupin sighed. How on earth did you win Lily over, James? Sirius, proudly shaking his leg, declared, do I even need to say? The way they exchanged glances was almost electric. They were in cahoots, knowing exactly what the other was thinking. Sirius tossed his hair. He's too handsome and clever. It's truly vexing. Voldemort looked at him indulgently, just as he was about to disapparate. Your Highness, no? Jiang Fengyue's eyes widened. The Malfoy family ring is connected to the manor's protective enchantments. Using magic would get us discovered. We must go outside. Voldemort regarded him helplessly. He couldn't be bothered with Abraxas, yet the determination in the boy's eyes made it impossible to refuse. Voldemort embraced the youth in his arms, striding toward the ornate iron gate under the night sky. Wow, what a sight. Indeed, Voldemort only listens to the gentleman. I feel a bit sorry for Headmaster Dumbledore. Every time he speaks, Voldemort treats it as mere chatter. I still suspect Voldemort has been secretly working out. How does he possess such strength? He can lift the gentleman with one hand. One hand? Aren't they all wizards? I feel like he could knock me out with a single punch. Wait, I get it. He must be preparing to fight Dumbledore, using magic while battling him. Dumbledore is old, just a touch, and he would fall. No worries. Dumbledore can lie down and play dead, ensuring Voldemort can't touch him, or he might get accused. Still, I feel a bit sorry for the gentleman's father. As a devoted fan, it pains me, sob sob sob. Your Highness, be careful. We mustn't let the house elf see us. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, pinching the flesh of his thigh. Avoiding Abraxas is one thing. Do I need to avoid the house elf too? No choice. Jiang Fengyue sighed dramatically. You've just stolen the young master of the Malfoy family. The Dark Lord chuckled lowly. Then I must be truly wicked. You seem quite self-aware. I am very honest. Your Highness, the truth can be hard to hear, Jiang Fengyue said solemnly. He nuzzled against the man's neck with a smile. But it's all right. I will accompany you to hell. Ron muttered. That sounds rather frightening. It feels too real. Harry silently gazed at the screen, his eyes flickering. Hermione tilted her head and smiled. Perhaps it is real? Ginny leaned in. Hey, I think it really is. Autumn peered over. I believe those words are true. But they will never come to fruition. She smiled brightly. How could the gentleman let Voldemort descend into hell? He would surely pull him back up. So what was that initial preview about? Harry suddenly spoke up. Why would the gentleman reveal information to Dumbledore? And why was he crying? Why would he say Voldemort deserved to die? Hermione, look back. I believe everything is about to become clear. The Dark Lord chuckled softly, cradling the youth as they strolled slowly towards the gates of Malfoy Manor under the moonlight. In the stillness of the night, only a few whispered words were carried away by the gentle breeze. Your Highness, please temper your imposing aura. My peacock will certainly squawk if it sees you. Must I even concede to the peacock? Surely, you wouldn't want my father to come searching for us with a lantern, would you? We are, after all, in the midst of an illicit affair. Your Highness? Jiang Fengyue waited a moment, her fingertips grazing the man's cheek. Why are you silent? Hello? Your Highness? Is anyone there? No one. Indeed, there is no one, just the great villain. The cacophony gradually subsided, replaced by a few hushed murmurs. Bella gazed at the screen, her once struggling form suddenly still, her eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets at any moment. She fixed her gaze on the screen, while Lestrange dared not relax. The Death Eaters blinked in astonishment. Is that the Master? That is the Master. I never imagined I would witness the Master engaging in such a cordial conversation. I thought he only ever said do your job well, or face death. He will eventually kill Dumbledore and Harry Potter and brainwash us. I am beginning to understand the rooster, for I too wish to scream. Dumbledore expressed his surprise with a smile. It seems Tom has finally learned to converse like a human. This is a positive development. Once he leaves that boy, he reverts to his former self, Grindelwald remarked languidly. You are celebrating too soon, Albus. Dumbledore pondered. At least he behaves this way towards Mr. Jiang. That is progress. One person is still a person. Grindelwald chuckled. Then it's over. From now on, he shall remain stagnant. Harry's previously indignant expression suddenly softened, and he stammered. Voldemort can speak to people like this? Because that is Mr. Jiang. He only speaks this way to him, Ron sighed. I can understand that, Harry. Draco, even if I understand, it is shocking. Draco's gaze remained fixed on the screen, a chill coursing up his spine as his comprehension was completely overturned. The Dark Lord he had witnessed was a terrifying presence seated at the head of the long table. He had seen Voldemort unleash bloody massacres, watched countless individuals, including his father Lucius, kneel trembling before him, tormented beyond measure. He had observed the casual manner in which Voldemort claimed life after life, the bloodstains beside the towering throne being the nightmares of many. Yet, this fearsome entity, Voldemort, would converse with Mr. Jiang in an almost domestic tone, bestowing all warmth and normalcy solely upon him. Little Dragon, seated nearby, noticed Draco as trembling hands, contemplated for a moment, and then gripped his fingers tightly. Ouch! Draco cried out in pain, clutching his fingers, tears welling in his eyes. What are you doing? You nearly broke it. Wow, the Dark Lord's son, the prince of the wizarding world, has finally decided to embark on a bloody chapter? Ron leaned in. But killing in public isn't a wise decision. Harry insisted, but I believe targeting Malfoy is an excellent idea. Little Dragon shot them a glare. Don't think I don't know what you're secretly contemplating. It's one thing to whisper about my father, but don't involve Dad. Hey, we aren't. Ron protested vehemently. We were just lamenting. Do you understand? We were astonished that Voldemort would engage with someone like this. What is so strange about it? Little Dragon looked at them curiously. Father has always spoken to Dad this way, despite having watched the scene unfold. Hearing this statement, as if it were the most natural thing, still made everyone gasp in disbelief. Always like this? Yes, Little Dragon shrugged. It's even more nauseating than this, all right? He raised his hand, cautiously gesturing to the side. Anyone in my position could clearly hear what they were saying. Care to take a glance beside me? Little Dragon teased. With all honesty, although the Dark Lord and Jiang Fengyue were seated in the center, none dared to fix their gaze upon them, a deep-rooted fear instinctively making them avert their eyes. Harry and the others exchanged cautious glances before tentatively looking to the left. Little Dragon exclaimed, "Wow, you really dared to look. I underestimated you." In the interplay of light and shadow, the Dark Lord listened with a smile as Jiang Fengyue whispered, his arm casually draped over the chair behind her, forming a subtle protective posture. The Dark Lord seemed to murmur something to Jiang Fengyue, who then playfully punched his chest, only to be caught by him, the man smiling softly as he leaned in to whisper to her. "Wow," Ron exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, brother, sister, I have learned something new." Harry's expression remained unchanged. Why is Voldemort smiling so charmingly? It's revolting. Merlin, I never imagined the Dark Lord could smile at someone like this, and keep smiling, Draco muttered. Hermione picked up a quill. Honestly, this should be documented. Little Dragon blinked, his tone calm. Wow, you guys are quite unfortunate. You didn't get to see them kiss. The rest coughed in suppressed disbelief, and Harry raised his face, gritting his teeth. You brat, could you please refrain from discussing this so seriously? It's difficult. I've grown accustomed to it, and failed to comprehend why you are so astonished, Little Dragon replied earnestly. Their frequency of kissing is exceedingly high. You're simply unlucky to have missed it. Harry, I absolutely do not wish to see that. Thank you. That's fortunate. The others lamented. What would it be like if Merlin granted me a little luck? Regardless, the group silently averted their eyes, unwilling to look back at the central seats. Voldemort approached the enormous four-poster bed, gently laying Jiang Fengyue onto the black silk sheets. The platinum-haired youth sank obediently into the bed, his robe's collar sagging, his gray eyes misting over, rippling with emotion. Voldemort leaned down, delicately brushing aside a strand of Jiang Fengyue's hair that had fallen onto the velvet, his throat constricting slightly as he straightened to turn away. A wave of stifled gasps arose. Cough. Does this count as presenting oneself all fresh and clean to the door? The spectators outside the screen admonished. Do not learn from this. Do not sneak out with strange men behind your parents' backs, understand? Is a heart-stirring moment about to unfold? By the way, wipe your nose. It's bleeding into your mouth. So it's blood. I was wondering why it didn't smell like snot. Harry's eyes widened. Yes. Just like that. Well done, Voldemort. Hurry, move. You lazy legs, move. Sirius stared in shock. No way. Voldemort is acting so much like a man. He can resist seeing Mr. Jiang lying on his bed. Ron insisted. I don't believe it. This is his bed. I refuse to believe he hasn't thought of Mr. Jiang while lying there before. James chimed in. Exactly. I'm a man too. How could I not understand? Shouldn't this be the moment he has long dreamed of finally coming true? Go for it. Harry clamped his hands over Sirius and James, elbowing Ron. Don't you dare invoke your crow's mouth, Godfather. Dad. Ron. Jiang Fengyue half sat up. Your Highness. Are you not going to cast a glance at me? Voldemort slowly turned his head, his red eyes deep and unfathomable. Jiang Fengyue tilted his head back, gently touching the man's cold, hard jaw. Can you still endure? He whispered, his breath fragrant as orchids. Jiang Fengyue lifted his eyelids. Do not leave me alone. The scent of blood was engulfed by a more ferocious vortex, consuming everything. Dark locks cascaded slightly before the tumultuous, fervent crimson orbs. Good boy, kneel properly. Voldemort stood frozen, his gaze fixed intently upon the screen, his grip on the wand turning pale and almost bluish as its tip slowly rose. A thunderous cheer, reminiscent of primitive humanity, erupted instantaneously throughout the viewing hall. Even the Death Eaters could not suppress their gasps, quickly clamping their mouths shut. Jiang Fengyue, who had been engaged in a seemingly endless dialogue with the Dark Lord, lifted his head in astonishment, raising an eyebrow at the scene unfolding on the screen. So it has come to this? He mused, a twinge of irritation surfacing, for he had been so engrossed in conversation that he had forgotten to warn the little dragon to cover his ears. Turning his head, he noticed the small creature beside him had instinctively closed his eyes and covered his ears. The Dark Lord draped an arm over his shoulder. Do not concern yourself. He knows what to do. Ginny had fully transformed into her werewolf form. He calls him good boy and tells him to kneel. I can't take it anymore. Autumn screamed in a frenzy. This is next level daddy material. Help, this is too exhilarating. Ron enthusiastically slapped his thigh. My heavens. Merlin. Jesus. God. The Jade Emperor. Harry shouted in protest. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, please. Draco hissed, covering his forehead. Merlin. Hermione's quill fell to the floor, her cheeks flushed. This is simply unacceptable. I must take notes. This is something that could never occur in the annals of magical history. Jiang Fengyue's tongue peeked out, brushing delicately through the man's fingers, completely enveloping his hand once more. The man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and with one hand, he firmly grasped Jiang Fengyue's wrist, lifting it high above his head. With the other hand, he leisurely bound it, securing it tightly. The Dark Lord methodically compelled him to turn, his palm pressing precisely upon him, his scarlet slit pupils narrowing dangerously. Good boy. The cheers erupted uncontrollably. The young wizards stood, raising their hands and shouting. A cacophony of beings who could only utter incoherent cries as they showered the Weasley twins with a plethora of confetti and fireworks. Grindelwald swayed his wine glass. Wow. Congratulations to Tom, the longtime virgin, for finally finding his beloved today. Leaning back in his chair, he wore a smug expression. Ah, poor Voldemort. It took him so many years to discover his soulmate, his one and only, unlike me. Dumbledore covered his face, simultaneously slapping a hand over his mouth. Sirius gazed at the bound Jiang Fengyue, hissing softly. I now hope Voldemort simply turns and walks away. James patted his shoulder. The arrow is knocked. It must be released. The young wizards transformed into their werewolf forms. I can't take it. How can there be so much tension? It's too thrilling. He calls him good boy. Voldemort. You're something else. He even tied his hands with a belt. My goodness. Hey, you two, hurry up and get on with it. It's fine if we can't see. I'll just imagine it. No worries. I have a pen, and if the system doesn't allow me, I'll write it myself. Who wants to read 10,000 words? A flurry of small hands shot up like wheat in a field. What? Why are you raising your hands? Aren't you straight? You write, and I'll draw. I have a pen. Who wants to read 100 volumes of this? Another wave of small hands rose high again. Who can resist shipping Voldemort and Jiang Fengyue? The world spins, and their happiness remains. No one warned me that the Dark Lord and Jiang Fengyue would be such an addictive pairing. I thought just a glance would be harmless, easily escapable. But now look at me, addicted at a young age, unable to quit. Are you satisfied now? Ron shook Hermione furiously. My Merlin. Will I ever witness this scene in my lifetime again? Goodness. Goodness. Narcissa concealed her face behind her fan, her eyes crinkling with delight. Snape turned sharply, refusing to cast another glance. Hermione swatted his hand away, excitedly scribbling in her notebook. Do not disturb my note-taking. Draco rubbed his cheeks, his eyes aching from shock. Glancing at the now completely frozen Harry, contemplating. Potter, you might want to cover your eyes if you don't want the Order of the Phoenix to see their savior fainting from rage. Harry mumbled. Sir held him. Sir held him. Ron replied. Yes, it was indeed the Sir who held him. It's fine. The Sir wants it. That's perfectly normal. He merely indulged a bit. Harry chuckled nervously, turning to Ron. Ron, call me when it's over. As soon as the words left his mouth, he closed his eyes and slumped onto Ron's lap. The Death Eater's eyes darted anxiously. Oh no, family, we're doomed. The Master is about to claim everything. Stop talking. Cherish your lives a little. Quickly hide. Did you not see Bella shrink back? What do we do? The Master is going to lose his mind. In an instant, the screen was pixelated. Jiang Fengyue's first sound resonated, laced with Voldemort's hoarse chuckle. The Dark Lord abruptly turned, an aura of dread enveloping him, his voice icy. Cover your ears. Everyone obediently complied. Pressing their ears shut, no one daring to disregard the Dark Lord's command under his oppressive presence, especially since they had experienced the consequences before. Though their ears were covered, they could still catch faint sounds of hee-hee. The viewing hall descended into a profound silence. The only light emanating from the flickering pixelated screen illuminating the audience in the central seats. The two individuals in the central seat leaned closer together, whispering, occasionally nibbling on each other. Voldemort sat rigidly in his seat, his wand digging into his palm, drawing blood. The first sound to pierce through was akin to obsidian being manipulated in the palm, transforming from a chilling cold to a comforting warmth. Voldemort listened to Jiang Fengyue's voice, crossing his legs in a futile attempt to conceal his reaction. The inky black robe enveloped him entirely, cloaking even his crossed legs. His crimson gaze darkened gradually, sinking into a void reminiscent of an abyss. Jiang Fengyue seemed to be crying, or perhaps murmuring like a small kitten. The Dark Lord's voice dripped with concern. Does it hurt? Jiang Fengyue did not respond, his voice tinged with a slight tremor, yet it was not a weak cry. It resonated like the crystalline sound of shattering ice. Voldemort, equally inexperienced, felt cornered yet suppressed his emotions. He clumsily attempted to soothe Jiang Fengyue with words, saying anything that came to mind. He likely noticed Jiang Fengyue was crying, his deep voice gradually dripping with urgency, almost audible as Voldemort clumsily comforted him. Jiang Fengyue's voice burned like a heated iron, searing into Voldemort's heart, the wand already stained with blood, droplets trickling down to the floor. The sobs gradually subsided. Jiang Fengyue appeared to be comforted by the Dark Lord, in every conceivable sense. He hummed and directed the inexperienced Voldemort, who obeyed his every command like a devoted disciple. Yet, as time passed, Voldemort began to. Jiang Fengyue oscillated between crying and laughing. Voldemort was unable to discern, only feeling a growing hatred. Jealousy festered within his heart. Why? Even in the absence of visual stimuli, the mere sound alone was sufficient to drive him into a frenzy, akin to an enraged serpent, emitting a silent roar from deep within his throat. What he yearned for had been usurped by another version of himself, transforming even the voice into a blade that pierced him. Jealousy entwined his reason like a venomous vine, each heartbeat accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. The madness in his crimson eyes threatened to overflow, as a singular thought echoed relentlessly in his mind, that should belong to him. How dare it be taken away? How dare he hear his cries, comfort him, and coax him into shedding all defenses? He slowly turned his gaze to the central seat, fixating intently on Jiang Fengyue, his body leaning forward, on the verge of shattering the invisible constraints that bound him. We are the same. Voldemort's inner turmoil screamed, his voice laced with a near-pleading obsession. How can this be? We are identical, so why does he receive such favoritism? The grand hall was shrouded in utter silence, save for the sound of dripping blood and the echoes from the screen. Are you still provoking me? The Dark Lord murmured in Jiang Fengyue's ear. Painful confinement. The Dark Lord chuckled softly, his pallid fingers encircling his neck, gradually tightening. Look how, yourself, raise. Little Moon is remarkable. Reason ignited in an instant. And Voldemort abruptly rose, wand raised, the tip glowing with emerald light as he swung it fiercely towards the Dark Lord, who seemed to have anticipated this moment. Lifting his wand effortlessly, two torrents of abyssal magic intertwined between their wands, forming a shrieking pillar of destructive light. The Dark Lord slowly lifted his head, his gaze icy and unyielding as he glared at Voldemort, dark power coiling around him. The harmonious essence of his soul and the insights brought forth by Jiang Fengyue elevating him to the pinnacle. The balance of power was gradually tilting. Alert! Alert! Eliminate, Voldemort, two people's magical power. The magical laser dissipated in an instant, shattering into starlight. Voldemort, unwilling to concede, raised his wand once more. The rules bound his magic like cold chains, the madness in his red eyes nearly spilling over. Long before the two forces clashed violently, the pressure had forced everyone to bow, as Dumbledore swiftly shielded those behind him, watching the two Dark Lords confront one another with vigilance. The onlookers dared not lower their hands from their ears, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld the two Voldemorts. The Dark Lord's gaze fixated on Voldemort, his eyes filled with a fiercer wrath, akin to a venomous serpent advancing directly towards him. He was not surprised. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Voldemort in the viewing hall, he had anticipated this inevitable confrontation. Their souls shared a common origin, their experiences overlapping. Having traversed identical life paths before encountering Jiang Fengyue, the Dark Lord understood better than anyone that any version of himself was destined to fall for Jiang Fengyue, succumbing to the allure of this singular bright moon. He never doubted this, and thus, an instinctual fury and wariness blossomed within him. Those children meant nothing. He had never cared for them, for those mundane beings could not elicit even a fraction of Jiang Fengyue's attention. But before the other version of himself, the Dark Lord had harbored profound trepidation from the outset. Jiang Fengyue loved him, loved his soul. Yet the essence of the soul before him was fundamentally the same as his own. Voldemort's gaze was fixed on Jiang Fengyue, his voice hoarse and obsessive. You should be mine. The Dark Lord suddenly tightened his grip on Jiang Fengyue's wrist, pulling him behind himself. With a cruel declaration, he proclaimed, he is mine. He chose me. Voldemort scoffed coldly. We are, after all, the same person. And so what? The Dark Lord's eyes brimmed with madness. I possess him. He belongs solely to me. Dumbledore sighed, while Grindelwald observed the scene with indifference, suddenly gripping Dumbledore's hand tightly. Voldemort refused to acknowledge him, obsessively gazing at Jiang Fengyue, each word dripping with a metallic tang of blood. You should be mine. Jiang Fengyue cast a glance at him. That glance was too piercing, causing Voldemort to freeze momentarily. It was too profound, making his soul tremble. It was too intricate, incomprehensible to anyone but Voldemort. The surge of murderous intent collided with an invisible barrier, halting abruptly. As a violent tremor from the depths of his soul engulfed him, an instinctive flutter of emotion, Jiang Fengyue withdrew his gaze. Voldemort fell silent, gradually sitting down, gripping his wand tightly as blood continued to drip onto the ground. Jiang Fengyue lightly shook the Dark Lord's hand, drawing his attention back, and tilted his head up towards him. The Dark Lord lowered his head to press his lips against Jiang Fengyue's, almost desperately drinking him in. The Dark Lord cast a sidelong glance at Voldemort, his crimson eyes glinting with challenge. Just a glance, then he turned back, gazing deeply at the one in his arms. An invasive acquisition. Jiang Fengyue guided him to sit, wrapping his arms around his form, gently patting the Dark Lord's back in a comforting manner, whispering in the spaces between. "I am yours." The viewing hall once again fell into silence. Voldemort slowly raised his head, his mad crimson gaze fixated on the central seat. A smirk curling at his lips, shadows twisting around him like serpents. That should belong to him. The end of the text. If you enjoyed it, please give a thumbs up, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.